Honourable members, the Speaker.
I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area and pay respects to elders past and present of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to vouchsafe thy blessing upon this Parliament. Direct and prosper our deliberations to the advancement of thy glory and the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, for ever and ever. Amen. And I call the clerk.
Government business, notice number 1, suspension of standing and sessional orders relating to the Standing Committee on Education, Security and Prosperity in Asia, Building Asia Capability in Australia through the Education System and Beyond report.
Give a call to the Leader of the House.
Thanks, Speaker. I move the motion relating to the Standing Committee on Education, Security and Prosperity in Asia, Building Asia Capability in Australia through the Education System and Beyond report in the terms in which it appears in the notice paper. For the information of members, normally debates are limited to 1 hour on take-note debates for reports. This report, a whole lot more than that, wanted to speak. It's in the Federation Chamber, so this removes the 1 hour limit so that members are able to continue speaking.
I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. I'll call the clerk.
Government business, notice number 2, News Journalism Payments Bill 2026.
The call to the Minister for Communications and the Minister for Sport.
Mr Speaker, I present the News Journalism Payments Bill 2026 and the explanatory memorandum.
Call the clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to distribute revenue collected under the News Media Bargaining Scheme and for related purposes.
Give the call to the Minister for Communications and the Minister for Sport.
Mr Speaker, I move that this bill now be read a second time. Journalism matters. It matters to our democracy, to the health and cohesion of our communities, and to Australians who rely on trusted reporting to understand what is happening locally, nationally, and around the world. But quality journalism does not happen on its own. It is reliant on skilled journalists, strong newsrooms, and sustainable news organisations. In a 24-hour news cycle, people expect news to be accurate, timely, and available wherever they live. To deliver this, Australia needs more journalists, not fewer, because journalists are the lifeblood of Australian news. They tell our stories, they hold governments and institutions to account, and they provide Australians with the information that they need. The news bargaining incentive is not intended to raise revenue. Its purpose is to encourage commercial deals between digital platforms and news publishers, as was envisioned under the previous News Media and Digital Platforms Mandatory Bargaining Code. To be clear, the government's firm preference is that publishers do deals with platforms. Platforms do deals with publishers. News content contributes to engagement, to trust, and to the overall value of major digital platforms. It enriches their feeds, it drives revenue, and that is why platforms should make a commercial contribution to sustaining it. And if they don't, they will end up paying more. The incentive responds to the imbalance in bargaining power between large digital platforms and Australian news publishers. That imbalance is particularly acute for small publishers which do not have the same resources or commercial leverage as larger organisations. If digital platforms decide to pay the charge instead of making commercial deals, there must be a fit-for-purpose mechanism to return that revenue to Australian journalism. And this is what that bill does. Any revenue raised by the news bargaining incentive will be used to support the sustainability of news and journalism in Australia. This bill establishes the News Journalism Payment Scheme, which will distribute any revenue raised by the news bargaining incentive to eligible Australian news organisations supporting a sustainable, diverse and independent news sector. It will use a statutory formula-based model to provide stable, transparent and proportionate funding based on investment in public interest journalism. A high-quality and trusted journalism sector is fundamental to Australia's democracy and to the way we live. A rich and diverse media landscape keeps Australians informed, connects local communities, helps combat misinformation and disinformation and supports social cohesion. Local journalists report on the decisions and events that directly affect the people they serve. They cover councils, they cover schools, courts, businesses and neighbourhoods. But quality journalism is costly to produce, and the economics of producing news has changed. The commercial revenue that once supported news production is diminishing. Advertising income has been significantly eroded by the shift online, a market dominated by the same digital platforms that do not compensate Australian journalism. Between 2006 and 2022, the commercial broadcasters' share of Australian advertising expenditure fell from 43% to 17% as advertisers moved their spending online. That decline threatens Australia's access to quality public interest journalism. That is why the government is creating a statutory solution to support public interest journalism and the journalists who produce it. The News Journalism Payment Scheme will distribute any revenue raised by the news bargaining incentive to eligible Australian news organisations. The Australian Communications and Media Authority administers the register of eligible news businesses under the News Media Bargaining Code. News businesses will need to be registered to apply for a payment under the News Journalism Payment Scheme. There will be 2 payment periods following the collection of any revenue through the news bargaining incentive. Payments will be allocated according to the number of journalists an organisation employs, including freelancers. Put simply, the more journalists an organisation employs, the larger its payment will be. Eligible roles will include journalists, photojournalists, videographers, data and visual journalists and editors and producers involved in producing core news content. Using journalists as the basis for payment recognises the vital work they do investigating, analysing, compiling and reporting the stories that matter to Australians. A 20% increase will apply for journalists working in regional and remote areas, journalists employed by small to medium news organisations and journalists working in news organisations that serve diverse communities. This recognises the challenge of employing staff in regional and remote Australia and the financial pressures experienced by small to medium publishers. It also supports publishers serving communities that are underrepresented in Australia's media landscape. Those communities deserve news services that understand their experiences and report on the issues that matter to them. Payments under the News Journalism Payment Scheme will serve a clear and valid public purpose, supporting ongoing investment in Australian news journalism. The bill therefore imposes obligations on payment recipients to maintain their journalists in respect of the payment received across the relevant period. The scheme is not about providing payments without obligations. It is about supporting journalists to remain in the jobs that are vital to the production of public interest journalism. I take this opportunity to thank the many news organisations, broadcasters, academics and other stakeholders that participated in the public consultation on the News Journalism Payment Scheme. Their feedback has helped inform the final design of this scheme. One of the clearest messages from consultation was that additional support is needed for very small publishers and startups seeking to establish core news services online. That need is particularly acute in areas where there is currently insufficient news coverage, often described as news deserts. This bill, therefore, provides for a special allocation of 5% of any revenue raised by the news bargaining incentive for a separate grants program. That program will focus on supporting small publishers and startups to build their businesses and produce news for local communities. This support matters. Smaller publishers often operate with limited resources and face a disadvantage when dealing with the world's largest digital platforms. Yet, they can also be the organisations closest to the communities they serve. They report on local issues that may never make national headlines and provide a voice for people who might otherwise go unheard. Australian Associated Press plays a unique and vital role in Australia's media landscape. Through its wholesale news service, AAP provides its newswire service to more than 400 Australian news publishers, with more than 300 of those located in regional areas. For many news organisations, particularly those with limited resources, AAP's reporting helps supplement local coverage and ensure Australians continue to have access to trusted news. That work delivers benefits well beyond any single publisher. AAP supports the production and distribution of quality journalism at scale, helping to strengthen the diversity, reach and resilience of the Australian news sector. Under the bill, AAP will receive a dedicated allocation of 5% of any revenue raised through the news bargaining incentive, acknowledging the essential role it plays in supporting public interest journalism and news organisations across Australia. Mr Speaker, news and journalism are critical to the proper functioning of Australia's democratic system of government, the health and cohesion of our communities and keeping Australians informed. Australia must continue to have a free and diverse news media landscape. But news is costly to make. The Government News Media Assistance Program is already providing much needed funding to news organisations, including by supporting the ongoing employment of thousands of journalists across Australia. We want journalists to be able to focus on providing Australians with high quality journalism without having to worry about the stability of their jobs. After all, it is the people who produce public interest journalism. We need more journalists reporting from our cities, from regional and remote Australia, and from communities that have too often been underrepresented. This bill builds on the government's commitment to Australian jobs, quality journalism, and a sustainable, diverse and independent media landscape. I commend the bill to the House.
The debate must now be adjourned. I give the call to the member for Moncrieff.
I move the debate be now adjourned.
The question is the resumption of the debate be made in order of the day for the next sitting. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Call the clerk.
Government business, notice number 3, News Journalism Payments Consequential Amendments Bill 2026.
Give the call to the Minister.
Mr Speaker, I present the News Journalism Payments Consequential Amendments Bill 2026 and the explanatory memorandum.
Call the clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to make amendments consequential on the enactment of the News Journalism Payments Act 2026 and for related purposes.
Give the call to the Minister.
Mr Speaker, I move that the News Journalism Payments Consequential Amendments Bill 2026 now be read for a second time. This bill accompanies the News Journalism Payments Bill 2026, which will establish the News Journalism Payment Scheme to distribute any revenue raised by the news bargaining incentive to eligible Australian news organisations. The News Journalism Payment Scheme will support a sustainable, diverse and independent media sector and forms part of the broader package of bills related to the news bargaining incentive. The News Journalism Payment Scheme requires consequential amendments to the Competition and Consumer Act 2010. These amendments are necessary to support the creation of the News Journalism Payment Scheme and its eligibility requirements. This bill provides those consequential amendments. The bill will enable the Australian Communications and Media Authority to share information with the Secretary of the Department of Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development, Communications, Sport and the Arts as the administrator of the scheme regarding changes to the registration of news organisations. Under the News Journalism Payment Scheme, news organisations will be required to register on ACMA's Register of Eligible News Businesses to participate in the scheme. The provision of timely information by ACMA regarding any changes to a news organisation's registration will support the efficient and effective administration of the News Journalism Payment Scheme. Mr Speaker, I commend the bill.
The debate must now be adjourned. I give the call to the honourable member for Moncrieff.
I move the debate be now adjourned.
The question is the resumption of the debate be made in order of the day for the next sitting. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. I give the call to the Minister.
I present the News Media Bargaining Administration Bill 2026 and the explanatory memorandum to this bill, the News Media Bargaining Charge Bill 2026 and the Treasury Laws Amendment News Media Bargaining Consequential Bill 2026.
Give the call to the clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to implement a news media bargaining charge and for related purposes.
Give the call to the Assistant Treasurer and the Minister for Financial Services.
I move that this bill be now read a second time. The News Media Bargaining Administration Bill 2026 forms part of the government's commitment to support a strong, sustainable and diverse Australian news media sector. At its core, the bill is about a simple proposition. If large digital platforms benefit from Australian news, they should make a fair contribution to sustaining it. Australian journalism matters to our democracy, informed public debate and local communities that rely on trusted reporting. But the economics of journalism have changed. Advertising revenue that once helped fund Australian newsrooms has shifted substantially to large global digital platforms. At the same time, Australians continue to rely on news businesses to create quality news content that requires journalists, editors, photographers and producers. That imbalance is not new. It is why the Parliament supported the News Media and Digital Platforms Mandatory Bargaining Code in 2021. The code was an important reform. It helped secure commercial agreements, supported investment in public interest journalism and recognised the bargaining power imbalance between large platforms and the news organisations whose content helps inform, engage and retain users. But the code has a limitation. A platform can seek to avoid bargaining obligations by withdrawing or reducing the availability of news content. That is not good enough. Australian journalism should not depend on whether a large digital platform chooses to carry news, and platforms should not avoid contributing by simply walking away from it. That is why the government is acting. This bill establishes the administrative framework for the news bargaining incentive. The purpose of the incentive is clear. We want platforms and news businesses to do commercial deals. That is the government's preference, the market-based outcome this legislation is designed to encourage, and what will best support a sustainable, diverse and independent Australian news sector. The bill applies objective criteria to identify the largest digital platforms with significant search or social media services and substantial Australian digital advertising revenue. It is targeted at those platforms with the greatest market power and the greatest capacity to contribute. The bill establishes a charge and offset mechanism. In scope, digital platforms will incur a liability on their digital advertising revenue attributable to the operation of a significant search or social media services in Australia. But platforms can reduce or fully extinguish that liability through eligible expenditure under commercial agreements with Australian news businesses. In other words, platforms have a clear choice. They can do fair commercial deals that support Australian journalism, or if they choose not to, they will pay the charge. That is not about raising revenue for the government. Any revenue raised will be returned in full to the Australian news sector through the News Journalism Payment Scheme. The incentive is deliberately focused on encouraging deals. The offset is generous, recognises commercial agreements and provides enhanced incentives for agreements with small and medium news businesses. That matters because news diversity matters importantly for our democracy. This reform is not only about major media organisations, it is also about independent publishers, regional outlets and smaller newsrooms that serve local communities and add to media diversity. The bill encourages support to be spread across the sector rather than concentrated among a small number of large organisations. Platforms will need eligible agreements with at least 8 different news organisations to obtain the offset. That requirement reinforces the central purpose of the scheme: more deals with more news organisations supporting more Australian journalism. The government has consulted extensively on the design of the news bargaining incentive. We have listened to feedback and made targeted refinements to better align the legislation with its policy objective. Those refinements include narrowing the charge base to Australian digital advertising revenue from significant search and social media services, strengthening the incentives for commercial agreements, and providing greater support for small and medium publishers. The result is a practical and targeted reform. Like the Minister for Communications, I would like to acknowledge the contributions to the development of this policy from many stakeholders over a long period of time. It has added significantly to the quality of the outcome that we are announcing as a government today. This measure strengthens the News Media Bargaining Code, responds to changes in digital markets, backs Australian journalism and ensures large digital platforms cannot avoid making a fair contribution to the news content from which they derive value. Public interest journalism is not free to produce. It takes journalists on the ground, editors, producers, photographers, newsrooms, and a sustainable commercial foundation. Australians should be able to access trusted information about their communities, economy, and democracy told through Australian eyes and with an Australian perspective. That is what this bill supports. The government wants large digital platforms to enter into and maintain fair commercial agreements with Australian news businesses. Where they do, they can reduce their liability. Where they do not, they will pay a charge that goes back to supporting Australian journalism. That is fair, that is practical, and it is the right thing to do for the long-term sustainability and diversity of Australia's news media sector. Full details of the measure are contained in the explanatory memorandum.
The debate must now be adjourned. The call to the member for Moncrieff.
I move the debate be now adjourned.
The question is the resumption of the debate be made in order of the day for the next sitting. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. I call the Assistant Treasurer and Minister for Financial Services.
I present the News Media Bargaining Charge Bill 2026.
And I call the Clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to impose a news media bargaining charge.
The call to the Minister.
I move that this bill be now read a second time. This bill accompanies the News Media Bargaining Administration Bill to impose the charge and establish the rate of charge that underpins the News Bargaining Incentive Framework. The charge is set at 2.5% of Australian digital advertising revenue generated from significant search and social media services operated in Australia. The charge works with the offset mechanism in the administration bill to create a clear incentive for commercial agreements to be made by digital platforms to support a strong and diverse Australian news ecosystem. Full details of the measure are contained in the explanatory memorandum.
And the debate must now be adjourned.
I move the debate be now adjourned.
The question is that the resumption of the debate be made an order of the day for the next sitting day. I'll put the question. All the opinions say aye. Contrary no. The ayes have it. And I call the Assistant Treasurer.
I present the Treasury Laws Amendment, News Media Bargaining, Consequential Bill 2026.
Clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to make amendments consequent on the enactment of the News Media Bargaining Administration Act 2026 and for related purposes.
Assistant Treasurer.
I move that this bill be now read a second time. This bill accompanies the News Media Bargaining Administration Bill to make a range of consequential amendments necessary to support the operation of the News Bargaining Incentive. These amendments provide the supporting aspects of the framework required for administration, collection and enforcement, ensuring that there is appropriate interaction with existing tax laws. They are an important component needed to effectively deliver the policy objective to support the sustainability and diversity of Australia's news media sector. Full details of the measure are contained in the explanatory memorandum.
The debate must now be adjourned.
I move the debate be now adjourned.
Thank you, Member for Moncrieff. The question is that the resumption of the debate be made an order of the day for the next sitting. I will now put the question. All the opinions say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. And I call the clerk. No? Sorry. Just 1 moment. Apologies. I have a report. I have to report the Biosecurity Amendment Improving Operational Efficiency Bill 2026 has been fully considered by the Federation Chamber and it has been agreed without amendment. I present a certified copy of the bill. The question is that the bill be agreed to. I will put the question, or if the opinions say aye, contrary no. The bill has been agreed to. Minister.
I ask leave of the House to move to the third reading immediately.
I'll put the question. All the opinions say aye. Contrary no. Sorry, my apologies. Is leave granted? Thank you, Member for Moncrieff. Minister.
I move that this bill be now read a third time.
I will now put the question. All the opinions say aye. Contrary no. Believe the ayes have it. Clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to amend the Biosecurity Act 2015 and for related purposes.
Okay. Moving on to the next. I have to report that the Wine and Other Legislation Amendment Bill 2026 has been fully considered by the Federation Chamber and has been agreed to without amendment. I present a certified copy of the bill. The question is that the bill be agreed to. I'll put the question. All of the opinions say aye. Contrary no. This bill has been agreed to. Minister.
I ask leave of the House to move to the third reading immediately.
Is leave granted?
Leave is granted.
Thank you, Member for Moncrieff. Minister.
I move that this bill be now read a third time.
I will now put that question. All the opinions say aye. Contrary no. The ayes have it. Clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to amend the Wine Australia Act 2013 and other legislation and for related purposes.
Excellent. Clerk.
Government business, order of the day number 1. Interactive Gambling Amendment, Gambling Reform Bill 2026. Resumption of debate on second reading and on the amendment moved by the member for Ryan to the amendment moved by the member for Curtin.
Before the debate is resumed on the bill, I remind the House that it has been agreed that a general debate be allowed covering the bill and the National Self-Exclusionary Register Cost Recovery Levy Amendment Bill 2026. The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the Honourable Member for Curtin has moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with the view to substitute other words. The Honourable Member for Ryan has moved as an amendment to the amendment that all words after whilst be omitted with the view to substitute other words. The question is that the amendment moved by the Honourable Member for Ryan to the amendment moved by the Honourable Member for Curtin be agreed to. And I give the call to the member for McNamara.
Well, thank you very much, Acting Speaker. The former member for Dunkley, Peter Murphy, was a great friend of mine. And in fact, she liked to tease me from time to time. And one of the things that she said when I was giving speeches in this place, that if I potentially didn't focus on the material, she used to call it story time with Josh. And it was a great way that only Peter could distill it down to that. But I will try not to have story time with Josh, Peter. I will try and do your incredible report justice, and I just wanted to start my speech by paying tribute to Peter Murphy, who, through the work of a committee report, has left an incredible legacy that all of us in this place feel a sense of responsibility and a sense of duty to honour Peter, and I know that the Minister, who is next to me, feels that deeply. She also was a great friend of Peter's, and we miss Peter very much, and we will continue on with the work that she has left us. And not every Member of Parliament can say that via a committee report this Parliament feels so strongly about the work that was done in that committee report, but that shows the intellectual and bravery that Peter Murphy brought to this and the skill in which she had in coming to this place as a parliamentarian, and we miss her very much. The toxic relationship between gambling and sport is one where, frankly, I think every single member of this place understands that we need to do something about it. The way in which it has really ingrained itself in the culture of sport in this country has meant that not only is there a cultural aspect of it, but also a reliance on it, a toxic reliance on gambling advertising, on this cycle of companies looking to target the most vulnerable people who are susceptible to their advertising, and sporting codes and organisations who are reliant on the money that gambling produces. Football clubs with their pokey licences, commercial television, local sporting clubs, stadiums, it is everywhere. And the repercussions of this are not ones where there aren't going to be any consequences by making the changes that we are putting forward here in this bill. Now, this will have an impact, and it is real. But we have to do it. We have to break this nexus and this connection between gambling advertising and sport. Because when I think about my 8-year-old daughter who loves the Carlton Football Club, and that is one of the proudest things that I've been able to impart onto her. But we watch it together, and it's this great thing that I love watching the footy with her. And then you see the ads pop up, and the multis, and the betting, and then you see celebrity endorsements, and then you see ads, and you just sort of think, what is going to be left inside this child's mind about what she's actually watching? You know, it's all about the game, it's not about the odds. And unfortunately, we need to do something about it, and that is what this bill does. And it is not easy. And the amount of reforms that we've got in this bill, and I'm going to run through them in a moment, is significant. And I know that, like every piece of legislation, we sit down with people across the Parliament and we work out how we're going to pass it through the Senate. And I know that there has been a huge amount of work done by Minister and members of all places, and it will be hopefully a great moment where we can make significant changes to improve the situation where gambling isn't infesting our sport and our TV channels. But I also want to mention a bit of history for you, Acting Speaker, because the biggest example, or the closest example for what we're trying to do here, is when our country got rid of tobacco advertising. And actually, if you look at the timeline of how long it took for us as a country to take out tobacco advertising, it was significant. The first health warnings about tobacco were introduced in 1973 in Australia. And there was a radio advertising ban on tobacco 3 years later in 1976. Then, Australia subsequently banned tobacco advertising in newspapers and magazines in 1990, 14 years later. And then the Tobacco Advertising Prohibition Act of 1992 imposed much broader national restrictions on the broadcasting and publication of tobacco advertising from 1993. 20 years it took in Australia to take away tobacco advertising. And you think about the media markets and the state of journalism in Australia in the 90s versus what it is now. I mean, if you look at the commercial advertising in classifieds for newspapers, around $4 billion a year was going into the classified advertising, and it's now about $200 million. All of that directly funds journalism in this country. All of that directly funds free and independent media. All of that funds commercial television and the sorts of other advertising that funds Australian programs and funds Australian content and kids programs and helps fund Australian industry and Australian jobs. And all of that took 20 years to take out in tobacco advertising in a time when media advertising revenue was going up. And right now we are seeing the greatest transition away from independent news, from journalism, from advertising that funds the important pillars of our democracy, not to mention our local sporting clubs and our sporting codes, into a time where money is being taken and moved into large tech companies, into investing in artificial intelligence, and moving away from holding people and investing back into the institutions that help create all of the different parts of our democracy, and moving it towards other parts that make our democracy and our truth and our politics so much more difficult. So this is not simple. This is actually really difficult. And I know that people out there just say, well, why not just do a full ban? Why not just do it? Why not just do it? And they are legitimate questions. And Peter Murphy obviously laid the groundwork and the pathway that we all must hold ourselves against to. But this also is real. And the consequences of this will be real. There will be millions of dollars less for journalism, for institutions, for sport, to invest in women's sport, the AFLW. All of these things are going to need time to adjust. But we need to make sure that we are true to the point of what this bill is all about, and that is breaking the nexus and the connection between gambling and sport. And even though there will be consequences, we need to push on with these reforms. The bill will actually make a significant amount of changes to the amount of ads that are on TV, making sure that gambling ads won't be on TV during sport, especially during specific hours. There'll be frequency caps outside of those hours. And I also want to mention the fact that whenever you're watching sport and you see these celebrity endorsements parading as actual part of the television coverage, when actually it's just an endorsement by Sportsbet or Ladbrokes or one of these other companies, all of that will be banned. It's not going to be normalised, and the culture of, well, what's this, what's happening over at the odds, all of that sort of part of our radio and our television coverage of sport is going to be gone. When kids walk into a stadium, they're not going to see advertising all around the stadium. They're not going to see it on jerseys. They're not going to hear it on radio while they're going to and from school. And the way in which this bill outlines the online ban basically means that as a parent, I am going to be able to opt out or switch off all gambling advertising on the platforms in my home. And that is a power that we want to give to each and every parent around Australia. To say that if you don't want your kids to see gambling advertising, you can do something pretty simple and you can just click opt out. And if platforms choose not to have that function, then the alternative is no gambling advertising on their platform. They have to comply with this, or the answer is no gambling advertising. So here is the choice that this bill gives parents. Either platforms and social media and tech companies choose to not comply with the law and not provide these 3 steps of verification and options for parents, and they can have no gambling advertising, or if they want to have gambling advertising on their platforms, they have to give parents and people the choice and the ability to turn it off. And that is a power that does not exist right now. So when you think about all of that, and you think about my 8-year-old daughter, and she goes to the footy and we go to the MCG, there's no gambling around the MCG anymore. There's no gambling on the stadium, there's no gambling advertising on the uniforms. When we come home to and from school, there's no gambling advertising. We come home, or if we're watching the footy at home, we're watching it on 7+, there's no gambling advertising, and we've created a gambling advertising-free home. Well, that sounds pretty good to me, and that's exactly what this bill will be able to do. There are also much broader reforms that are contained in this bill that I don't want to run out of time on because they are significant and they have required a lot of work, and I'm really proud that we are taking them. We are going to ensure that illegal offshore gambling providers are reducing their gambling harm and ensure that anyone participating in gambling in Australia is doing so within the safety of Australian consumer protections. We're obviously strengthening BetStop, which has helped thousands of Australians pull themselves out of problem gambling. We are going to address harmful and emerging online gambling products, including banning online Keno and foreign match lotteries. And if you want to just pause on online Keno, these are online pocket pokies where people can just click pokey and pokey time and time again. You know, we see the sort of ways in which people lose themselves in casinos until all hours of the morning. Well, just imagine lying in bed, pressing the pokey over and over again, people losing thousands of dollars, and all of that will be banned under this bill, and I think that is a fantastic reform. I've never spent a cent at a pokey. I've never spent a cent with any of these companies. I've never spent a cent on Sportsbet or Ladbrokes or any of them. And that's a personal choice I make, but I think this is a wonderful thing where we are not making it easy for these companies to just take money off people lying in bed with an algorithm and a formula that is not designed for people to win. It is designed for companies to make money. The impact of our foreign match lotteries also will mean that the local small businesses that are selling lottery tickets aren't going to have these foreign lotteries able to undercut them and have situations where people can buy tickets in offshore lotteries. It's actually, if people want to be a part of the lotto, then my grandmother used to love doing that. I've never really seen the appeal, but at least we will ensure that Australians are buying from local news agencies, and I think that's a good thing. There are many other things that this bill does. It closes regulatory gaps that allows some operators to offer lottery-style products under the guise of trade promotions and reward clubs. There's a number of other things that we're going to ensure that this bill does. But I want to make this point, is that when negotiating anything in this parliament, we don't have the numbers as a Labor Party to pass everything through the Senate. And that requires us to sit down with people and negotiate. It requires either to negotiate through the Liberal Party or the Greens. And there have bills where we've gone through one, and there's been bills where we've gone through the other. But ultimately, that's about respecting our democracy. And obviously, I want to see a whole range of things that this bill makes an incredible contribution to. One of the things that we obviously passed in our national conference was around inducements and the way in which these companies are really offering people extra incentives to continue gambling and targeting the most susceptible people on that. And I think that in the negotiations, that is obviously something that the Labor Party in our conference said that we want to see included in the bill, and I know that there is a lot of work going on behind the scenes. I am working as closely as I can with my colleagues, and I know everyone is working to make sure we get something through this House and we get these reforms in, because they will make a difference. They will make a profound difference. They'll give parents the power to turn off gambling advertising. They'll mean that when young kids are walking into the Colosseum of Australian football, they're not looking around seeing BetStop and Ladbrokes, they're walking around and seeing the great Australian athletes, men and women competing on the best sporting field in the country, possibly the world. Acting Speaker, it took 20 years from the moment in which tobacco advertising and health warnings were issued in Australia for a bill to come in. Well, we are doing this. This has never been done before, and this is a huge set of reforms that will have a big impact on breaking that nexus between gambling and sport. I thank every member who has contributed to this, the Minister and so many others, and most of all I thank Peter Murphy, who laid down the path, and now it's our job to walk down it. Thank you.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Nichols.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I too rise to speak on the Interactive Gambling Amendment, Gambling Reform Bill 2026. Deputy Speaker, I was one of a group of members of this Parliament who signed an open letter to the Prime Minister, along with former Prime Minister Howard and retired premiers, state premiers, and I was asking the Prime Minister in that letter, the signatories were asking him to go further on gambling reform than the package he had originally announced. And I did not sign that letter lightly, and it came through a frustration that this issue had been left to fester, and what was being proposed was manifestly inadequate. And members from across this chamber, in the government opposition crossbench, listening to their speeches, I feel that they've reached the same conclusion independently about the same set of problems, and that should tell the government something. And I hope it's one of those times when the leaders of the government listen to their backbench and listen to the concerns and negotiate in good faith to get something that's actually meaningful. And I didn't appreciate a statement from the Prime Minister in the end of question time saying, you know, take it or leave it. If you don't like it, we could go on with the status quo. That's not how you deal with these issues. I set a test myself on these issues, and I just want to talk about it a bit to share my decision making. I judge any bill on whether it protects children and whether it stops predatory conduct aimed at people who are already in trouble. And I also look at what we decide as a parliament is legal and what people tell us has safe levels of use. And I'm going to talk about tobacco, alcohol and gambling. Now, all the evidence is that there is no safe use of tobacco. We continue to make it legal. We have a regulatory regime that has pushed a lot of the use into using illegal products, and that is creating its own set of problems. And I think we've got a lot of issues, and I see them all the time in my home state of Victoria, with the fact that our efforts to regulate that have gone so far that it's pushed use into illegal forms. But having said that, there is no safe use of tobacco. It is legal, but there's no safe use, so there should be no advertising, and I'm comfortable with that. With alcohol and gambling, I mean, with alcohol, and we discussed this yesterday with the Minister, the wine industry and the brewing industry and the spirits industry, and many Australians enjoy alcohol responsibly, and medical experts tell us there is a safe level of use for that product. And so we allow some advertising of that product, and we try to stop it being targeted at children because there is no safe use for children. And when it comes to pregnant mothers, thank you, Member for Mockery, there is also, when it comes to gambling, there is a safe level of use for gambling. Many people enjoy the occasional bet. Many people enjoy more than the occasional bet, knowing when to stop and with money that they can afford to lose, and understanding the loss probability. It's not something I do very often, just around the Spring Carnival and at country races. Normally my inadequacy in punting warns me off for another year, but it is fun. So I don't think this bill, as introduced, passes the test that we want for some advertising, but making sure we protect vulnerable people and children. So we're 3 years on from the Peter Murphy report. June 2023, a committee of this parliament handed down 31 recommendations, and it was bipartisan. Members from both sides put their names to those recommendations. And as many people have said, this parliament should be incredibly proud of Peter Murphy for what she did in this place, and everyone misses her, obviously. And I just want to appreciate the work of the Deputy Chair of that committee, the member for Cowper, Pat Conahan, who also contributed greatly. I am very critical of the government for the delay in acting on elements of that report. I think more than 3 years passing between that report and a bill is not acceptable. 3 years in which ads kept running, losses kept climbing, children kept being exposed to gambling advertising. And when the government did finally respond to the Murphy report, it did so on budget day with the press gallery locked away and a budget lockup, and I think that it should have had more fanfare and should have had more transparency and should have been worked through more than that. The issue is that, and as many members of this place have said, is that we love enjoying sport with our children. And it's something that I do, it's something that many people do. It's a way of bonding, it's a way of talking about athleticism, teamwork, all sorts of things. With me, it's more soccer than anything else, particularly the Premier League. And when you're watching a game, whether it be AFL, NRL, Premier League, A-League, you don't want to have that experience inundated with gambling ads and discussion of odds. And so I think that most people have reached the conclusion that there's just been an overload of gambling ads during sports broadcasts. And during the last Parliament, when I was sitting on the backbench here, Peter Dutton, the former opposition leader, stood at this dispatch box and gave a budget reply speech that proposed a reform of an ad ban an hour before, during and an hour after live sports broadcast. And again, I think that was the then leader of the opposition expressing a frustration that the government was so recalcitrant to do something and that we needed to put something on the table to say we need to do something about this. We need to get these gambling ads out of our live sport. And so I think that was a worthwhile reform. I don't think it's the only thing that should have been done, but it's a worthwhile thing. A couple more points I want to make. Firstly, on streaming services, and there's been discussions of opt-in and opt-out, and that will continue to be a negotiation. I think opt-in is a good system if it could be managed. But if this Parliament negotiates and decides for an opt-out situation for streaming, my strong view is that that opt-out should be very, very clear and very, very easy to do. At the moment, it is not. And we found that during the World Cup. The SBS, if you wanted to opt out, it wasn't clear, it wasn't easy. You have to go to settings, you have to do a number of things, and consequently, most people didn't do it. So it needs to be, if opt-in's ideal, if it's opt-out, it needs to be very, very clear, and streaming services need to make that opt-out option really, really clear. I did just want to talk a bit about the carve-outs for racing and that distinction. And there is a distinction between racing and the other sports that I've mentioned, rugby league, rugby union, soccer and Australian rules football. Horse racing and gambling are intertwined in a way that other sports aren't. And that has been the case for almost all of Australia's history. And I think we need to understand that. And I've got a really strong, vibrant, thoroughbred racing industry. I've also got, pacing and greyhounds as well, but thoroughbred racing industry in my electorate, as many country MPs have. I know we talk about the Melbourne Cup and the Spring Racing Carnival, and we talk about, the carnivals in other metropolitan cities, but it really is and can be the lifeblood of many people in regional communities. And I've got the Seymour Racing Club and the Echuca Racing Club, to name a few, Kilmore Racing Club in my electorate. So we do need to make sure that what we do does not affect, firstly, free-to-air, broadcasting of sport, because a lot of people can't afford the cable services, the pay TV, so they want to be able to watch sport on TV. And we can't have the unintended consequences of significantly damaging racing, particularly in regional areas. And that's the balance that everyone's looking for, I think, here. I think, in an ideal world, you'd go a lot further, but you do recognise that things that you do, regulations that go too far, might adversely affect great industries like racing and people's ability to access sport via live free-to-air services. So I'll leave my comments there. I'm disappointed it's taken this long to get a bill on the table. I don't think the bill is adequate. I believe that the negotiations are ongoing, and I look forward to seeing what comes back. But this Parliament really does have a duty to do something about this, and the test it sets is, does what we do protect children and the most vulnerable people from obsessive gambling advertising and gambling advertising during sporting contests? Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker.
Question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for McPherson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on the gambling legislation before the House today. This is an area where I think we need to start from a fairly simple proposition. Adults should be free to make choices for themselves, but with that freedom comes personal responsibility. But government also has a responsibility to protect vulnerable Australians, particularly children, where products or commercial practices can cause general harm. Those principles are not contradictory. In fact, good public policy requires us to hold them together. For the overwhelming majority of Australians, buying a lottery ticket, having a punt on the races or putting a small bet on a sporting event is entertainment. Government should not treat every Australian who enjoys those activities as though they're incapable of making their own decisions. But equally, we should never minimise gambling harm. Australians lose more per person to gambling than people in any other country, with total losses now exceeding $36 billion a year. Behind that extraordinary figure are people who have suffered financial distress, damaged relationships, and profound impacts on their mental health, and families who have carried those consequences alongside them. So there is a role for government here. But the test of reform cannot simply be whether government has done something. The test is whether it has done the right thing, whether the legislation is targeted, evidence-based, and actually capable of reducing harm without creating new and unnecessary consequences. And unfortunately, this bill does not yet meet that test. The Murphy inquiry reported in June 2023 after undertaking extensive work and delivered 31 recommendations. Australians have now waited more than 3 years for the government to bring forward this legislative response. After that amount of time, we were entitled to expect legislation that was coherent, carefully designed and able to withstand scrutiny. Instead, there remain serious gaps. The Coalition wants meaningful and workable gambling reform. We want the legislation to succeed. But after 3 years of delay, Parliament has an obligation to strengthen the bill where its protections fall short. We're engaging constructively with the government because gambling reform is too important to be reduced to political theatre. There are negotiations occurring about how this legislation can be strengthened, and I hope that the government and the minister listens carefully to the concerns that have been raised. One of those concerns is gambling advertising. There's been some rewriting of history in this debate. Australians should remember that restrictions on gambling advertising during live sport did not suddenly appear with this bill. The former Coalition government introduced the live sport restrictions that came into effect in 2018. Under the existing regime, gambling advertising is prohibited during live sport between 5 a.m. and 8:30 p.m, including during breaks in play and for 5 minutes either side of the event. That was an important reform because sport should be something families can enjoy together without children being conditioned to believe that every kick, every try and every result needs to have a price attached to it. And the scale of gambling advertising in this country demonstrates why this matters. The Australian Communications and Media Authority found that in a single 12-month period, more than 1 million gambling advertisements were broadcast across free-to-air television and radio. Online, Australians are being exposed to more than 500,000 gambling advertisements. That is not advertising at the margins, it's saturation. When gambling messages are appearing at that scale, they become part of the background noise of everyday life. They normalise gambling, they embed it into the experience of watching sport, And for people already struggling with gambling harm, that constant exposure can be deeply damaging. There are measures in this bill that move in the right direction, but there are also aspects that require substantial improvement. The bill proposes a general cap of 3 wagering advertisements per hour on television between 6 a.m. and 8:30 p.m. I struggle with the proposition that we can say that we're fundamentally changing children's exposure to gambling while still designing a legislative framework capable of delivering 3 gambling advertisements every hour through much of the day. There are also serious questions about streamed live sport. The existing online rules contain strong protections during play, during breaks, and immediately before and after an event. We should be strengthening those protections, not creating new opportunities for gambling advertising to find its way back into the family viewing experience. You cannot credibly say that you're breaking the connection between gambling and sport while continuing to permit gambling advertisements during live sporting events. That is the contradiction at the heart of this aspect of the bill. Sport's one of the great institutions of Australian life. It brings families together, it builds communities, it teaches young people about teamwork, discipline, resilience and competition. I want the next generation of Australians to grow up loving sport because of the contest, because of their team and because of the excitement of the game, not because they've been taught from childhood to associate every result with a bet. But we can't go back and undo the gambling harm that's already occurred in Australian families. But what we can do is this Parliament does have control over what happens next. And then there are inducements. This is an area where the evidence has been particularly confronting. The Murphy inquiry did not equivocate. Recommendation 16 called for online gambling inducements and inducement advertising to be prohibited without delay. The committee was particularly concerned by the role of VIP programs and inducements in encouraging people to continue gambling and losing. Yet 3 years later, this bill still does not adequately deal with that problem. The evidence heard by the Senate committee recently about the treatment of vulnerable gamblers and the use of VIP account management, bonus bets and other inducements should concern every member of this Parliament. Government has an obligation to act where commercial practices are deliberately exploiting vulnerability. That's exactly where targeted regulation belongs. At the same time, we need to remember that legitimate gambling-related industries employ Australians, sustain businesses and make significant contributions to communities. Racing in particular supports trainers, breeders, jockeys, stable workers, veterinarians, hospitality venues, transport businesses and communities right across regional Australia. We should be capable of protecting vulnerable people without pretending that every person who enjoys a bet needs government to save them from themselves. That is the balance that the Coalition is seeking. And Deputy Speaker, it brings me to a part of this bill that I'd like to spend some time addressing, because its consequences are very real for the people in my electorate of McPherson. Schedule 4 proposes to prohibit foreign matched lotteries. Now, I've spoken to many across this chamber about this. That might sound like a fairly technical change buried within a much larger gambling reform bill. It's not. For one Australian-owned business based in my electorate, it is an extinction notice. The Lottery Office operates from Robina in my electorate on the Gold Coast. Its parent company, Global Players Network, is Australian-owned and operates under a Northern Territory gaming licence. The government's own review identifies the Lottery Office as one of the licensed providers of foreign match lotteries operating in Australia. Deputy Speaker, this business supports around 50 jobs in my electorate, as well as expenditure with many other local businesses and suppliers of whom I have had the opportunity to speak. These are not theoretical jobs. They're not figures in a departmental briefing note. They're real people who go to work each morning, they pay their taxes, they have mortgages and rent, they raise families, they buy their groceries locally, and they contribute to the Gold Coast community in spades. They fund our sporting clubs, our community organisations, and, Deputy Speaker, they fill the funding gaps left by government. And this Parliament is now being asked to vote for legislation that could potentially wipe them out. This isn't gambling reform, it's a Labor protection job. Roger Cook, the Premier of Western Australia, has asked Canberra to effectively kill off a legal Gold Coast competitor to shield Western Australia's state-owned lottery, and the Prime Minister and the Minister, through this legislation, will simply be rolling over to support their Labor mates. Before doing that, members on that side of the chamber should understand exactly what this product is. A foreign match lottery is materially different from a synthetic lottery, where there's no underlying ticket purchased in the relevant lottery and the operator itself pays an amount based on the result. That distinction matters. It matters even more when we look at the evidence the government itself commissioned. The Department of Infrastructure undertook a specific review into online keynote and foreign match lotteries, and that review was published earlier this year. And what did it find? It said that the harms associated with foreign match lotteries were not well understood. And it said that because of the lack of available data, it could not identify a different harm profile or customer spending profile for foreign match lotteries compared with Australian exclusive lotteries. It recorded that all foreign match lottery providers advised that winnings had been paid to customers. The Northern Territory regulator advised that complaints it had seen related to identity verification and that consumers received their winnings once those verification issues were resolved. Most importantly, the department did not respond to that evidence by recommending that these businesses be banned. The department said that further research was needed to properly understand the risk profile before restrictions were imposed. The review went so far as to say that more evidence was needed to determine whether further regulation of foreign match lotteries would actually be commensurate to the harms. That is the government's own department. And only months later, the government's answer is not more research, it's not stronger consumer protections, it's not a nationally consistent regulatory framework, it's not extending appropriate provisions of bet stop or the credit card restriction. It is prohibition. How do we get from we need more evidence before imposing further restrictions to we're going to ban the entire product? I do not understand it, Deputy Speaker. That's the question the government has not adequately answered. Nor was a prohibition on foreign match lotteries one of the 31 recommendations of the Murphy report. That inquiry called for major reforms across advertising inducements, consumer protection, regulation and research, but it did not make the case that this government is now making for the destruction of this particular business model. So I say to the Minister, I say to those opposite, where is the evidence? What changed between the department's review and the drafting of this legislation? What new harm was identified? What problem emerged that could only be solved by prohibition rather than regulation? And why? And I say to the Minister sitting at the table, why should around 50 jobs on the Gold Coast in my electorate be put on the line before those questions have been answered? I'm a great believer in personal responsibility. It's why I joined the Liberal Party. But I'm equally a great believer in government taking responsibility for its own decisions. It's very easy in Canberra to amend a definition in an act. It takes a few lines on a page. But when those lines remove the legal basis upon which an Australian business operates, the consequences are not a few lines on a page. They're livelihoods. They're employees sitting around a kitchen table wondering whether their job will exist next year. They're suppliers wondering whether a customer will disappear. They're people who have built careers in a business that is lawful, licensed and regulated, being told that Canberra has simply decided that their industry should no longer exist. I cannot support that approach, and I say to the Minister, I say to the government, deep down, I'm sure you can't either. There is also an important competition question here. Whatever the government's intention, the practical consequence of this prohibition is to eliminate a regulated competitor from the Australian lottery market and leave the largest incumbent lottery operators facing less competition. That should concern everyone in this parliament who believes in competitive markets. There are stakeholders arguing strongly on the other side. Lobbyists claiming to represent traditional lottery retailers and newsagents have told the parliament that foreign match products divert revenue and threaten their businesses. But even if those claims are true, government does not resolve competition between lawful businesses simply by banning one of them. If there's a consumer protection gap, close the gap. If regulation needs to be strengthened, strengthen it. If credit cards use presents an unacceptable risk, address it. And if consumers need stronger self-exclusion options, build them. Apply the appropriate safeguards consistently and require every operator to meet them. That is regulation. Simply extinguishing a licensed Australian operator when the evidence for doing so has not been established is something very different. The Gold Coast, Deputy Speaker, has been built by people willing to take a risk, build a business, employ others and back their own ingenuity. My electorate's full of those people. It's part of what makes our city so successful. Government should be very careful before it tells one of those businesses, you played by the rules, you obtained the licence, you employed Australians and you complied with the regulatory framework, but we've now decided to abolish the framework beneath you anyway. That destroys confidence well beyond this particular industry. The government should remove the proposed prohibition on foreign matched lotteries from this legislation and instead undertake the evidence-based work its own department recommended. Gold Coast workers, the hard-working people in my electorate, should not become the collateral damage in a rushed regulatory decision. Deputy Speaker, in the short time I have left, I'll say that we can preserve the great Australian tradition of enjoying sport without surrounding the next generation with gambling advertising. And we can regulate an industry without sacrificing competition, small business and Australian jobs in the process. That is the balance this parliament should seek, and it is the standard against which this legislation should be judged.
Thank you. The question is that the amendment moved by the Honourable Member for Ryan to the amendment moved by the Honourable Member for Curtin be agreed to, and I call the member for Bendigo.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. We stand here today with a comprehensive set of reforms before us. And I did want to take a moment to acknowledge the work that's gone into the legislation that's before us. I've been in the Parliament for 13 years now. I've had lots of opportunities to be the Chair and Deputy Chair of House committees, lots of reports prepared with lots of recommendations. And I did just want to address this issue up front. When you present a report to the Parliament from a House committee, there are recommendations, there are a couple of sentences. But to turn sentences into legislation does take time. And I want to acknowledge that in this place. Quite a lot of the feedback that I've got in my electorate have been, why is it taking so long? To turn a couple of sentences in a recommendation into legislation does take time, regardless of the report. In the previous Parliament, in the previous government, we did lots of reports on education reform, and out of respect, the government looked at that. This government responded to some of those reports and they were tabled in this Parliament. This isn't lost between governments, it's picked up by other ministers. But I wanted to put that up front, that it does take a lot to turn a report and recommendations into legislation, and the consultation that's happened in a genuine way. The reforms that we have in front of us address the expectation that our community has, that there's been a disconnect, that harm is now being done to children and others through online gambling, that there's been a change in the way in which gambling interacts with everyday life and in particular sport. The changes that are before us today want to return to the situation where families and children could engage in sport, grow up watching the game that they love without thinking about gambling and it being imposed on them at the same time. The changes before us minimise the exposure from harm of wagering advertising, break the link between sport and wagering, and reduces the saturation and targeting of wagering advertising. What has shifted in the 20 or 30 years is the change in technology, and these laws are trying to keep up with that change. We can walk around with a phone in our pocket which is constantly pushing advertising and gambling to us. Streaming and online services has changed the nature of advertising. I want to acknowledge all the people in my electorate who've written to me and raised this concern, from local branch members to local welfare groups to individuals who share their own story of gambling, their story of their son being addicted to gambling, or their story of growing up in a household of gambling. I'm the daughter of a gambler. My experience in childhood is very different to others and what they're experiencing today. I can remember being very young. And on Saturdays, my afternoons were spent at the track, the racetrack, not like other kids. I can remember learning mathematics through using the form guide. I can remember that's how I did my times table. After my dad and I would do the delivery runs as a second-hand business, and we'd go to all the things that we did on a Saturday morning, our daddy-daughter time was at the track. And I think back now to that experience. I was the odd one out in the playground on a Monday when we reflected on what we did on a weekend. Every other kid didn't go to the track with their dad. Every other kid didn't learn their times table by writing down the late mail. Every other kid wasn't told that the betting ring wasn't safe for a young girl because Daddy had to do the conversations with the bookmakers, but I could just roam around the track, just chatting to people. I used to make up stories that my dad was a trainer so I wouldn't get so embarrassed. He wasn't. He was a gambler. But what changed is our society could catch that kid and those girls because there was only one in the playground that could understand the form guide, that could understand betting odds. And to this day, I can still talk about a quaddie, talk about a quinella. I could still sit down, read the form guide and give you the best quinella picks that you've got. My partner laughs about it. He didn't grow up in a house like that. I still have a cathartic feeling when I hear the racing channel, which is bizarre and odd and shouldn't be the case because I heard it so much as a young child. But my point is that where I was the one in the playground, what we now have, because of the changing nature between sport and wagering, is more children talking about sporting odds, more children seeing it normalised. There was a period when you'd watch a rugby league match and heroes of rugby league in the 80s and 90s were doing a live cross and talking to people. If you go to your betting app right now, whichever one they were promoting, you can put money on, you can get the odds about the first kick. Who's going to get the first goal?
Sorry to interrupt, Member for Bendigo. Member for Moncrief, no phones allowed in the chamber.
And I can remember watching that going, that's shifted, that's changed. That shouldn't be happening. This is what this bill seeks to address, is minimising the exposure of children's harm, being able to watch that game without that interruption. And I acknowledge some of the change that's already happened. As the member for McNamara said, the AFL moved quickly and has taken the gambling around the stadium off. It was always a shock to see that and a recall memory for me to see that when we went there because it didn't happen when we were younger. It's also the moving, the steps to remove, banning it from shirts is a big step forward. Breaking that normalisation of gambling for children so that families can enjoy watching football, watching sport without that interruption. The bill that's before us, the gambling ads, what we're trying to do is banning ads on TV during live sport between 6 a.m. and 8:30 p.m. and then putting a cap outside these hours of 3 per hour between 6 and 8 p.m. The bill also seeks to ban gambling promotion by celebrities and athletes, influencers, the heroes that I just spoke about, being used to target kids and youngsters, especially young men, but this bill aims to stop that. We're banning the advertising on stadiums and jerseys, which again seeks to normalise advertising. We're banning on radio ads at drop-off and pick-up. We're banning the online advertising except when users use the opt-out function that allow users to opt out of advertising and apply the family-friendly settings. And I think back to the World Cup and how important it would be to make sure that families know that they can do that. The broader reforms in this bill haven't received the attention that they should. The banning of online Keno, and I talked about phones. And in this particular reform, which I so desperately want to see passed, it just normalised it for so many young people, so many people with their phones. They could be shopping, they could be at work, and then all of a sudden it pops up in their feed, and they give it a go. That shouldn't happen. Our phone should be free of the availability to gamble. We're expanding and changing BetStop to make sure that it can help more people and to stop it being misused. We're changing the way phone-matched lotteries work and function. We are tackling the illegal offshore gambling providers and reducing the impact on gambling harm to ensure that people participating in gambling in Australia do so with the safety of Australian consumer protections. I was shocked and horrid to hear through another committee where we were looking at a treaty about the influence and the way in which overseas gambling is having on Australia. And it is good to see some of the recommendations of the Treaties Committee report being picked up and addressed with this legislation. We are cracking down on fake lotteries and operating under the pretence of trade promotion. And I'm not saying that everybody engages with them, but the insidious way that they use Facebook, they use marketing apps, they use shopping apps, and before you know it, you're hooked and part of a gambling app. These are just some of the many legislation reforms that are here, and they are an incredibly important step to go forward. We do not want a case where gambling continues to be normalised for children. This is a huge step forward, and I do want to really say that to the people in my community. This is about those young men and women at the Lakeview Hotel or at the All Seasons after work, making sure that if they want to have a bet, it's done safely, but they're not being chased by gambling throughout their workday. This is about making sure that families can watch their football or their sporting without being bombarded by ads. And this is about ensuring that we're supporting those children, that not more kids are talking about gambling ads, that more kids are not talking about betting, and they're not learning about our capitals based upon where racetracks may be. They're not learning their times tables or how to do mathematics by being able to understand the form guide. We can catch that one or two kids that might have problem gamblers if it is that simple, if it is that one or two. But when it becomes a classroom, it becomes so much harder for us as a community to catch. This is about making sure that next generation isn't being chased by gambling by their phone. Gambling does break families. It's insidious. Gambling addiction is one of the hardest things for people to break. I can remember the words of my father over and over again. Just one more bet, this one will get us out, just one more bet. The way in which my mum would try and hide money, the way in which we as girls would beg him not to go, the nights that we lost travelling to cities to go to racetracks or to different gambling opportunities. I've never put money in a poker machine. I did have a sports bet account at one stage just because I was always interested in the odds at election time. But I'm not a gambler. And I think it's because I grew up in a household with a gambler and a problem gambler. And I don't want any child to have that experience. So what we can do in this bill is find the balance, restore the balance. We can minimise children's exposure to harmful wagering advertising. We can break the link between sport and wagering and restore that love of the game without being bombarded. We can reduce the risk and targeting of wagering and advertising and ensure that that great pastime remains a great pastime for people and it doesn't chase them when they wake up in the morning, when they're at home, when they're in the workplace, that it's done in a safe way and that if they need help, they can get help.
Thank you very much, Member for Bendigo. The question is that the amendment moved by the Honourable Member for Ryan to the amendment moved by the Honourable Member for Curtin be agreed to, and I call the member for Moncrieff.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today to speak on the Interactive Gambling Amendment Bill 2026, and I just wanted to thank the member for Nichols for his outstanding contribution to this debate earlier. He highlighted some very similar concerns that I have with Labor's bill as well. But I want to begin with something very simple, and this debate is not about telling responsible Australian adults how to spend their money. That's their choice. It's their freedom of choice. It's not about telling someone who enjoys a punt on the Melbourne Cup that they shouldn't have one. I indeed enjoy that myself. It's not about telling families who buy a lottery ticket on a Saturday that they are doing something wrong somehow. And it's certainly not about treating every Australian who places a bet as a problem gambler. Most Australians understand the difference between entertainment and addiction. And most Australians take responsibility for their own decisions, and I believe in that personal responsibility as a Liberal. But as the Shadow Minister for Youth, my greatest concern lies with, of course, our young people and particularly our children, because children don't get to make the same informed choices that adults do. They don't have the same understanding of risk. They don't have the financial independence or maturity to understand the consequences of addiction. And yet we're allowing gambling to become increasingly normalised in the environments where our children spend their time. Around 600,000 Australian teenagers under the age of 18 gamble each year. That's a big number, 600,000. It's not an abstract statistic. It's sons and daughters, it's young people sitting on the couch watching the footy with their families. And it's our responsibility to protect those young people. I want to share a story I was told, Deputy Speaker, in a meeting with the Salvation Army this week, who support those most vulnerable in our community. And it's the story of 17-year-old, let's call him Kyle, was living in a youth refuge when he opened up about his gambling addiction. He'd been gambling on a sports betting app since he got his first job at 14. Good on you, Kyle. He said, "I pay rent, I bet the rest, and get my mates to buy me food. But they know when I win, I'll pay them back." Doesn't leave much wriggle room, does it? Kyle's story really stayed with me because at 17 he should be thinking about schoolwork, his mates, his future, not how he's going to find enough money to keep on gambling. And what struck me most is that Kyle didn't start gambling when he turned 18 as an adult. No, he started when he was 14. And that's why this debate matters to me as the Shadow Minister for Youth. We can talk about billions of dollars in losses, advertising regulations and industry revenue, and all of those things matter, but behind every statistic is a person encountering harm. And sometimes that person is a child. And as young people growing up in a world where a gambling advertisement can appear on their phone, on social media, around sport, and increasingly alongside the entertainment they consume, we need to ask ourselves, what are we teaching our children about gambling? Because if every time a child watches a sporting match, they see gambling promoted, if they hear odds discussed at casually as the score, and if they see betting presented as part of the excitement of sport, we shouldn't be surprised when gambling starts to feel normal to them. Gambling harm is not normal. Sport should be an opportunity to bring families and communities together. Sports delivers opportunities. It should not be a vehicle for marketing gambling products to children. And that's why I have serious concerns about this bill in its current form. The Coalition has three fundamental principles when it comes to gambling reform. First, Australians should have, of course, choice. Choice that a democracy delivers. Second, adults should take responsibility for their decisions and their actions. And that is not easy when you're being harmed by gambling. And third, government has an obligation to protect vulnerable Australians, particularly children, from exploitation and harm. And those principles are not contradictory. In fact, I believe they are common sense. We should be able to strike a balance. we can respect the freedom of responsible adults while recognising that children should be protected. We don't expect a 10-year-old to understand the risks associated with every financial product. We don't expect a teenager to have the same capacity for judgment as, say, a 40-year-old. And we shouldn't expect children to navigate an increasingly sophisticated gambling industry on their own. The industry has enormous resources. It has sophisticated data. It has sophisticated marketing. It understands consumer behaviour. And some operators have demonstrated just how targeted that marketing can become. The evidence heard by the Senate inquiry last week should concern every member of this parliament. Former NRL player Luke Bateman gave damning evidence about his experience with VIP account managers, including claims that he was targeted with bonus bets, drugs and other inducements. That testimony should make us all stop and think. Because if sophisticated adults can be targeted and manipulated in this way, what chance does a vulnerable young person or a child have? The advertising provisions are simply not good enough. One of my biggest concerns with this bill is that it does not go far enough to protect children from gambling advertising. On its face, the bill would permit up to 3 gambling advertisements per hour during children's television. 3 gambling advertisements per hour. I struggle to understand how that can possibly be described as putting children's welfare first. We know advertising works. Businesses don't spend billions of dollars on advertising because it has no influence on behaviour. And when children repeatedly see gambling associated with sport, excitement, success and social activity, it contributes to the normalisation of gambling. We need to be particularly careful about the message we are sending to young people who are already surrounded by digital advertising. A teenager can sit down to watch a game. They can pick up their phone during the game. They can open up social media, watch a sporting highlight, or go onto a streaming platform. And everywhere they turn, they can encounter gambling. That's the environment today's young Australians are growing up in. And government needs to recognise that reality. The government proposes to weaken elements of the gambling advertisement restrictions introduced by the former coalition government. In 2018, the coalition introduced the broadcast and online ban on gambling advertisements during live sport, including the 5-minute blackout before and after live sport between 5 a.m. and 8:30 p.m. That was an important reform. Yet this bill would allow digital platforms to show gambling advertisements during scheduled and unscheduled breaks in live sport, subject to the proposed triple lock opt-out. For live sport streamed online, gambling advertisements could appear during breaks in play. That means a child watching a game online could potentially see a gambling advertisement immediately after a goal. The 5-minute blackout before and after live sport has also been removed for online streaming. And so we need to ask, why are we weakening protections when we should be, in fact, strengthening them? The Prime Minister has repeatedly suggested that this government is introducing a ban on gambling advertising during live sport. But the reality is that the coalition government introduced that ban 8 years ago. Australians deserve honesty about what this legislation actually does. None of this is to suggest that gambling is inherently wrong. It's not. Millions of Australians participate in legal forms of gambling, we know that. But we cannot ignore the harm experienced by some Australians and their family. Australians lost approximately $32.2 billion to legal gambling in 2023-24. Those are among the highest per capita gambling losses in the world. And the consequences aren't just financial. Gambling addiction can contribute to psychological distress. It can cause relationship breakdowns. It can cause or contribute to financial hardship. It can affect people's ability, indeed, to work. And families often carry the consequences alongside the person experiencing their addiction. A parent who can't pay the mortgage, a family struggling to pay the bills, a relationship under enormous strain. Children who don't understand why there isn't enough money for the things their friends take for granted. These are the human consequences behind the numbers, and that's why this parliament has a responsibility to get the balance right. At the same time, I want to make something very clear. We cannot pretend that the gambling and wagering industries don't matter to Australia. They do. The gambling sector directly employs around 33,000 Australians. Gambling-specific taxes generate more than $10 billion for governments around Australia, which contribute to critical infrastructure projects and programs. And the racing industry is particularly important to regional communities. Thoroughbred racing contributes more than $13 billion in economic activity and supports more than 100,000 jobs. More than half of those jobs are in regional Australia. So when we talk about gambling reform, we need to be responsible in our approach. Good regulation should target harm without creating unnecessary harm of its own. That means listening to the community. It means listening to families, to experts, to industry, and carefully considering the evidence before making changes that affect thousands of businesses, workers and community. And that's the track record of the Coalition. When we were in government, we delivered some of the most significant gambling harm minimisation measures in Australia's history. We introduced the broadcast and online ban on gambling advertising during live sport. We legislated BetStop, the National Self-Exclusion Register, to help people who need support to take a break from gambling. And we prohibited betting companies from offering sign-up inducements under the National Consumer Protection Framework. These were meaningful reforms, and they were designed to reduce harm while preserving choice for responsible adults. That is the balance we should be seeking today. What is particularly disappointing about this bill is the time the government has had to get it right. The Murphy Inquiry handed out its report in June 2023, and it contained 31 recommendations covering gambling regulation, consumer protections, advertising, research and harm minimisation. Australians have waited more than 3 years for the government's legislative response. And when that response finally came, it was released on Budget Day, when journalists were in budget lockup. And that is hardly the kind of open and transparent consultations Australians should expect for legislation of this significance. The government then opposed the current Senate inquiry into this bill. But ultimately, for me, this debate comes back to the young Australians that we all represent in this place. I think about the young people who are growing up surrounded by technology. They're exposed to more advertising and more commercial influences than any previous generation. And we have a responsibility to make sure that the things we allow into that environment are indeed appropriate. There are many things that aren't. Our children should be able to watch sport without being sold a bet. They should be able to enjoy their favourite team without being told what the odds are. They should be able to watch a game without gambling being presented as an essential part of the experience. Because the normalisation of gambling doesn't happen overnight, it happens gradually. A bet here, an ad there, an odds promotion during a game, a bonus bet. And before long, something that should be treated as an adult activity becomes just another part of growing up. That's what concerns me. So let me be clear about where the Coalition stands. We support reducing gambling harm. We support protecting vulnerable Australians. We support protecting children. We support evidence-based reform. And we support responsible adults having the freedom to make their own responsible choices. After 3 years of delay, deflection and deception over gambling reform, the Albanese government's failings on this bill are inexcusable. Australians can be assured we won't be supporting this deficient legislation in its current form. That said, we appreciate that the government is engaging with the opposition in good faith to strengthen this bill, and those negotiations, of course, are ongoing. There have been a range of negotiations between the Prime Minister and the Leader of the Opposition, as well as between the Communications Minister and the Shadow Minister for Communications and Digital Safety. So while this second reading debate is now underway, potential amendments to this bill are still being worked through. These will then return to our party room to be considered and to be finalised. We need stronger protections around gambling advertising. We need to address gambling inducements that target vulnerable people. And we need to make sure that existing protections are not quietly weakened through changes to online gambling advertising. Because this isn't about stopping a responsible Australian from having a punt. It's about making sure that a child doesn't grow up believing that gambling is simply part of watching sport. It's about making sure that vulnerable Australians aren't deliberately targeted by sophisticated marketing. And it's about making sure that families don't have to pick up the pieces when gambling does become an addiction. It's about recognising that while adults can make choices for themselves, children depend on us to make responsible choices for them. And as the Shadow Minister for Youth, that is the responsibility I take most seriously. We owe our children an environment where they can grow up, play sport, watch sport and enjoy life without gambling being marketed to them at every turn. Thank you, Deputy.
Thank you very much. I call the member for Parkes.
Thank you, Deputy Chair, and I rise to speak to this bill. Well, Deputy Speaker, we know Australians are amongst the biggest gamblers in the world. They like to have a go, they like to take a chance, and they love to see the long shot come from behind and in front of others despite all odds. But there is a difference between having a couple of dollars on the Melbourne Cup and an addiction that leads to people losing their jobs, their homes and their families. There are people who can safely have a bet every now and then there are those people that cannot put the brakes on, who fall into addiction. And the technology has made it easier and easier for us to lose everything. In my maiden speech, when I was elected to Parliament as the member for Parkes, I spoke about the strengths and the forbearance of my stepfather. My stepfather was a hard-working, loosened farmer who put in long hours to support the family, and that became his own. He provided financially for us, but it was never enough. It would have been enough if it weren't for the gambling addiction of my mother. The extent of this addiction only became fully known to us in the family when she began to show signs of dementia at age 74. It was the only thing that stopped her addiction. My mother's story is not only her story, it's my stepfather's story, it's my story, it's my sister's story, it's all of our family's story and our friend's story. Her gambling addiction led to other stresses and sorrows in our family. Her violence towards my stepfather and all of the pain that went with that. One disease led to another. There were financial stresses and emotional stresses. It impacted on every part of growing up and has left the scars that will remain with all of us forever. This is the case for almost all Australians who are addicted to gambling. It would be a rare case for someone to suffer this addiction without it becoming a problem from all of those within their life. My mother found a way to gamble whenever she could, whether it was the pokies or it was the horses, and when she became less mobile in her elderly years, it was phone accounts. Today, you don't have to go down to the TAB or to the pokies to hand over your pay packet. You can do it online in the comfort of your own home. You can do it secretly, unaware, or unwilling to acknowledge the damage it's doing to yourself or to your family. You can gamble all day, every day, spending every last dollar and then some. Gambling is accessible everywhere in thousands of different forms right across Australia. The lure of a better bet or just forgetting your own life for a while is just too great for some of those who can't see it any other way. In the end, not only are Australians the biggest gamblers, they are also the biggest losers. The St Vincent de Paul Society's submission on this bill stated Australians lose $36 billion on gambling in the last 12 months to March 2026. That's $1,635 per adult. Instead of going into the budget for the rising power bills, for the mortgage payment, for the food, the fuel, the school fees, this money is being fed into pokies. It's been spent on scratchies and keno, betting on horses and dogs and just about any other kind of sport, and straight off the credit card into online gambling. Giving away money through gambling has unfortunately been normalised right throughout our country. This is despite the sad and terrible stories of so many ordinary people. Some of those stories we hear at last week's Senate inquiry. Clubs and pubs have always held a place in regional communities as employers, as supporters of our community and contributors to our economy. About 33,000 Australian workers in the gambling sector, or Australians work in the gambling sector, and it contributes billions of dollars in wages and economic activity. Gambling-specific taxes add more than $10 billion into government budget to go towards essential services. Horse racing is not only an Australian tradition, but it contributes more than $13 billion in economic activity. More than half of the 100,000 jobs in the industry are in regional areas. Charities, non-for-profit organisations and community programs benefit from gambling revenue. There remains a place for clubs and pubs, there's no doubt about that. There remains a place for horse racing and for sponsorship and for responsible betting in Australia. It is the insidious practices in this sector that are the darkest part. The inducements held to those who can least afford them, to those who already are in serious trouble. Those practices tell people with an addiction to go on, to have another bet. This one will pay for the rest, and ask them, what harm could it do? We have heard over and over again the harm it can do, and it is considerable harm. The hearings also heard of inducements such as illegal drugs, hotel rooms, sex workers, games, tickets to keep people gambling. In whose world is this acceptable? Gambling companies are targeting those who have tried to get out of gambling and close their accounts, luring them back into addiction. How is this justifiable? They are offering free bets just to keep gamblers coming back and coming back and coming back again. People have turned to fraud, to stealing from family members and to hurting those around them just to put on the next bet. We need to take action against these inducements, these evil words whispered in the ears of those who are already on their knees. Why do we need gambling ads during children's television? Why do we need to open the way for more gambling ads during online streaming or live sports? Why do we need businesses personally targeting those who are vulnerable, like my mother? There are people throughout every town, in every community who are impacted, and the true cost could be hidden for months or even years. The damage can be felt for generations. I know in this place we often disagree, but I also know that everyone here today in this federal parliament wants to make a positive difference on the lives of those who are suffering this terrible addiction. All of us would like no more people within Australia or their families to go through the damaging effects of gambling. I know that this is something we do not want for the future generations. I know my children and my grandchildren, I want them to know the difference between having a flutter on the Melbourne Cup and handing over your family's hard-earned savings to gambling. I want my grandchildren to grow up in a safer environment. We need stronger measures to ensure we help protect young people from becoming addicted to gambling. There has been too much delay. It has allowed people to slip through the cracks. It has allowed families to go without and to face the fallout of a family member who has a serious addiction. I'm sure you've heard all about it, but it cannot be said enough. Our approach as a coalition is based on three fundamental principles. First, we are a free and fun-loving country and Australians deserve choice. Second, adults must be responsible for their own actions and their own decisions. And third, we as leaders in government have a real obligation to protect those who are vulnerable, particularly children, from exploitation and harm. These are principles that can do work seamlessly together in many other areas. Australians are good people, strong, innovative, family people, enterprising people, but like any people around the world, there are people who are particularly vulnerable. We cannot throw the doors open to those who would take advantage of them. They are taking advantage of not only the vulnerable, but the families of those who love them. There is a way to walk the line between protecting the vulnerable and the freedoms of all Australians, but it is not the way you see before you in this legislation. It goes further, but it does not go far enough. While I support tougher measures, this legislation is a missed opportunity to go further and to get it right. Deputy Speaker, I know from experience how deep the cut of gambling addiction can be. I feel very strongly we should be sparing others from this pain. Gambling causes immeasurable harm, a harm that can never be conveyed in dollars. It is important to see this important concern on the table. It is a pity that in future years this legislation will mean it needs to be brought back again and again to be further improved.
Thank you. I call the member for Fowler.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. A constituent of mine from Villawood just said this to us recently. I don't want my community, and especially our kids, growing up thinking gambling and sports are inseparable. He's a father. He coaches his son's junior side on Saturday mornings. He is not an activist. He has never lobbied a politician in his life, and he came to see me about something else entirely. But he needed to tell us that. He was asking for his son to be able to watch a game of football without being taught and ad by ad that betting is simply part of it. I myself has had loved ones who've been impacted by gambling, as I'm sure many members of this House have heard, as well many members of the House have shared stories from their own experience as well as from their constituents. My proposition today is a simple one. Australians should be able to watch the footy, use their phones, or sit with their children in a lounge room without being relentlessly targeted by gambling advertising. Betting companies should not follow people from the television screen to their phones, from the live commentary to their social feeds and into their text messages. And our children should not grow up recognising betting logos as easily as they recognise the jersey of their favourite team. Let me put some of the numbers to what this looked like in my electorate. Fowler has long been the epicentre of gambling harm in this country. The profits flow to the wagering industry. The damage stays on the doorstep. For years, the Fairfield local government area, at the heart of my electorate, has ranked among the worst in New South Wales for gambling losses. The latest club gaming report, covering the 3 months from December 2025 to February 2026, shows Fairfield was the single highest losing local government area in the entire state. In 90 days, my community lost $131 million on gaming machines in clubs alone. That is more than $1 million leaving the pockets of local families every single day. Broken down further, it is roughly $60,000 an hour, close to what a typical household in my electorate earns in an entire year, gone in 60 minutes. Across the whole of 2025, total losses on gaming machines in Fairfield exceeded $720 million. And in neighbouring Liverpool, which my electorate also takes in, losses have risen 17.5% in a single year, not levelling, not declining, accelerating. None of those figures include online sports betting. They do not include betting apps, racing, or lotteries. When you add those, the drain on the families of Fowler is difficult to comprehend. I understand gambling machines are regulated by states, not by this Parliament, but it's important to know the figures, the numbers, which tells you the ground on which this bill lands. In multicultural, hard-working communities like mine, gambling harm is deeply entrenched. We cannot then allow online wagering platforms to exploit the same vulnerability by turning every smartphone into a portable casino. This Parliament has a duty to act where it does hold the power. And I'm not here to attack our clubs. In southwest Sydney, our clubs are not simply gaming rooms. They are where families hold funerals and weddings. They are where a pensioner can get a meal that she can actually afford. They are where our kids play sports, where community language groups meet, where new arrivals find their footing. Many of the people I represent are employed there. So I will not stand in this place and pretend that that is nothing. I know that my community I know where they choose to spend their Friday nights, evening and their weekends with their families, and where they can go to eat cheap meals. But I will not also pretend that $1 million a day is the price of a community meal. But of those things, both of those things are true at once, and the people I represent are perfectly capable of holding both. The national picture is stark. Australians lost approximately $32.2 billion on legal gambling in the 2023-2024 financial year. $32.2 billion. We have the highest gambling losses per person of any country in the world. Adults in this country lose an average of more than $1,500 every year to gambling, and total losses have risen 26% since 2018-2019. 1 million Australians either experience severe gambling harm themselves or live with someone who does. Many more lost more than they can afford. Australia has taken a lax approach for decades, and the consequences are plain. Per capita losses have grown almost every year since national reporting began in 1975. This is not about advertising being annoying. Gambling advertising exposes Australians, including children, to a product that causes serious harm with very little corresponding social benefit. It normalises gambling from an early age. It teaches children that betting is part of sport, rather than a commercial product engineered to extract money from their families. The Grattan Institute and public health experts have made the point that gambling products are uniquely addictive, and I think we've heard often in this House and many members about how those products are designed to make it very addictive, which is why we must move past the idea that this is solely a matter of individual responsibility. The traditional responsible gambling framing places the entire burden on one person, while ignoring the extraordinary imbalance between a single consumer and a multi-billion-dollar industry armed with data, algorithms, and marketing. We learned this lesson with tobacco. We did not ask individuals to resist cigarette advertising through willpower. We recognised the risk and we restricted the marketing. That brings me to this bill before us. I acknowledge the government's intention to begin addressing this, but this bill falls short of what is required. In 2023, the Murphy Report, You Win Some, You Lose More, gave this Parliament a clear roadmap. That bipartisan inquiry produced 31 practical evidence-based recommendations. The bill before us adopts only 3 of them, just 3 out of 31. First, the advertising cap. 3 ads per hour between 6 a.m. and 8:30 p.m. still allows very significant exposure, because that is peak time. 3 ads every hour all day means children continue to see betting woven into ordinary sports viewing, and it leaves peak evening viewing unaddressed. We should be honest about what happens when we leave loopholes. Previous restrictions during live sport did not end at saturation. Companies simply found other routes to the same audience. A partial ban risks pushing advertising into direct marketing, inducements, social media, streaming, and targeted messages aimed at people already in trouble. That is why Murphy did not recommend a cap. It recommended a comprehensive ban across broadcast and online media phased in over 3 years. A phased approach gives broadcasters and sporting codes time to replace that revenue as they have adapted before. Sports will survive without gambling ads. Families in Fowler have already waited long enough. Second, the racing exemption. By excluding horse, harness and greyhound racing from the definition of a sporting event, a substantial share of gambling advertising remains untouched, despite racing being a major source of harm. Third, the timeline on stadium and uniform branding. Allowing those arrangements until late 2031 means another 5 years of children seeing betting logos on the teams they love. 5 more years is a childhood will be still exposed to that. Fourth, age verification, asking platforms to take reasonable steps while prohibiting high-integrity methods such as government ID makes it harder, not easier, to keep young people out. There is a fifth gap, and I do not believe anyone else in this debate will raise it. In communities like mine, gambling harms carries a heavy stigma. Families deal with financial ruin in silence. People fear judgment. They hide losses from their partners, their families and loved ones. They tell themselves one more bet will fix it. By the time anyone asks for help, the damage is done. Now add this to it. In Fowler, more than 3/4 of people speak a language other than English at home. Our gambling help services, our self-exclusion register, our awareness campaigns, they're built in English for English speakers. A Vietnamese Australian grandmother, an Assyrian Australian father or grandfather, a Khmer Australian in Cabramatta, Canley Vale or Liverpool cannot ask help in a language nobody offers in it. No, not one line in this bill addresses that, and it should. There's one more thing we can do. We do not count. There's not a single published figure for what my electorate losses in online wagering, not by council, not by state, not by this parliament. We meticulously count every dollar lost on machines. The online industry we do not measure at all. We cannot properly regulate what we refuse to count. Alongside many on the crossbench, I believe this parliament should aim at the full version of the Murphy report. 1, a phased comprehensive ban on gambling advertising across all platforms. 2, direct action on inducements, the bonus bets, the deposit matches that exist for one purpose, which is to keep people chasing losses. Not merely the VIP perks that reach the few, but the everyday offers that reach the many. 3, a strong national pre-commitment framework for online wagering with enforceable maximum loss limits. Pre-commitment means a person decides before they gamble what they can afford to lose, and the system holds them to it. It must be a genuine safeguard, not a box-ticking exercise where someone nominates a limit nobody could ever reach. 4, help services, self-exclusion tools and awareness campaigns delivered in languages our communities actually speak. And while machines remain a state responsibility, the Commonwealth has a clear duty to bring states together and pursue national consistent mandatory pre-commitment. Communities like Fowler cannot afford governments passing responsibility back and forth while hundreds of millions of dollars disappear. Deputy Speaker, television network and sporting codes can adapt. They have adapted before and they will again. The families in my electorate have less room to adapt. Median personal income in Fowler is about $520 a week. 46% of renting households are in rental stress. This is money that was meant for groceries, for school, shoes, for a bond. The question is simply this: can families in Fairfield, Liverpool and across Australia afford another quarter of losses like the last one without stronger protections in place? I acknowledge the work of my crossbench colleagues in this House and in the Senate who have pursued these reforms with clarity and persistence. I will support every amendment that makes this bill stronger because my community cannot afford another decade of incrementalism. But I want to be honest with the people I represent about what this bill will and will not do. It will take some advertisements off some screens. It would not take millions of dollars a day out of Fairfield. They deserve to be told that plainly. I want to come back to that father in Villawood. He was not asking for much, only that his son can watch a game without being sold something every time he does. That is not a lot to ask. This parliament should be able to deliver it. So if people, I just want a message, if gambling is affecting you or someone that you love, please call the National Gambling Helpline. The number is 1-800-858-858. It's free, it's confidential, it's 24 hours a day with interpreters available. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
The question is that the amendment moved by the Honourable Member for Ryan to the amendment moved by the Honourable Member for Curtin be agreed to, and I call the member for Wannon.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. And I've got to start today by saying that I like a punt. I like a bet. I like having a beer with my mates and having a bet. I also have a stake in a couple of horses. And I love horse racing. I love the horse racing industry. I think there is no better sight in Australia than the Grand Annual Steeplechase being run, and you have 14,000 people there at the venue. It's the largest crowd you will get outside of a metropolitan race meeting, the Melbourne Cup or the Carnival in Sydney, and they're all standing up on the hill watching horses do what they've done for over 100 years. As a matter of fact, the Grand Annual Steeplechase will be run for the 150th time, next year. But it's not just events like that, it's the Dunkeld Cup where you get young people who've finished school all going there. And once again, you'll get 8 to 10,000 in a beautiful set in Mount Sturgeon in the backdrop, and just having fun and enjoying themselves. You go to Coleraine, you go to Casterton, these are wonderful racetracks which have wonderful race meetings. You can go to Hamilton and watch the horses trials, and you get a sense of the people that are employed in the horse racing industry. You see the jockeys, the trainers, and everyone else, the strappers who love and care for the horses like there is no tomorrow. It just gives you a sense of people getting up early, working hard and doing something that they love. And I can go right around my electorate and you see things like this. You know, it can be the Warrnambool Dogs, the wonderful meeting they have during the Warrnambool Racing Carnival. You can go to Hamilton for the harness racing. They do a fantastic job, and people come from South West Victoria, they come from South Australia to bring their horses to participate. Terang, another great meeting. Mortlake, another great meeting. I'm going to leave parts of my electorate out. Ararat has both harness and great thoroughbred racing, and people come and participate. The Ararat Cup is fantastic, the same in Colac. Right throughout my electorate, this is an industry which is creating jobs and gives passion to people who are involved in it in a way that's very, very hard to capture. And what we have to do is to make sure that the ability for people to race is always there, because it's something that we've always done. And if you try and take it away, it won't work. Prohibition won't work. What you have to do, like you have to do with all things when you are being responsible in government, is make sure you get the balance right. And for me, with these gambling reforms, getting the balance right is absolutely crucial, because we don't want to impact and hurt an industry which provides thousands and thousands of jobs in regional and rural Australia and in urban Australia. We do not want to hurt that while we deal with something which we need to deal with, and that is gambling advertising and the change which is occurring in society in the way that gambling advertising is working, so that we protect children and we protect people who are vulnerable, very vulnerable, to being exploited. And getting the balance right is exactly what I think the government and the opposition want to do. We want to make sure that there are sensible changes which go to address keeping harmful advertising away from children and making sure those who have identified themselves as having a problem when it comes to gambling, that we can do what we can in the best way that we can to protect them, while not impacting on those who like to have a bet, or impacting on those industries which provide such enjoyment, but in particular provide much needed employment, which generates incomes, which puts roofs on homes, which puts roofs over people so that they can bring up families and they can participate in the community. And that is what we need to see in this bill. Now, I think we're all in agreement. I think those on the government side and us on the opposition side, that the first attempt made by government probably doesn't get the balance right. And there's been some very sensible suggestions as to how we can change it and get the balance right. And I must say, you know, I think this place works well when you're dealing with issues like this, where there is a lot of passion on both sides. And I understand while there is a lot of passion on both sides. You know, I have had a family member who got in a lot of trouble because of their gambling. And if it wasn't for a brother stepping in and helping and supporting them, they would have got in very, very serious trouble. And my uncle was able to help my other uncle to basically straighten himself up and to stop the harm that he was causing himself. And, you know, that is critically important, that we provide avenues and mechanisms to help those who do need helping. And that is what I think we're seeking to do. But we're trying and should be trying to do it in a way where we don't take away the individual right of an adult to be able to spend their money how they see fit. And if they get enjoyment on putting $25 on a horse here, or $25 on a pacer there, or $25 on a greyhound there, they should be able to do it. And if they're offered money back for running second or third, they should be able to take that up. I mean, I've got to say, I like the fact when I have a bet, if the horse finishes second, I get my money back. I can't see what's wrong with that. You know, that's a good offer, which I'm happy to take up. And, you know, as I will say here quite publicly, you know, sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. And the way it works, more often than not, you know, the bookies set the odds, so they're trying to make sure they're the ones that win. But sometimes they'll offer you odds, or they might offer you money back for running second and third, where the odds are put more in your favour. And that ultimately should be a choice that you have to make. So, Deputy Speaker, I think if, as a House and as a Senate and as a Parliament as a whole, we sit down and we work this through, I think we can get the balance right. And what I see is getting the balance right is making sure that we address the issue when it comes to children and their exposure to advertising when it comes to gambling, and we do that in the best way we possibly can. We make sure we look after those who are vulnerable, those who can be exploited. We have to make sure we're dealing with them. But we also have to make sure that we're not forcing gambling offshore. We're not forcing gambling towards organised crime, because that helps no one. We've got to make sure that we continue to have legalised gambling happening here in a way which benefits the industries which provide really important jobs and really important occasions for society. And in particular, if we get this balance right, it will mean in my electorate that Terang, Hamilton, Coleraine, Casterton will still be able to offer race meetings where the community comes together and enjoys themselves. And I'll end on this point, Deputy Speaker. If you want to see a community enjoy itself, then for the 150th running of the Grand Annual Steeplechase in Warrnambool next year, make sure you get down and participate and see the spectacle for what it is. You can come, you can have a bet, you can have a drink. You can come, you don't have to have a bet. You don't have to have a drink. It's your choice. But you can come and watch an event which brings the community together, brings thorough enjoyment to everyone who's involved, whether it be the trainers, whether it be the jockeys, whether it be the strappers, whether it be everyone else involved in the industry itself, or the community, who like nothing better than coming together and enjoying themselves and having fun.
The question is that the amendment moved by the honourable member for Ryan to the amendment moved by the honourable member for Curtin be agreed to. I call the member for Cowper.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Well, Deputy Speaker, I'm pleased to rise to speak to the Interactive Gambling Amendment Bill. And I do so as the former chair of the committee that put forward what is known as the Murphy Report. And I'm glad to be speaking last, Deputy Speaker, because I've listened to many of the contributions to this bill. And it would seem that there is a broad misunderstanding of the role of the committee. The role of the committee wasn't to ban gambling. It wasn't to restrict choice for punters to go out and do just that, have a punt. It wasn't to cripple the gambling industry that creates over 30,000 jobs a year. It was to stop the predatory practices by online wagering services that cause so much devastation throughout our communities. And that seems to be forgotten. The predatory practices by the online wagering services which have gone on for so long. And Deputy Speaker, if I go through the history, we're going back to late 2022 when this committee started. And the report wasn't published until mid-2023. And the late Peter Murphy, who was not only a highly intelligent lawyer, but a fierce parliamentarian, was extremely passionate about this committee. And during the inquiry, we heard from two different groups. One was those affected, or were those affected. And two were those who inflicted. Witness after witness came into this place and spoke of loved ones, family members who were targeted by predatory online wagering services. Some of them survived, Deputy Speaker. Some of them didn't. And we heard evidence from a family member who had to cut down her brother from a tree because he was targeted, even though he had tried and tried and tried to get away from these practices of online wagering services. And there are other people whose family members didn't survive because of the debt and the shame of what they went through. Now, I accept we can't protect everybody from themselves, but what we can do as a parliament is stop this type of behaviour from those who inflict it. And those online wagering services gave evidence, in my view, simply diminished or demeaned the situation. Placated the committee by saying we will work with you, but have since done nothing but lobby both sides to weaken the legislation. And they continue to do that to today. Deputy Speaker, everyone in this place is on a committee. I ask, what's the point? What is the point of being on a committee that delivers 31 recommendations unanimously, no dissenting reports, to the government to say, this is what we have considered? This comes from evidence from people who have been affected. This comes from the intelligence of every single member sitting in this place on that committee, and we say this is what should be implemented. Just to be discarded. Well, we're not going to take that into account. What's the point? What's the point of having elected representatives come into this place and sit on committees and make recommendations? And those recommendations don't just come from us, they come from our constituents. Why are we here? Labor sits over there and lauds Peter Murphy, and so they should. She was a wonderful woman, a great parliamentarian. Will step up and make it not the Murphy recommendations or the Murphy report, but the Murphy reform. Implement those 31. That won't make gambling fall off the face of the earth. That's rubbish. It's just like when they said if you cut advertising for smoking. Smoking rates have never been higher, but you can thank the Labor government for that. That's a different issue. The racing industry won't be affected. The gambling industry won't be affected. Those working won't be affected. Gambling won't go overseas. Nothing will change except we will be providing those barriers for predatory practices on vulnerable people. Step up, Labor. Step up and implement those. Because Peter worked hard, we all worked hard on those recommendations, and we listened. They're not just stories. These are people. These are real people who will suffer for the rest of their lives because of those practices. This bill does nothing. In fact, it waters down the 2018 position of the Coalition. There is no point to this bill. It won't protect anyone. It won't stop the inducements and the predatory practices that we have seen. I don't care if you gamble. I gamble. But gambling harm does not discriminate. As a lawyer, I acted for a young man who was another lawyer, highly intelligent, stole a great deal of money from his employer, from the trust account. He knew eventually, once that trust account was audited, he would be found out. He knew that. He was smart, but he couldn't stop. And he was being targeted by these online wagering services, given inducements, money. We can't just say, well, you know, that's okay, it's up to an individual. We have a responsibility, and the responsibility lies in those 31 recommendations. And, Deputy Speaker, they should be implemented, at least for the memory of Peter Murphy. Thank you.
The question is that the amendment moved by the honourable member for Ryan to the amendment moved by the honourable member for Curtin be agreed to, and I call the Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I thank members for their contributions to the debate on the Interactive Gambling Amendment Gambling Reform Bill 2026 and the National Self-Exclusion Register Cost Recovery Levy Amendment Bill 2026. The Government will not support the member for Ryan or the member for Curtin's second reading amendments as they do not deal with the substance of these bills. Thank you to my colleagues in the Labor caucus who have engaged sincerely and constructively on this important issue. I also want to thank the Labor rank and file members who built the Australian Labor Party platform and now rightfully recognise that reducing gambling harm is a priority of our party. Great things happen when lots of small things are brought together. I also acknowledge the work of the Senate Environment and Communications Legislation Committee in considering these bills and the members of the community, particularly the harm reduction advocates and the survivors of gambling harm, who gave evidence and gave much of themselves in coming to this place at the recent inquiry. As we have heard through the debate, for many Australians, gambling harm is not an abstract policy problem eased by parliamentary debate. It is a parent worried about their child absorbing and what their child is absorbing while watching sport. It is a friend trying to take that courageous first step away from secret gambling. It is a family dealing with the consequences when gambling stops being entertainment and starts becoming harm. Mr. Deputy Speaker, what we have before us is a significant and meaningful suite of reforms that will do more than any other Australian government has to protect children, families and communities from gambling harms. These reforms will minimise children's exposure to wagering advertising while reducing the overall saturation of advertising on television and radio and the targeting and saturation of advertising online. The bill also contains provisions to disrupt illegal gambling operators and to crack down on online lottery products. The bill also strengthens BetStop, the National Self-Exclusion Register, so it can better support Australians at risk of gambling harm. The Cost Recovery Levy Bill enables the costs of a comprehensive national awareness campaign to be recovered from industry, ensuring more Australians know about BetStop and can access it when they need to, with no cost to taxpayers. Together, these reforms represent the strongest action to date on online gambling harm. The measures will commence from 1 January 2027, and we have consulted broadly with stakeholders to ensure effective implementation. The Australian Communications and Media Authority will be empowered with a range of strong and proportionate penalties to deter non-compliance with the new rules and act faster against illegal operators. ACMA has also been provided with additional resourcing to strengthen BetStop compliance and enforcement and to support more awareness raising and system improvements. It is clear from this debate that the Parliament has strong views on the prevalence of gambling advertising, along with the use of inducements by wagering service providers to target vulnerable customers. I remain committed to working constructively across the Parliament on sensible additions to strengthen this bill further. We want to see it passed, so see you next week for amendments.
In accordance with the resolution agreed on 12 August 2026, the debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made an order of the day for the next sitting. I call the Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move that Order of the Day number 3, government business, be called on immediately.
I'll put that question immediately. All those in favour say aye. Aye. All those against? I think the ayes have it. I call the clerk for the next order of business.
Government business, Order of the Day number 3, Universities Accord, Opening the Doors of Opportunity Bill 2026, resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for...
Starts with a B, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Barker.
Thank you. Mr Deputy Speaker, I wish to draw your attention to the state of the House.
Sorry. Is quorum required? Yes, ring the bells. 4 minutes. Sorry. Quorum has been reached. Thank you, members. And I call the member for Leichhardt.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise to speak on the Universities Accord, Opening the Doors of Opportunity Bill 2026. This bill is a lot of things. A better future for our universities, more opportunity for our uni students, better outcomes for Australia. But it's important to remember that these laws are part of a much larger body of work. In February 2024, the government released the final report of the Australian Universities Accord. It's a blueprint for higher education reform over the next decade and the decade after that. Over these next few decades, the University Accord says that we will need to increase the number of people in the workforce with a certificate or a diploma or a degree to about 80%. That means more people at TAFE, it means more people at university. So we need to take action now to make sure our tertiary education system is set up to deliver the skills that the future of Australia requires. The Albanese government has implemented more than 30 of the Accord's 47 recommendations in full or in part. This includes things like making HECS fairer with a 20% reduction and changing the way the marginal threshold repayment is made, paid prac for the first time, doubling the number of university and study hubs, and all these things are great, but they're all very abstract when they're read out. I grew up in a town where the options were basically you go work on the rigs or you go away for university. And that was kind of it. A lot of guys did the rigs, a few guys did universities. One of my mates, he became the first person from his family to go to university. And now he's a CEO of a company in Perth. It's a long way from Sale. But when we were in year 12, back in the late 90s, where I've just aged myself, his mother was having a conversation with my mother. My family, all tertiary educated. What she didn't know, how was he going to get to school? What was it going to be like? What were his opportunities going to be? What did this mean for her and her family? And she didn't care, because whatever it was going to take, she was going to get her eldest son to university. And he got there and he excelled. And his children will go, and so on and so forth. And this is about providing opportunity, because sometimes in the regions, we don't always see the opportunity that is available in the cities, because we're further away, because of geography, because of a whole bunch of reasons. And that's why in the last few weeks there's been a lot of really exciting announcements up in the far north. The opening of the Yenny building from JCU. Cairns is lucky, we have not one but two world-class universities. But at JCU now, in Cairns, you can become a doctor from go to woe, right the way through. And we know this for sure, that if you train in the regions, you stay in the regions. This is a great outcome. On top of that, just last week, the sod was turned for the new CQU University campus in Cairns. This will be offering a plethora of allied health opportunities, medical imaging, OTs, speeches, pharmacies, all of the things that we're told every day are needed in the bush. People will come from Cairns, they'll fall in love with the far north, they will stay and they'll deliver health outcomes for the region. It's also doing engineering as well. The great thing about that though is no one has to leave. Everyone gets to stay. And that is an important part of the education process. I want my daughters in Cairns to believe that their future belongs in Cairns, that they can go to university in Cairns, that they'll stay and make the far north a better place. Speaking of openings in the far north, I was on Thursday Island very recently with Minister Giles. We visited the Thursday Island TAFE, which was opened just a couple of years ago. Really exciting, because it was doing a bit of health worker stuff, a bit of nursing stuff, but now you can get your diploma of nursing on Thursday Island right the way through. You can stay there and go straight into the hospital or one of the many health clinics that is on the 17 islands right across the Torres Strait and the Cape. And that's really important. For people in regional areas, particularly remote regional areas, travelling away is difficult. If you live in a place where there's no traffic lights and you move to Sydney for higher education, that's a bit of whiplash. I was in the Daintree a few weeks back and I had to go to Sydney for a committee hearing. It gave me whiplash. A lot of big shiny buildings, a lot of noise, a lot of traffic. For a young kid, 17, 18 years old, to have to try to cope with that, really hard. Leads to dropout rates, leads to people not completing what they've started. Bit of homesickness, it makes it harder. This investment, trying to get regional kids to be able to do the study at home, be it through the study centres, be it through TAFE, be it through university, is so important to give those opportunities where people are, to make sure that the people who get those opportunities stay in those areas, the places they belong. Because I'll give you a tip about country kids, Speaker, and I know you know this. Country kids want to be in the country. We don't like cities. It's not who we are. It's not what we're used to. You want wide open spaces. You navigate by the tree or the hill or the creek. You don't go by big silver building third on the left. They all look the same. So I'm excited to commend this bill. I'm excited about the future of regional education. I'm excited about fee-free TAFE and what that means. I'm excited about all those new nurses who've taken the opportunity with the paid prac and fee-free TAFE, who've taken mid-career breaks. I met a woman named Terry at the Cairns TAFE who, for a variety of reasons, she'd fallen into admin work. You know, life had taken her away from her dream as a child. And then with fee-free TAFE, she put her hand up in her 50s, she's an enrolled nurse now. She's walking the halls at Cairns Base Hospital as we speak, doing the things she wanted to do as a little girl. I have a litmus test for jobs, and that is if you can go to Kmart and you can buy a kid's outfit that's in a job, then that's a job that people are going to want to do going forwards. Carpentry, police, fire, nursing. These kids get to be who they want to be, what they wanted to be as a 4-year-old because of fee-free TAFE, because of university in the regions. And I think that a lot of people would love to go back to their 4-year-old selves, 5-year-old selves, and take them by the hand and go, look, we've done this. It might have been a circular route. It might have had a few speed bumps along the way. But because the government is investing in the education of regional people, now we are doing what we wanted to do as a young'un. And their parents will be proud. And it's just to see it in her face, to understand what that meant to her, to understand what it meant to her family, to know that because of paid prac she had that safety net. She didn't have to, sleep in the car as sometimes we hear, or live on those 2-minute noodles, actually get sustenance. She was still able to get her kids to school. All of the things it involves in her day-to-day life, this supported her to live out her best version of herself. And in her being the best version of herself, she improved the lives of countless far north Queenslanders, because she is going to work every single day excited. She's not going to burn out. She's not ever going to be, oh, I don't want to do this, because she waited 50 years to do it. A half century, a lifetime. But she got there in the end. And I couldn't be prouder to be part of a government that has provided that to her. It goes beyond the story of Terry. Minister Giles related the story of Ash, one of the first people who will be graduating from the Thursday Island TAFE as an enrolled nurse. And he can go back to Darnley and work in the health clinic there and be a part of his community and be a part of the change to make sure that those comorbidities that we're seeing so often in Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander communities are got on top of. Because we know that community wants to listen to community first and foremost. They don't want locums, they don't want people flying in, flying out. They do a great job, don't get me wrong. But when it's your own, telling you, helping you through, showing you in a way, guiding you in a way that you understand, that works with your culture, that works where you live, and that's not unique to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander communities, that's right across the gamut. People want to know from people like them, Country people want to hear from country people about what's right for them. That's what this bill does. It provides the regions with the workforce moving forwards that will allow us to thrive. We are the beating heart of Australia. We generate the food, we generate the energy, we generate the heart. The more workers that we have, the more education that we have, the better off Australia will be because of this. This bill opens so many doors. Your education and your health are everything. This is such a big, big part of this, and I commend this bill to the House.
I call the member for Lyon.
Mr Speaker, I seek leave to speak in continuation.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. I call the member for Lyon in continuation.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I thank the government as well for enabling me to continue the speech that I started here several weeks ago. For a young person growing up in Taree, Wingham, Gloucester, Dungog, Harrington, Tea Gardens, Bulladila, Fosterton, Curry, the Manning Valley, or one of the many hamlets spread across the Lyon electorate, pursuing a university degree has traditionally meant moving away from home, leaving family support networks behind, and taking on significant additional costs before they even begin their studies. This is my story too. I grew up in Hannonvale, attended school in Taree, and then had to move to Canberra to attend the Australian National University. That opportunity changed my life, but it came at a cost. And for too many regional families, those costs remain a barrier today. Research undertaken before the establishment of the Taree University's campus found that fewer than 18% of people in the Mid-North Coast region completed a university qualification. Many young people who left to study built careers elsewhere and never returned, contributing to workforce shortages in healthcare, education and other critical sectors. That challenge inspired local leaders to think differently. And that is where the story of the Taree University's campus begins. I want to acknowledge the work of the former member for Lyon, the Honourable Dr David Gillespie, who was instrumental in supporting the establishment of the Taree University's campus through the Regional University Centres program. Together with local community leaders, he recognised that if we wanted more regional Australians, more local people from the Manning Valley and Great Lakes area to participate in higher education, we needed to bring opportunity closer to home. Today, the Taree University's campus stands as one of the great regional education success stories in Australia. Its mission is simple: go further, closer to home. It provides local students with study spaces, technology, academic support and a community that helps them succeed while remaining connected to their families, workplaces and communities. The campus serves a region of around 94,500 people. It's not simply a study hub, it's a workplace development hub. Its model focuses on encouraging participation in higher education, supporting students through their studies and helping graduates move into local employment and careers. The success of TUC is also reflected in its broader community impact. TUC has a strong connection to local high schools in the area and holds a Career-Equip Careers Expo every year, which attracts over 1,800 students from across the Mid-Coast and features more than 70 exhibitors, including universities, TAFEs, government agencies and employers. That is exactly the kind of aspiration-building initiative regional Australia needs. I also want to acknowledge the broader higher education ecosystem serving our region. The University of New England has maintained a presence in Taree and has been educating regional Australians for generations. The University of Newcastle has a long and proud history in our region. Charles Sturt University's Port Macquarie campus is helping train the nurses our community needs. Central Queensland University is creating pathways into teaching, engineering, business and accounting. And UNSW continues to expand opportunities for students on the Mid-North Coast, including providing medical degrees in our region. These institutions understand a simple truth: talent is evenly distributed across Australia, opportunity is not. The Coalition recognises the success of the Taree University's campus model. That is why we committed $5.5 million towards the TUC campus expansion project. This funding did what few imagined: providing a permanent home for TUC in the old Greater Taree City Council chambers in Pulteney Street. That investment supports expanded teaching and learning facilities, has strengthened workforce development pathways and created additional opportunities for local students to study close to home. It's an investment in education. It's investment in our healthcare locally. It's an investment in regional skills and in an investment in closing the gap for local Biripi and Worimi peoples. And it was an investment in the future prosperity of the Manning Valley. Deputy Speaker, there is another issue that goes directly to the heart of educational opportunity in regional Australia. There is little point creating a university place if a student cannot afford to stay the course. And there is little point talking about widening participation if we ignore the financial realities facing students undertaking mandatory professional placements. In fact, this issue is one of the clearest examples of why regional voices matter in policy development. Several years ago, while I was attending O Week at Charles Sturt University in Port Macquarie, I spent time speaking directly with students about the challenges they faced. Again and again, allied health students raised a simple issue. It wasn't HECS, it wasn't about course fees or academic workload, it was about mandatory professional placements. Students told me they were expected to leave paid employment for weeks or months at a time in order to complete placement requirements. Many were travelling long distances. Many were paying for temporary accommodation but were still paying for rent at home. Many were losing income at precisely the point they needed it most. They described the impossible choice between earning a living and completing the practical training required to graduate. And those conversations stayed with me. They weren't complaints, they were just practical observations from students trying to build careers and professions that regional Australia desperately needs. Those discussions helped shape what is now Nationals policy. We took those conversations. I worked with the young Nationals. We developed a motion which is now part of our Nationals policy platform, and that is to support extending Commonwealth prac payments to allied health and veterinary students. We welcome the introduction of the Commonwealth prac payments nursing, teaching, midwifery and social work students, but we have been clear that the job is not finished, because placement poverty does not stop at nursing or teaching. A physiotherapy student faces the same loss of income. An occupational therapy student faces the same accommodation costs. A speech pathology student faces the same financial pressures. A psychology student faces the same challenge. A veterinary student travelling to complete rural placements faces the same reality, and we sure need those big animal vets in regional Australia. If we're serious about increasing participation in higher education and addressing workforce shortages, then Commonwealth prac payments should be extended to allied health and veterinary students. Now, I wrote that speech, that part of it, before the government made the announcement, and I thank the government for the commitment it made in July to extend to an additional 10 allied health disciplines. I've certainly been vocal in this chamber when there's been questions to the minister in question time. I hope you've heard me on the other side. I'm not going to claim that that's the result. You certainly heard me about the Taree Urgent Care Clinic. I'm waiting for that one. I'm waiting for that result, but we're getting something for allied health. But there is still further to go on this, but I do acknowledge the government's response on this issue, and I know that it will be welcome received by students at campuses in the line electorate. Opportunity is not simply about getting into university. Opportunity is about being able to finish, and that's why those prac payments are very important. This brings me to the legislation before the House, Deputy Speaker. The Coalition has not yet finalised its position on this bill and will refer it to a Senate committee for detailed examination. Our final position will be informed by the evidence received through that process. This bill makes significant structural changes to Australia's higher education system. At its core, it does 4 things. It allows the minister to determine the total pool of Commonwealth-supported places to be allocated through ATEC. It allows the minister to determine the total pool of international student places. It gives the minister powers to allocate places directly, impose conditions on providers and issue directions to ATEC. And it establishes a needs-based funding system with many of the key details ultimately determined through ministerial guidelines. The common thread running through each of these reforms is the expansion of ministerial control. This bill represents a significant transfer of authority from universities and higher education providers to the executive government. Now, some of these powers could be used constructively. They could be used to address regional workforce shortages. They could be used to increase opportunities for regional students. They could be used to support private higher education providers and improve access in areas that have historically been underserved. But Parliament should not simply assume that because powers might be used wisely, they should be granted without scrutiny. The bill gives the minister substantial influence over domestic student places, international student places, needs-based funding and the conditions imposed on higher education providers. Many of these decisions will not be subject to parliamentary disallowance. Many will not be subject to merits review, and many will depend heavily on ministerial discretion. That raises legitimate questions about accountability, transparency and oversight. It also raises questions about competition and institutional autonomy. Competition between universities is not something to fear. Competition encourages institutions to improve quality, student experience, course offerings, academic reputation and graduate outcomes. Universities should remain accountable for public funding, but they should also retain the flexibility to respond to student demand, local workforce needs and emerging opportunities. That is particularly important for regional Australia. And that is why one of the first tests of these new powers should be whether the government is prepared to use them to support communities like mine. If the minister is to have greater control over Commonwealth-supported places, then I would suggest his first task should be straightforward. Allocate additional places to support regional education models that are already delivering results like TUC. Support more nursing places, more teaching places, more allied health places. Support more opportunities through regional campuses and regional university hubs. Support places linked directly to workforce shortages that communities like mine experience every day. Because if these powers simply centralise decision-making in Canberra, regional Australia gains little. But if they are used to direct opportunity towards communities that have historically been overlooked, then perhaps some good can come from this legislation. The success of the Tara University's campus demonstrates what can happen when communities are empowered to solve local problems. At the end of the day, the test for this legislation is simple. Will it create more opportunities for regional Australians? Will it strengthen pathways into nursing, teaching, allied health and other professions our community desperately needs? Will it help more students study closer to home? Will it help communities like Taree, Gloucester, Wingham and Foster build the workforce they need for the future? If it does, then it will be a worthwhile reform. But if it simply creates more bureaucracy and more centralised control, then it will have missed the point. Because regional Australians do not need more bureaucracy. They need more opportunity. They need governments to believe in their capability. The Tara University's campus has shown what is possible when local communities are trusted, supported and empowered. That should be the lesson that guides this parliament as we consider this legislation. Thank you.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Bullwinkle.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I rise today to speak in strong support of the Universities Accord Opening the Doors of Opportunity Bill 2026. And the title of this bill, it's not just a piece of legislative phrasing, it is a profound statement of intent. It is a promise to the young people in our outer suburbs, to the families in our regional towns, and to every single Australian who has ever looked at a university campus or a TAFE facility and wondered, is that a place for me? For too long, for too many Australians, the answer to that question has been determined not by their talent, not by their drive, and not by their work ethic, but by their postcode, by how much their parents earn and how far they live from a capital city. With this bill, the Albanese Labor government is drawing a line in the sand. We are opening those doors wide. We're reshaping the landscape of Australian higher education, not just for the next parliamentary term or the next decade, but for the decade after that. Speaker, this landmark legislation did not appear out of thin air. It is a culmination of rigorous, systemic and deeply consultative work. In February 2024, our government released the final report of the Australian Universities Accord. It was and remains a generational blueprint. The Accord laid bare a stark reality about the future of our national economy. It told us that over the next few decades, the nature of work in this country is shifting rapidly. The jobs of tomorrow in clean energy, in advanced manufacturing, in healthcare, in education and in tech will require higher skills. To meet that challenge, the Accord set a clear, ambitious national target. We need to increase the total number of people in our workforce with a tertiary qualification, whether that is a certificate, a diploma or a university degree, to approximately 80%. That's quite a number. 80% of our workforce will need to be skilled tertiary trained. And this means that we need more people at TAFE. We will need more people at university. And we cannot possibly hit the target if we continue to leave brilliant minds on the sidelines just because of structural inequalities and inequities in our current funding model. We need to take action right now to set our tertiary education system up to deliver on Australia's future skill needs. And this is exactly what this bill does. Speaker, under the Albanese Labor government, we don't just commission reports and let them sit on the shelf, we're delivering on them. And I'm incredibly proud to stand here today and note that our government has already implemented more than 30 of the Accord's 47 recommendations, either in full or in part. We are transforming higher education right now, block by block. Let's look what we've already achieved. We've made HECS fairer and better. We didn't just tweak the system, we cut 20% of HECS debt for millions of Australians. We capped indexation to the lower level, which is the CPI and the wage price index. We shifted to a fairer marginal repayment system, and we raised the minimum payment threshold. We are wiping away the anxiety of compounding debt for young workers. We introduced paid prac for the very first time. For decades, student teachers, nurses and midwives like myself and social workers were expected to work full-time for weeks on placement for free, whilst studying, whilst managing kids and whilst maintaining their part-time jobs. Basically, they were forced into placement poverty. We stepped in to provide financial support so they can complete their degrees with support and get into the workforce. We've doubled the number of university study hubs. We've established 20 new regional university study hubs and 14 suburban university study hubs, bringing higher education directly into the communities, including the one in Northam and York, in my electorate of Bullwinkle, that need them the most. We increased free university bridging courses, ensuring that students who didn't get the traditional ATAR score still have a clear, fully supported pathway into higher education. We established the National Student Ombudsman and a national code to prevent and respond to gender-based violence, ensuring safety, accountability and respect on our campuses. And we made demand-driven Commonwealth-supported places available to all First Nation students who qualify for the course, removing arbitrary caps on Indigenous opportunity. Every one of these actions is about equity. And today, with this bill, we take the next monumental step. We're tackling the core funding architecture of the university sector itself. Speaker, the Australian Universities Accord explicitly recommended adopting an entirely new funding model for higher education, one that is carefully planned, transparently managed and intensely focused on student success. This bill enacts that exact commitment, injecting an additional $3.6 billion into Australia's higher education system over the next 10 years. At the heart of this reform is the formal establishment and empowerment of the ATEC, Australian Tertiary Education Commission. ATEC will serve as an independent expert steward of our tertiary education system. Rather than universities operating in silos, ATEC will manage funding through mission-based compacts, ensuring that federal funding is perfectly aligned with actual student enrolments and real-world national skills shortages. This bill establishes two revolutionary funding mechanisms, a managed growth funding system and a needs-based funding. The new managed growth funding system will effectively uncap the number of places for students from low socioeconomic backgrounds and regional areas. And as a member of a seat with a regional area, particularly happy with that. It sweeps away the old rigid caps that starved universities of the resources that they needed to expand. Our changes are expected to result in an extra 230,000 commencing domestic students at university over the next decade. Think of the family, the lives and the communities that will be permanently transformed by these 230,000 opportunities. Speaker, getting a student through the door of a university is only half the battle, and the Accord was very clear. An increase in underrepresented students must be matched by an absolute focus on their success. It's not enough to enrol them, we have to support them to graduate, and that is where demand-driven, needs-based funding comes into it. Members in this chamber will be very familiar with the concept of the Gonski funding for our high schools and schools. The idea of that is that funding should follow equity, providing extra resources to schools that take on students with greater needs. And this bill brings the Gonski philosophy to higher education. The more students a university has who come from economically disadvantaged backgrounds, from First Nations communities, or who study at regional campuses, the more funding that university will receive to help those students participate and succeed. Direct financial assistance like emergency grants and equity scholarships are provided as well, so that a broken laptop or an unexpected bill doesn't force a student to drop out. And offsetting the significantly higher operational costs of running regional and remote campuses, it will ensure that students in the regions get the same quality of infrastructure that those get in the major cities. This is a structural shift from a system that simply funds places to a system that funds people. Speaker, alongside these monumental funding reforms, this bill also introduces critical measures to ensure the integrity, safety and long-term sustainability of the sector. The bill sets out a clear, robust framework for ATEC to exercise its existing function to allow international student places, specifically in scenarios where the Minister for Education makes an international allocation pool determination. This ensures our international education sector remains world-class, sustainably managed and aligned with our national infrastructure and housing capacities. Furthermore, the bill makes small but vital technical amendments to modernise information sharing between the Commonwealth Ombudsman, the Tertiary Education Quality and Standards Agency and ATEC. So by cutting the red tape and allowing these regulatory bodies to securely share data, we ensure that student complaints, safety issues and systemic risks are identified and acted upon swiftly. It creates a seamless net of safety and quality assurance across the entire tertiary landscape. Speaker, as I conclude, I want to bring this back to what the bill really represents at its core. When we look back at the history of this country, the great leaps forward have always occurred under a Labor government and opening up the doors of education. It was true when Whitlam abolished fees. It was true when Hawke and Keating expanded the system, and it's true today under the Albanese Labor government. This bill recognises that our greatest national resource isn't what's buried in the ground, It's in the minds and the potential of our people. When we give a young person from a regional town or an outer suburban community like those in Bullwinkle the opportunity to go to university, we aren't just helping them. We are training the nurse who will look after us baby boomers in hospital in the very near future. We're educating the teacher who will inspire the next generation in our classrooms of the schools who come to visit us in this place. We are equipping the engineer who will design our new renewable energy grid. The University Accord Opening the Doors of Opportunity Bill 2026 is a visionary, fully funded, structurally sound package that sets Australia up for a prosperous, fair future. It says to every single Australian, no matter who you are or where you come from, your potential is our nation's potential. And Speaker, as a recent graduate of university, I'm really particularly thrilled that our universities are going to get the support they need to expand and continue to deliver on the great education that they provide their students. Speaker, I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the member for Fowler.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. You know, when I was in a refugee camp, as our family was being processed, my late mother applied to be resettled, and she came up to me, a young girl. She said to me, I have applied to be resettled in a country called Ukdailo, it means Australia. It's an island, she said. And she said, the reason why I'm picking that is because I heard it had the best education system in the world. So this was late in '79. And so we arrived here with very little English. Myself, my sisters, well, hardly no English. And I, of course, you know, had my education, primary education cut short because being in refugee camps. And so I started my primary school in Year 5, and that's where I started to learn English. So, Deputy Speaker, this bill is called Opening the Doors of Opportunity, and I think if there's any community in this country that knows what it feels like to have doors closed on them, is the community of Fowler. In my electorate, 7 in 10 people speak a language other than English at home. The median personal income, and I often share that in the House, is around $520 a week. Our families work hard, many run small businesses, family-run businesses, and they hold on to that one belief above almost everything else. They believe that education will open doors for their children that were close to them. When the government puts the word opening the doors of opportunity on the front of the bill, of course, I will pay attention, and I have no doubt my community will also. This is because we've heard amazing headlines, grabbing headlines before in this House, and my job is to ask whether the substance matches the slogan. Before I do that, I want to acknowledge the Minister for Education. The Minister and I, of course, do not agree on everything. However, I have never doubted his passion for education, and I have never doubted where that passion comes from. We hear it every time he stands in this House, how proud he is that he grew up in Cabramatta, in the heart of my electorate. He went to Cabramatta Public School and Canleyvale High School, where he was dux. He was the first in the family to finish school and the first to go to university. His mum and his dad still lives in Cabramatta, and they are my constituents. The Minister knows exactly what a closed door looks like for a young person from southwest Sydney, because I'm sure he's sat in classroom full of many of those kids who probably, came from similar background to me when, coming into primary, half through primary education, not the full education that he probably would have had. So I will hold this bill to the standard of the Minister's own story. So if a boy from Canleyvale High School can become the Minister for Education, then the test of this bill is simple. Will it make that journey more likely for the next generation in Cabramatta, Fairfield, Liverpool or Bonnyrigg? Or will his story remain the exception that proves the rule? Deputy Speaker, let me explain why this matters so much in Fowler. Our young people are often left behind, not because they lack talent or ambition, but because of distance, language and socio-economic disadvantage. Opportunity in this country still depends far too much on your postcode. For our students, a train fare, a textbook, or simply knowing which subjects to study, which careers to be to do, is a difference between a door opening and a door staying shut. That is why last month I held the Fowler Future Fest at the Fairfield Showground, where more than 1,200 Year 12 students came through the showground. They met employers, trades, small businesses and universities. And I want to thank Fairfield City Council. They helped host that amazing day where, thousands of students, high school students who've never had the exposure to a careers day in their backyard being held, and having council being part of that, as well as all of the many small businesses and not-for-profit who took part in the day. So I also want to thank Western Sydney University for being part of the day. Student after student came to me and said how great it was to have a careers expo there. And for the first time, many of them could see what subjects they needed to study and what degrees they could take up. They did not need a marketing campaign, they needed a door and someone willing to open it. So that is the lens I bring to this bill. I acknowledge what the bill does. It establishes a managed growth funding system that is designed to provide demand-driven Commonwealth-supported places for students from disadvantaged backgrounds and from regional and remote Australia. It introduces needs-based funding for higher education, similar in concept to the Gonski funding in schools, so that universities enrolling more students from low-income families, regional communities and Indigenous backgrounds receive additional resources to support them. For a community like mine, that matters. It should mean that a young person from Fowler who gets the marks for nursing, engineering or teaching does not miss out on a funded place because of where they live or how much their parents earn. I will claim this modestly but clearly as a small win for the young people of Fowler. Over 2 terms, I have stood in this chamber and argued for students from South West Sydney. Cannot just be an afterthought. I've fought for addressing the inequities within our secondary education system. I've spoken on HECS indexation, on the job-ready graduate scheme and on the Accord reforms. Some of what the crossbench and I have been fighting for is reflected in this bill, and I acknowledge that. But, Deputy Speaker, a door is not open just because the sign on it says so. I must ask the government honestly, is this bill real reform or is it a mere media signage? This is because opening the doors of opportunity is a wonderful headline. It will look very good on a pamphlet when election time comes. My community deserves to know whether the substance behind it is just as good. So here is where my doubts lie. First, ministerial discretion. The minister will set the total allocation pool and will have significant influence over how funding envelopes are set and adjusted. Students in Fowler cannot plan their futures on shifting political winds. If this funding is real, then legislate clear principles and reporting requirements so that no future government can quietly tighten the pool or steer funding away from the communities that need it most. Second, the risk that needs-based funding becomes a label rather than real change. The indicators of disadvantage must be robust enough to capture students in Western and South-Western Sydney, not just regional and remote Australia. Universities must be held to account for spending this money on tutoring, mentoring and support for disadvantaged students, not on filling general budget holes. There must be ongoing evaluation of whether completion rates for these students actually improve. We have seen in other sectors that needs based on paper does not always mean equitable in practice. Third, this bill leaves untouched the very policies that are closing doors right now. It does not reverse the distortions of the job-ready graduates package, which I have called on the government to do. It does not fix the unfairness of HECS indexation, including the sensible change to the time of indexation proposed by the member of Kooyong. Debts are still jumping faster than graduates' pay. You cannot open the front door with one hand while holding the back door shut with the other. So let me also remind the government that if you truly want to open doors of opportunity for young people in Fowler and across South West Sydney, then please also invest in apprenticeships. invest in alternative pathways for those whose future is not a university degree, together with a change of the dates on indexation, reverse the job-ready graduate scheme. That is what opening opportunity actually looks like. I will support this bill, but I will do so with caution. It is a small win for my community and a meaningful one, but I put to the government that there are things that still needs to be done. This cannot be where we stop, and it cannot become an election brochure while the hard work is left undone. Deputy Speaker, I will keep standing in this place for the young people of Fowler, the students studying at the kitchen table after a long shift, the first in the family kid who walked through Fowler Future Fest and saw for the first time that a degree could be for them. The Minister for Education was once one of those kids. He knows better than anyone in this House what is at stake. I ask him to make sure that this bill lives up to its name. Our young people do not need another slogan. They need the door open. Thank you.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the member for Maribyrnong.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. In a first-year uni lecture in February, every seat is taken, and there are people sitting on the steps. Go back to the same subject at the end of the year, and there are some gaps. Some of those gaps are because people have changed their minds, and that's okay. But some of them are people who could not make it work. And the gaps are not spread evenly. If you grew up in a house where money was tight, a long way from campus, and you're up to twice as likely to be one of those gaps. Nobody has ever left university because they stopped being clever. They leave because the textbooks came to $400 in March and then rent went up in April. They leave because the unpaid prac placement is 3 months. They leave because they picked up an extra shift and then another one, and by week 9, they were far too behind to catch up and too embarrassed to say so. Governments of all persuasions have spent a great deal of time in this place talking about who gets through the front door of our universities, but very few have spent the time on what happens in week 4. With this bill, our government is doing both. Close to half of all of Australians in their 30s now hold a university degree. That is genuinely a remarkable number. Inside one lifetime, it has gone from something a few number of families did to something a whole generation grew up expecting. But it is about half of that if you grew up in a poor family or in the regions, and less again in the bush. So a young person from a family without much money is less likely to get a crack at university in the first place. And then if they do get there, you are less likely to finish. That is not about ability, but opportunity. It is about who gets the chance to use what they've got. And every one of them is something this country loses and never finds out what we've lost. Deputy Speaker, my community is about a maximum of 20 minutes away from some of our country's top universities. If you get on the 59 tram at Airport West on a weekday morning, you are sitting among people who are going to work and people who are going to lectures, and a fair few of them doing both. Distance is not our problem, but money is. There are families in Tullamarine and Avondale Heights where the question at the kitchen table is not whether a kid could get to university, it is whether the family can carry 3 years of textbooks and transport and rent while that kid earns less than what they could do in a full-time job. That conversation happens every summer between the ATAR results coming out and preferences closing, and more often it is the kid who calls it off because they can see what it is costing the home and their family, and they decide not to be an additional burden. Last year, Victoria's first suburban university study hub opened at Broadmeadows, which is just up the road from my electorate. This study hub is part of our government's network of study hubs, 20 new regional ones and 14 in the outer suburbs. And the evidence is clear that where you put one up, participation goes up. That tells us something quite plain about what has been holding people back. It was never the talent, it was the practicalities. Deputy Speaker, Upon coming to office, our government has been working on the principle that the doors of opportunity should be open to all. And it is worth going through how we have sought to achieve this, because this bill is an element of and a continuation of it. Starting in the early years, our 3-day guarantee helps open that first door of educational opportunity. We changed the law to the access of 3 days a week of early education to ensure that it is guaranteed for everyone, because the old activity test locked out precisely the children who benefit the most. Before I came to this place, I worked with early childhood educators, and I can tell the House that they had been saying what they had been saying for over a decade to the coalition government, but they just simply refused to listen. Then schools, an extra $20 billion into our public schools over the next decade. The schools that do the heavy lifting, who teach the children most likely to start behind, and every dollar of it is tied to reform. Phonics checks, numeracy checks, small group tutoring, catching kids up, keeping them up, getting them to the end of Year 12. And then a young person who walks out of public school in Ascot Vale at 18 with the marks and the motivation to walk through the next door of higher education. But until now, we left that door with a latch. This bill is what seeks to lift that latch, to address a gap that did not open on its own, but was widened deliberately by those opposite. In the middle of the pandemic, when nearly every other major employer in the country was thrown a line, those opposite wrote the rules so universities were locked out of JobKeeper, and tens of thousands of people lost their jobs. They capped the funding. They let equity programs wither. They churned through minister after minister with no plan for any of it. And they made an arts degree cost more than a medical one. There is only one reason a government does this, Deputy Speaker, and it is to talk young people out of aspiring to higher education. They had the better part of a decade to build the skill base this country was always going to need, and they spent it treating one of our greatest national assets as a cost to cut and a culture war to fight. So we are not tinkering with a system that's not working. We are rebuilding one that was run down by those opposite. And that is why this is the 7th Accord bill, not the 2nd. The Accord itself is the biggest look at higher education since Bradley nearly 20 years ago. 47 recommendations, and this government has now implemented more than 30 of them in either full or in part. We cut student debt for 3.2 million Australians by 20%, delivering more than $16 billion being wiped off. In my electorate, that was over 27,000 people who woke up one morning owning less in their student debt than they did the night before. We capped indexation at the lower of CPI and wages so the debt can never again grow faster than what people earn. We moved to a marginal repayment system and lifted the minimum threshold so somebody repays what they can actually afford instead of a number set in another decade. We've brought in paid prac for the first time for teaching, nursing, midwifery and social work students, and we're expanding that. Another clear example where the talent was never the reason from preventing people studying these essential degrees, it was the unpaid work they couldn't afford while rent was due, at the end of a degree where walking away cost the most. We made university-ready bridging courses free. We set up the National Student Ombudsman and the National Code to prevent and respond to gender-based violence. So a young woman's degree does not end because of what somebody did to her on campus. We made Commonwealth-supported places demand-driven for every First Nations student who gets the marks. And we established the Australian Tertiary Education Commission, so somebody is finally stewarding the whole system rather than each piece of it in isolation. That was the first 6 bills, Deputy Speaker. This one changes who gets in and who gets to stay. Deputy Speaker, the first half of this bill is the managed growth funding system. The Minister sets a total allocation pool, the number of fully funded places available each year. The Commission allocates them, and each university allocation is built from 2 parts: a core student load so nobody goes backwards, and a growth allocation on top of it. The growth allocation is where the Commission can direct places to students from low socioeconomic backgrounds, from the regions and from the bush. And if the Commission judges that the pool is not big enough to meet demand from those students, it can go back to the Minister and ask for it to be lifted. I know there are people in this place who have decided to call this capping. I would say to them, look at the mechanism. This isn't a cap, it's a floor, with the ceiling taken off for the students who have been missing. We have already done exactly this for First Nations students. We legislated in 2023 and we have the results that shows it works. There will be 16,000 additional places next year and the year after that and the year after that. From 2030, it rises to 19,000 a year. Over the decade, we expect to fund an additional 230,000 commencing students, backed by $3.6 billion. The bill also cleans up the mess underneath. Right now, in the scramble of enrolment, some universities are taking on students that receive no Commonwealth funding for it all. The Accord was blunt about what that is doing to the system. Around 20,000 additional places are expected to go to those over-enrolled universities next year. Under-enrolled universities get a temporary funding floor to the end of 2031, so the transition does not cost anybody their staff. The second half is needs-based funding, and it is the same idea that we've already accepted in our schools. A student who starts further back needs more support to get to the same place. A campus in the regions costs more to run. Nobody in this chamber argues about that when it comes to a primary school. The money goes to the unglamorous things that actually keep a struggling student enrolled. The tutoring, the mentoring, the academic support, the scholarship or emergency grant that covers the textbooks or the transport fare. There are programs that have tried to do this before, but they were capped. And last year that came up as little as $600 a student. This bill sets a base equity amount of $1,535 and a base regional amount of $1,398, both indexed every year so they do not go backwards, more than double. And it is demand-driven. The more students a university enrolls who need the help, the more help they get, which means a university can no longer be rewarded for recruiting a cohort and then losing them. This bill does one more thing, Deputy Speaker. It puts the allocation of international student places for individual providers in the hands of an independent commission, where the minister sets an overall pool. There is no statutory cap on international students today, and this bill does not create one. What it does is take a decision that currently sits with the government and hands it to an independent body, which is what the universities themselves have asked for. Deputy Speaker, about 60% of students in Commonwealth-supported places across this country are women. Of the students this needs-based funding is built to reach, 2 in 3 are women. We talk a great deal in this place about the gender pay gap, and too often we talk about it as though it's a question of confidence or negotiation or a choice an individual woman makes. It's not. Our government knows it is structural, and it is set early in the years before a woman ever gets a chance to sit down to have a conversation about salary. The most reliable thing we can do about what a woman earns across the whole of her working life is to open the door to the qualification and to make sure she can afford to stay until she has it. There is a hard-headed argument here too. The Accord says that by 2050 we'll need about 80% of the workforce holding a certificate, diploma or degree. That is what it will take to staff our hospitals, to build more houses, to run the clean energy economy we're building right now, and to do the jobs that don't even exist yet. Every one of those workers is a person who has to get a qualification first. Every student we lose in second year is a nurse we're short of in 2040, and we pay for that shortage one way or another. But we do not get to this 80% by sticking to the status quo and simply hoping. Deputy Speaker, this bill does not reach back. It does nothing for the people who left after the first year and never went back, or the ones who looked at the whole thing at age 17 and decided it was not for them. There are a lot of them. Some of them are my constituents, and we do not get those years back. Here is what this bill does. It means a kid from my community whose single mum is working 2 jobs just to stay afloat and gets a funded place because her ATAR is great and not because there happened to be room left after everyone else had been sorted. It means the first person in her family to go to uni has somebody to ring in week 4 of the first semester when it has all gotten away from them and they are one decision away from not coming back. It means the hundreds of dollars for textbooks in March is not the reason somebody quits in April. This is not the last bill our government will seek to deliver on education. There is a great deal more work to do to make sure that our country's system is as fair as it should be, from the earliest years all the way through. but it is a next step, and it is a big one. Nobody has ever left university because they stopped being clever. They leave because we let them. This bill is us making it easier for them to stay. This bill is our government opening another door of opportunity for working families in Maribyrnong and right across the country. I commend the bill to the House.
Thank you very much. I call the member for Kooyong.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Before I was elected, I was fortunate to spend part of my career in the university sector, where I saw at first hand the public good that universities deliver, not only through educating the next generation of Australians, but through research, innovation and engagement with the communities that they serve. A former MP for Kooyong, Sir Robert Menzies, when he was almost quadrupling university funding in 1957, said that universities are to be regarded not as a home of privilege for a few, but as something essential to the lives of millions of people who may never enter their doors. He believed education improved Australia's well-being and its living standards, and that universities were a nation-building project. The people of Kooyong still believe passionately in the importance of universities. In the last 4 years, I've spoken with many university leaders, researchers, lecturers, students and parents about the state of our education system. It is clear to them and to me that our higher education sector is under significant pressure. In fact, it's under threat. Students are graduating with unprecedented debt. Some face lifelong debt resulting from their tertiary studies. Many tell me that they didn't understand what they were signing up for when they took on HECS. Researchers face chronic underfunding and increasing career uncertainty, with unreliable grant schedules and dwindling success rates. Academic staff is expected to teach larger and larger classes with fewer and fewer resources. Universities are increasingly reliant on international student revenue to cross-subsidise teaching and research. But at the same time, employers are reporting shortages of doctors, nurses, engineers, teachers and other skilled professionals. At the same time, politicians are dog-whistling about the impact of international students on our society, ignoring that the fact that they have been responsible for as much as half of our economic growth in recent years. Now, the Universities Accord final report recognised that Australia's prosperity depends on a stronger and more accessible, better supported higher education sector. The Accord carried an ambitious vision, recommending that by 2050 Australia should increase tertiary attainment to at least 80% of the working age population. It recommended growing the number of Australians aged 25 to 34 with a university qualification from 45% to 55%. And it recommended doubling of Australian Commonwealth-supported students to 1.8 million. While they are very ambitious, these targets reflect the scale of the workforce challenges facing Australia, challenges in key sectors in a rapidly changing global economy. This bill represents a significant legislative response to the Accord's final report. The government claims that this legislation will enable the creation of up to 230 additional student places over the next decade, with a particular focus on expanding opportunities for students from disadvantaged backgrounds, regional and rural communities. Widening Australian higher education participation is absolutely crucial. But if this government is serious about opening the doors of opportunity, it must ensure that this bill genuinely expands opportunity rather than imposing unintentional restrictions. One of the central reforms in this bill is the move to a managed growth funding model. Currently, Commonwealth funding for student places is allocated through the maximum basic grant amount. In 2026, $7.75 billion was allocated for student places. Under this model, the total number of Commonwealth-supported places, or CSPs, across Australia has not always been clear, and this bill does change that approach. Instead of allocating a dollar amount, the minister will determine a total allocation pool of Commonwealth-supported places. In 2027, it's supported that the total allocation pool will deliver about 625,000 CSPs. There are benefits to providing greater visibility about the size of our education system. Universities need certainty on the number of places available so they can plan workforce, infrastructure and course delivery. The Minister has announced that the government will grow the total allocation pool by an additional 16,000 places in each of the next 3 years. All of this sounds fine. However, there is no obligation for the Minister for Education to grow the size of the system. In fact, under this bill, the pool could actually shrink below the existing core student load. It's an unintended consequence of the legislation. It leaves the door open to future ministers, less well disposed to the sector, to unilaterally cut student numbers. Given the well and often stated hostility to the university sector by the Liberal parties, the National parties and One Nation parties, this issue needs to be fixed. At this point, the total allocated pool is a ceiling with no floor. The bill should establish that the minimum total allocation pool must equal the existing core student load of Table A universities. Without this, the universities will have no guarantee that the system will in fact grow under this and future governments. This issue is to be addressed by the member for Curtin in her amendments later in this debate, and I support her proposal. Once the Minister has set the total allocation pool, then, the Australian Tertiary Education Commission, or ATEC, will then allocate places between universities. This means that from 2027, universities will receive an allocation of student places rather than a funding amount. The change will improve transparency, but at the same time it will reduce the flexibilities that universities have traditionally had to adapt to changes in student demand. For years, the universities have operated under a soft cap with the ability to over-enrol students. This has given them the ability to create additional places when demand has exceeded supply of CSPs. In many cases, those additional students did not pose a financial impost because the universities could retain the student contributions for those over-enrollees. Under this bill, however, universities will have limited capacity to exceed their allocation. Over-enrolments will be capped at either 5% above the original allocation or 750 places, whichever is lower. If the universities exceed this threshold, they will lose student contribution revenue for those additional students. Documents released under FOI showed that in 2024, 9 Australian universities delivered student places worth 5% or more above their maximum funding. There is no clarity or transparency onto how many universities are in that position now. The Minister has argued that this change will end a Hunger Games system in which popular universities attract more students than others. But there's a definite risk that the opposite occurs, that students lose opportunities because universities become overly cautious about making offers, wary of the potential financial penalties, even where those universities do have the potential capacity to support those students. At the very minimum, this legislation should ensure that a student who has already begun a Commonwealth-supported place can't lose that status. The government has to provide this express guarantee. For example, it could do that in section 3030 of the bill. The government should also provide in section 3020 that the ATEC must allocate each tertiary provider a domestic student profile that is not less than the provider's core student load. These safeguards are the bare minimum, and I again commend the member for Curtin's amendments, which will deliver some of these changes. But there is a trade-off inherent to these reforms. This bill will facilitate increased CSP participation through the Minister growing the total pool allocation. But at the same time, the bill introduces new restrictions on the ability of individual universities to respond to increased demand through the imposition of hard caps on their domestic student profile. In that sense, the reforms in this bill are internally contradictory. Total allocation pool enrolments will increase overall by 230,000 over the next 10 years and will increase in a managed way, but possibly by less than the growth that would have occurred in a system with more flexible arrangements, like our current system. University growth has occurred in unmanaged and unintended ways, which is why the Accord recommended, and the government is introducing, a system of managed growth. But the bill fails to address one of the key reasons that universities have experienced unintended growth across certain disciplines. The Job Ready Graduates Package, or the JRG. The JRG was introduced in 2021 to steer students towards particular fields by restructuring student contribution amounts. Under JRG, by next year, students in the highest contribution band will pay more than $54,000 for a standard 3-year bachelor's degree, over $90,000 for double degrees. At the same time, though, universities will continue to have to absorb an annual funding shortfall of $800 million because JRG reduced Commonwealth contributions for degrees by more than it increased student contributions. Just remember, $54,000 for an undergraduate bachelor's degree. Innovative Research Universities found that in 2024 alone, students in the highest charging fields paid up to $1.3 billion more than they would have if JRG hadn't existed. Recommendation 16A of the Universities Accord final report called for student contribution rates in the highest charging fields under JRG to be urgently remediated. In February this year, the Minister recognised that JRG has failed, and yet Section 33(7) of this bill entrenches existing job ready graduates funding clusters. Managed growth is an important reform to meet Australia's educational attainment goals, but we can't promote those while imposing punitive debts on students and while undermining the sustainability of university teaching. Those aspects of growing the university sector are at odds with each other. Managed growth might widen and might even open the door to opportunity. But this bill leaves in place a very nasty surprise waiting on the other side of that door. I asked the Minister to explain to the House why, having redesigned almost every other part of the higher education landscape, the government has chosen to leave its most widely criticised, even internally criticised, element in place. On current advice, the ATEC is developing a new higher education costing and pricing framework, with advice expected in the second half of 2027. The summary of progress to date on that work revealed that the forum was not intended to revisit Job Ready Graduates package, but rather to focus on understanding costs. So, 3 years after the Accord called for urgent remediation of Job Ready Graduates, we'll receive a report that doesn't even consider the fact that arts and law and finance students are paying more than $18,000 a year, and that they've been doing that for far longer under the Albanese government than they did under Scott Morrison. On the current trajectory, it will take at least 8 years and 2 parliamentary terms to begin to reverse JRG. It will take at least 8 years after Labor first labelled this scheme highly inequitable and dubious for them to even approach it. Without an explicit direction to bring that work forward, students will commence and continue to study in 2027 and 2028 under a contribution schedule that every review to date, including the government's own, has found to be broken. The government legislated the Universities Accord Act earlier this year. It drafted that act with ministerial powers. I want the minister to use the powers that he gave himself, and so I call on him to first, immediately advise the ATEC that reviewing the funding arrangements introduced under the Job Ready Graduates package is a short-term, urgent and strategic priority under Section 15 of the Act. Secondly, immediately issue written directions by legislative instrument under Section 71 of the Act, requiring the ATEC commissioners in carrying out the Commission's functions to prioritise providing advice and recommendations to the Minister on options for reforming the funding arrangements introduced under the Job Ready Graduates package. Deputy Speaker, this bill does do important things to open the doors of opportunity. It legislates needs-based funding for disadvantaged First Nations and regional students. It's a meaningful acknowledgement that a university place in this country means something very different depending on where you grew up and on your family's financial circumstances. And this bill sets Australia on a path towards the attainment targets that the Accord identified as essential to our national prosperity. But the doors that prospective students walk through will not be defined by opportunity, while the Job Ready Graduate Scheme remains in place. And in recognising that, I move amendments 1 and 2 as circulated in my name.
Thank you very much. Is the amendment seconded?
Yes, I second the amendment and reserve my right to speak.
Thank you very much, Member for Curtin. The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the Honourable Member for Kooyong has moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The question now is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the member for Sturt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today to speak in support of the Universities Accord Opening the Doors of Opportunity Bill 2026. There can be no argument that giving more Australians the chance to go to university and succeed is essential to meeting the nation's future skills and economic needs. Backgrounds, postcodes, bank balances cannot stand in the way of more Australians going to university to attain a higher education degree, to allow them to participate in the critical nation-building endeavours our country needs to embark on to ensure a secure, sustainable and prosperous future, to allow us to compete in an increasingly competitive global marketplace, to enable us to innovate and enjoy the benefits of targeted research and development, and to ensure that our national security is properly prosecuted. Australia needs more university-educated workers, not fewer. More opportunity is good for students, good for their families, good for communities, good for the economy and good for our country. The Australian Universities Accord made it clear that if Australia is to prosper in the years ahead, we must grow Australian participation, performance and investment in tertiary education so we can generate the knowledge, skills and research our nation needs. The final report recommended that the tertiary attainment rate of all working age people with at least one Certificate 3 qualification or higher be lifted from 60% currently to at least 80% by 2050. It also recommended increasing the proportion of university-educated Australians aged 25 to 34 from 45% currently to 55% by 2050. And in making these recommendations, the final report noted that the tertiary system will need to more than double the number of Commonwealth-supported students in universities from 860,000 currently to 1.8 million by 2050. So as well as increasing the number of skilled workers in our country, ready to contribute to our economy and our communities, higher education provides many other essential benefits to Australian society by encouraging intellectual endeavour, creativity and personal accomplishment. Universities also promote democracy, critical thinking, debate, the embrace of different perspectives and the fostering of civic values. A university degree can also lead to expanded professional and personal networks, more defined career goals and, of course, to employment. Further, the world faces a host of challenges ranging from economic inequality to climate change, geopolitical conflict and ongoing wars, and universities and graduates play a key role in helping to address some of these challenges. Given these benefits, creating accessible educational opportunities for students of all postcodes, backgrounds and bank balances to develop responsive skills is critical for a vibrant future workforce, for responding to challenges through innovation and for ensuring our communities are resilient. Now, universities also encourage critical thinking and the consideration of different perspectives. You might not agree with a particular perspective that is being put, but you must consider it. You may dismiss it, but you've heard it, and you've thought about why you might be dismissing it. You don't just accept it. You evaluate it, check it, challenge it, and develop your own independent view on it. and you're actively encouraged to do this. And you know that if you don't, you might have missed something, or you might be misinformed or disinformed. And we know, Deputy Speaker, that misinformation and disinformation, either deliberate or by virtue of laziness, are one of the biggest dangers facing our country, because they draw on inaccurate or incomplete information, depriving the information consumer of the facts and distorting the decisions the consumer of the information might then make. People who have been taught to critically think, to assess and challenge information, to not simply agree with the first thing that is said to them, to not simply accept the contentions of those who should be the loudest, who shout the loudest, are better placed. The overarching negative effect of misinformation is that without an accurately informed public, democracy cannot function. Again, you might not agree with the information, but if it is accurate, based on facts, data and evidence, you can at least make your next decision and make your choice in the comfort that you had the relevant information you needed. We know that misinformation and disinformation creates division. They create polarisation, and sometimes misinformation or disinformation based on rumour or gossip or a malicious agenda can have devastating consequences. Disengagement with democratic processes, hostility to political figures and violence. Disinformation, Deputy Speaker, has competitive advantage over accurate information in the attention economy because it is not constrained by the truth. The effort required is minimal, and the digitisation of media and the explosion of social media has also enabled producers of misinformation and disinformation to access sophisticated and extremely convincing tools of digital forgery, such as deepfakes, the digital alteration of an image or video that convincingly replaces the voice, face and body of one individual for another. But that's not just a tech problem or a communications issue, it's a crisis of trust. Tackling this means protecting communities from harm while upholding freedom of expression and other human rights. Freedom of expression and other human rights need to be protected at the same time as countering disinformation because of its capacity to unravel the threads that hold societies together. In settings with increased instability, it can tip societies into violence. It can also corrode the norms of debate and science-backed evidence that societies have typically taken for granted. And countering this is difficult because the monumental challenge facing us is structural. The information ecosystem simply was not designed with truth or safety as its key features. It was designed for engagement, which comes in many forms, including hate. Well-developed critical thinking skills by virtue of a university degree can play a key role in countering these challenges because these skills allow one to assess the strength and appropriateness of the information being presented through questioning, examining and evaluating different positions. Now, these skills are not just useful with respect to misinformation and disinformation. Questioning, challenging and evaluating has a place in every single profession. It was my full-time job in my pre-politics career as a lawyer. Doctors, nurses, engineers do it all day. Goodness knows teachers do it all day. Mechanics, plumbers, electricians, business owners. The ability to challenge, evaluate, question and go beyond the algorithm is fundamental to the success of our economy, our community and to our liberal democracy. So universities that produce graduates with a thirst for knowledge, a thirst for facts, a love of learning, a determination to arm themselves with the evidence they need to justify a decision they are working towards, reduces the impact misinformation has on our democracy. And now I'm not saying that it is only those with a university degree who can counter misinformation, because with effort we all can. But we know that universities arm students with the tools to do this, and the more people who are armed with the desire for facts and accuracy, the better. So this bill, Deputy Speaker, will see additional funding to the tune of $3.6 billion invested into the tertiary sector over the next decade to increase the number of students at university and to meet Australia's future skills needs. It does this through a new managed growth funding system and demand-driven needs-based funding to support students from underrepresented backgrounds to access and succeed at university. The estimated impact of these changes is that there will be an extra 230,000 domestic students commencing study over the next decade, getting those crucial critical thinking skills, developing the capacity to examine different perspectives and to reach an informed and evidence-based view. And this can only be a good thing for our democracy and our communities. Labor is the party of education. We know that education lifts people out of poverty, gives people an opportunity to contribute to their communities, to do something for their families, to do something for themselves. And that opportunities like this should not be limited to those with means or those who live in metropolitan areas. Everyone should have this opportunity. To be pro-education, Deputy Speaker, is to be pro-business, pro-private sector, pro-public sector, pro-productivity and pro-economic prosperity, because without an educated population, you don't have any of those things. And this bill, Deputy Speaker, which opens the doors of educational opportunity to a more diverse range of people, is not the only step that the Albanese Labor government has taken to ensure education is accessible and affordable. I will never forget 3 November 2024 and being in the Nord International High School in my electorate of Sturt when the Prime Minister announced that a re-elected Albanese Labor government would make HECS better and fairer by cutting 20% of HECS debts. And we have delivered that. That is in addition to the indexation of HECS debts, moving to a marginal repayment system and raising the minimum repayment threshold, because people should not be put in a position where they decide they will not go to university because it will be too hard to pay off the corresponding debt. And people should not be put in a position where they decide not to study for teaching, nursing and midwifery degrees because they cannot afford to take time off to complete the practical component of their degree. Paid prac, Deputy Speaker, is a delivered Albanese Labor government policy of which I'm particularly proud. I completed a Master of Teaching in Secondary Education about a decade ago, Deputy Speaker, as a mature age student who was able to take a combination of unpaid and paid leave from my employment to complete the plaque. The unpaid portion hit, even though I was in my late 30s. Imagine being a young student in your early 20s, living out of home and being asked to give up your income for weeks at a time so you can complete a degree in a critical industry. Paid prac is meaningful change, Deputy Speaker, meaningful action to ensure that students want to and can enrol to study to become teachers, nurses and midwives, and now significantly additional allied health professions. Deputy Speaker, this bill represents the 7th Accord bill that the Minister for Education has introduced. There were 47 recommendations in the Australian Universities Accord, and with the passage of this bill, the Albanese Labor government will have implemented 36 in full or part. Prompt yet careful progress is being made as the Albanese Labor government seeks to shore up our tertiary education sector so it's primed to deliver the skilled workforce Australia needs to advance its national security and economic prosperity and contribute to a future made in Australia. I commend the bill to the House.
Thank you very much, and I call the member for Curtin.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on the Universities Accord Opening the Doors of Opportunity Bill. Higher education changes lives. Every Australian should have the opportunity to experience the life-transforming benefits of higher education, and will only meet our future skills needs by expanding access to people who are currently underrepresented, including people from low SES backgrounds, First Nations people and regional, rural and remote students. I support the intent of this bill to drive managed growth of our higher education system and expand the opportunities of higher education to all Australians. But I do hold some concerns about its implications for student choice and the autonomy and flexibility of the higher education system. Now, this bill does three things. It replaces our current funding model with a managed growth system. It legislates a new needs-based funding stream for equity and regional students. And it creates rules governing how international student places are allocated. On the first point, university funding currently runs through the Commonwealth Grant Scheme on what's called the maximum basic grant amount, a dollar ceiling each university gets for domestic teaching. It's a soft cap. If a university enrolls more students than the ceiling technically covers, it gets no extra Commonwealth funding for them, but it keeps the students' contribution anyway. The Accord found that this funding system was leading to unplanned, unmanaged and underfunded growth, with consequences for students and higher education providers alike. And this bill responds to that by moving from a dollar ceiling to a hard head count of student places set by the Minister and distributed between universities by the new and independent Australian Tertiary Education Commission, or ATEC. The bill also legislates needs-based funding, an ongoing top-up paid by the Commonwealth for every eligible equity student and regional student, reflecting the greater costs of delivering quality higher education for these students. And the bill gives the Minister the power to determine the total number of international student places, with ATEC holding the job of allocating those places to providers. Now, I support the objective of this bill, which is to expand opportunity and access to higher education. The principle of managed growth is right. We want a better educated workforce, more Australians at university and at TAFE, and we want a system that plans for that growth instead of stumbling into it. By 2050, the Universities Accord tells us that we'll need 4 in 5 working-age Australians to hold a university degree or TAFE qualification. Today, we sit at around half, and that gap won't close on its own. I strongly support the introduction of the needs-based funding system to reach people who might not otherwise have the chance. But good intentions in a bill's name don't guarantee good outcomes in its operation, and I hold some concerns about this bill. These concerns are shared by a range of stakeholders who've provided submissions to the Senate inquiry. My most significant concern is that this bill could constrain student choice. Right now, universities that enrol beyond their funding ceiling still keep the student contribution for those extra places, and this bill moves to a hard cap. If a university enrolls more than 5% above its allocation, it will get nothing for those students at all. Now, the issue is that it's not that hard to exceed the cap. A stronger acceptance rate or better second-year retention will mean a university could be over the cap. Suddenly, a university can't accept any more students because there's a hard cap on enrolments. There are some safeguards for this. A university can ask ATEC for more places and ATEC can ask the Minister. But if that takes too long, students will wear the consequences. And this doesn't even need to occur for it to have an implication for student choice. The rational response for a university facing just the risk of overshoot is to restrict offers, because it's easier to top up an allocation later than to wear the consequences of breaching that cap. Several universities have told the committee that they've already begun withdrawing guaranteed ATAR pathways ahead of this bill. So students will pay the price for that caution by missing out on a place. Now, I support a managed system stewarded by ATEC, but universities should be able to offer a place to every student capable of succeeding where they have the capacity to teach them. Otherwise, this bill will have the perverse effect of restricting opportunity and access for students around the country. I look to the Senate committee and the government to ensure that there is enough flexibility in this system to ensure that this doesn't happen. There's also a question hanging over this bill as to whether a student could ever lose their Commonwealth-supported place through the operation of this bill's new powers. Now, there is some protection for a student's place in the Higher Education Support Act, but this bill could give the minister powers that could lead to students being kicked off Commonwealth-supported places through no fault of their own. So I'll be moving an amendment to make it really clear that once a student holds a Commonwealth-supported place, that place cannot be taken away from the student through any power that this bill introduces. It would be unworkable and unfair for a student in second year of university to be told that they will no longer receive Commonwealth funding for the rest of their university course because of some bureaucratic decision about numbers made in Canberra. The second area of concern I have relates to excess ministerial power and centralisation. This bill takes a significant amount of flexibility and autonomy away from universities. A great deal of decision-making power moves to ATEC, which is at least meant to be independent, but a great deal also moves to the minister. This government says it's committed to a thriving, growing higher education sector, but a command and control approach is not the way to secure that future. We should be encouraging universities to grow, to specialise, and to compete with each other in ways that improve outcomes for students, rather than centralising every lever in Canberra. This bill would, for example, allow the minister to put specific conditions on individual universities before providing them with funding, with no clear guidelines or safeguards around what these conditions could entail. I've drafted an amendment to remove this excessive and overbearing power. It's the role of the independent ATEC to work with individual universities and higher education providers through mission-based compacts. It's not for the minister to be able to make directions of their choosing, which could be politically motivated, to specific universities as a funding condition. I acknowledge that I've had constructive conversation with the minister's office on this issue, and the government is aware of this problem, and based on the discussions had to date, I'm optimistic that improvements will be made in the Senate. I'll also move an amendment requiring the minister to publish a statement of reasons for a series of important decisions: the total number of Commonwealth-supported places, or the total allocation pool, and the total number of international students, which the minister decides each year and which has enormous consequences for the higher education sector and the economy. My concern about the minister's powers is most significant when it comes to international students, where politics can so quickly override good policy. And I've made this argument to this House before. When the government tried to give the minister the power to cap international enrolments by course and by university last term, I opposed those provisions. I've never doubted the need for better regulation of quality and integrity in the sector, but course by course, university by university ministerial control over an export industry worth tens of billions of dollars a year is overreach. I said then that if the government wanted sustainable growth in this sector, it should go back to the Accord and determine settings through the mission-based compact process, not through a unilateral ministerial power. Now, this bill is an improvement in a number of ways. While the minister is given the power to determine the overall number of international students, it's up to the independent ATEC to allocate them between providers, so this is better. But there's a catch. The minister also has a broad power to make provider-specific directions to ATEC with regard to international students. So, as far as I understand it, the minister of the day could tell ATEC that UWA must receive no international students. Now, this is clearly not appropriate. I do acknowledge again that I've had productive conversations with the Minister's office on this issue, and there may be some important instances where this power is necessary, but there is a risk that it could be used in a way that's over-politicised. So I look to the committee and the government to ensure that this power has appropriate limitations and safeguards. I'll be moving amendments to prevent the minister from issuing provider-specific directions to ATEC with regard to international students, to align the framework with the system for domestic students. Finally, I'd like to reflect some concerns from the university sector that the legislation contains some holes that undermine its ambition to grow the higher education sector. The Minister told this House in his second reading speech that 230,000 additional Commonwealth-supported places will be funded over the next decade. Now, I don't doubt that that's this government's intent, but intent isn't legislation. Actually, this bill doesn't guarantee growth. It legislates ceilings but no floors. The total allocation pool sets a maximum number of Commonwealth-supported places. It doesn't guarantee a minimum. That being said, from conversations with the Minister's office, I am satisfied that the government is aware and planning to act on this issue. To conclude, this bill gets the direction right. Managed, planned growth based on the country's needs is better than the unplanned, unmanaged drift the Accord report described. Needs-based funding is an overdue step towards the equity this system was always supposed to deliver. And bringing proper stewardship to international student places through an independent commission rather than unilateral ministerial decision-making is also an important step. A bill titled Opening the Doors of Opportunity has to be judged against that standard. Does it open doors or does it relocate the bottleneck? On the evidence now before this House, the hard caps risk closing doors on students through no fault of their own, and the ministerial powers aren't yet matched by appropriate safeguards. I'll be moving amendments in the consideration in detail stage to fix these problems. I want this bill to succeed, and succeeding means it has to work for the students trying to get into university to build a life for themselves, not just for the bureaucrats in Canberra. Thank you.
Thank you. And I call the member for Moreton.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, what if Australia's next groundbreaking scientist, next innovative engineer or next inspiring teacher never even considers going to university because no one encouraged them to, or there seemed to be too many barriers? That question becomes even more poignant when we think about people from disadvantaged backgrounds and lower socio-economic backgrounds, First Nations communities, and those living in regional areas. For many of these young people, there is no clear pathway to university. For some, it seems out of reach because of financial pressure, and for others, it's distance. Or it can simply be a case of not having any role models from your community who've gone to uni, bringing to life that evocative phrase, you can't be what you can't see. Deputy Speaker, it's not a lack of ability or talent holding people back. It's a lack of opportunity and it's a lack of support. And it is why the Universities Accord Opening the Doors of Opportunity Bill 2026 is so very important. And Labor has always been the party of education. It is part of our origin story, it is our legacy, and it is our future. This bill is in direct response to the recommendations of the Universities Accord, which was released in February 2024. And since that time, the Albanese Labor government has been swift to implement its recommendations. So far, we've actioned more than 30 of the report's 47 recommendations. A major focus of this reform was improving the operation of the Higher Education Contribution Scheme, or HECS. This included reducing existing student debt by 20%, which we delivered as promised at the start of this term. We also ensured that indexation on HECS debts was capped to the lower of either the Consumer Price Index or Wage Price Index, introduced a marginal repayment system, and increased the minimum income threshold at which repayments began. And when you think about that 20% off student debt, as students, thousands of them from my local electorate on Brisbane's south side, logged on, looked online, it came off immediately. And not only does this go to cost of living relief that so many Australians, and particularly young people, need right now, it also goes to reducing the barriers to get a higher education degree. These measures ease the financial pressure on current students and graduates as they enter the workforce at a critical and pivotal moment in their lives. Labor also introduced the Commonwealth Prac payment, direct and practical support for students undertaking essential degrees such as teaching, nursing, midwifery and social work as they complete their mandatory practical placements. And just last month, this was extended to students in 10 allied health disciplines. Students like those undertaking pharmacy that I met just last month. And what they described was something very interesting. They described the fact that not only would it take the pressure off, not only would it mean that people would not have to scrimp and save and secondary jobs to go through, but that it would make their lives easier and that it would make that pathway to getting into the workforce just that little bit simpler. And I note that the Assistant Minister is a pharmacist herself and indeed I believe would be celebrating the prac placements, paid prac placements of those students. The Albanese Labor government has also increased the number of free university bridging courses, removing barriers to tertiary education access. This has given students from diverse backgrounds increased opportunities to prepare for and begin higher education. And this was matched by doubling the number of university study hubs, with the establishment of 20 new hubs in regional locations and 14 in suburban communities. These hubs are designed to provide local access to resources and support for students who may not be able to relocate to major cities. Equity measures form another very important part of Labor's reform package. All First Nations students who meet entry requirements are guaranteed Commonwealth-supported university places, ensuring financial barriers do not prevent access to higher education opportunities. We also established the new National Student Ombudsman in response to student safety and wellbeing challenges. This provides an independent avenue for complaints and for support and operates alongside the National Code to prevent and respond to gender-based violence. Finally, we created the Australian Tertiary Education Commission to guide the broader higher education system. This body acts as a central steward, overseeing and coordinating the tertiary education system to ensure it operates effectively and critically meets the needs of students, institutions, and the wider community. The Universities Accord told us that we need action now in order for Australians to meet our future skills needs. And that means that we need to get more people to TAFE and that we need to get more people into university now. We know that people talk about university as the great equaliser, because it is, as education as that great equaliser. But it's important to remember that it is also the engine room for who we want to be as a nation and what our economy looks like as a country. This is critical to meet the Universities Accord recommendation to increase the number of people in the workforce who have a certificate, diploma or degree to 80%. Because if we want Australia to be a place where we build homes, we need more young people doing trades in plumbing and carpentry and electrical. If we want young people to be supporting the care economy, we need more people at universities studying pharmacy and nursing. And it is those things that will make us stronger. The Accord also told us that we need more higher education students from underrepresented backgrounds like those I mentioned earlier, and more support for them when studying. And that is the crux of this bill. It implements a new funding model for higher education that will be managed by the Australian Tertiary Education Commission. It comes with a significant investment of $3.6 billion to boost the number of students at university to help us achieve that important 80% figure. The two pillars of this new funding model are managed growth funding and needs-based funding. Managed growth funding will be the powerhouse behind building a bigger, better and fairer education system, a system that will give more Australians more opportunity to attend university. And needs-based funding will focus on young people from disadvantaged backgrounds, providing them with the support they need to succeed once they're at university. The reforms will also clarify and strengthen the role of the Australian Tertiary Education Commission, particularly in how Commonwealth-supported places at university are distributed. After the passage of this bill, the government will set the total number of Commonwealth-supported places, while the Australian Tertiary Education Commission will allocate those places to specific universities. The Commission will also be enabled to allocate additional places where there is demand from students from regional and remote communities and disadvantaged backgrounds. And what this means in practice is that the managed growth funding system will remove the cap on the number of university places for people from low socioeconomic backgrounds or regional areas, for the people who need barriers removed the most. Instead, the system is designed to expand access, ensuring that more students from these groups have the opportunity to enrol in higher education if that is the path that they want to pursue. These changes are expected to significantly increase participation in higher education. In the next 3 years, an additional 16,000 places per year will be made available for students. From 2030, this will grow to 19,000 additional places per year, and ultimately, projections indicate that an additional 230,000 domestic students will begin university studies over the next decade. This anticipated growth reflects the broader goal of making higher education more accessible and making it more inclusive. To ensure the success of these reforms, universities and other higher education providers will receive support as they transition to those new funding arrangements. This assistance will help institutions adapt to the updated system while maintaining quality education and student outcomes through the changeover period. As I mentioned, needs-based funding will be directed towards students who come from economically disadvantaged backgrounds, First Nations students and those studying at regional institutions. Because frankly, your bank balance should never mean a barrier for a good education. And this is similar in principle to the Gonski model used in school education, where schools receive funding according to their location and the needs of their students. Applying this system to higher education means that institutions which enrol a higher number of students who meet certain equity and regional criteria will receive additional funding, so that the support goes to where it is needed most. And this ensures that universities are better resourced to support students who may face greater barriers to accessing and succeeding in their higher education journey. As part of this shift, the level of funding provided per eligible student will increase substantially. The bill sets the base equity contribution at $1,535 per student and the base regional amount at $1,398. This is a significant increase compared to previous arrangements, where universities sometimes received as little as $600 per student. The updated funding levels are designed to more accurately reflect the real costs of supporting students who are in need. In some cases, the amount allocated for each student is expected to more than double from the previous year. Universities will now have the flexibility in how they use this additional funding to improve student participation and to improve their success. And this may include providing enhanced academic support services, such as tutoring and mentoring, as well as offering direct financial assistance through scholarships and through grants. Institutions will also be able to use the funding to help offset the higher operational costs associated with maintaining campuses in regional and remote communities, ultimately strengthening access and educational outcomes across the sector. Deputy Speaker, Labor is proud to support improving outcomes for students from underrepresented backgrounds. Labor's reforms in the tertiary education sector have been widely welcomed by stakeholders, both universities and students alike. The President of the National Union of Students, Felix Hughes, said these reforms recognise that equity must be built into the higher education funding system and that supporting students from underrepresented backgrounds is essential to creating a more accessible higher education system. And the CEO of Universities Australia, Luke Sheehy, agreed, saying Australians need more university-educated workers, not fewer. That means opening the door to university for more Australians, no matter their postcode, background or bank balance. More opportunity is good for students, good for communities and good for the economy. Deputy Speaker, this bill speaks directly to that word that's been thrown around this place so often of late. It speaks to ambition. The reforms in this bill are aimed squarely at people from disadvantaged backgrounds, people whose lives are often shaped by challenges that many of us will simply never face. For many of them, ambition is not centred solely on personal achievement, but encompasses uplifting their families and their communities as well. These people are not lacking in talent, nor are they lacking in motivation. Instead, they are navigating systems that make their pathways to university harder at every step. And that is where this bill comes in, because it reflects core Labor values, that every person deserves a fair go, regardless of their background, their personal circumstances, or their bank balance.
Thank you. The question now is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the member for Fisher.
Thanks, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on the Universities Accord Opening the Doors of Opportunity Bill 2026. And at the outset, I want to make the Coalition's position very clear. We've not finalised our position on this bill. It makes substantial structural changes to Australia's higher education system. It should therefore be tested thoroughly, properly, carefully and transparently through the Senate committee process. The Senate has now referred the bill to the Education and Employment Legislation Committee, which is due to report on 3 September. That inquiry should examine the practical effect of this legislation, its fiscal consequences, the protection for students and providers, and the safeguards, if there are any, against the misuse of executive power. If the bill comes to a vote in this House before that committee has reported, the Coalition will not oppose it, but our final position will be determined after the evidence has been heard and the committee has completed its work. That is the responsible approach, because this is not simply a bill about funding more student places. It's a bill about who holds power over Australia's universities. It's about how many students they can enrol, which courses they can offer, where growth occurs, the extent to which institutions can respond to student demand, and how international students are allocated, and the conditions under which providers can continue to receive Commonwealth support. At its heart, this bill shifts Australia away from a system in which institutions retain meaningful flexibility and towards a system in which the minister, directly or indirectly, holds extraordinary power over the sector. The minister sets the domestic Commonwealth supported place pool. The minister sets the international student allocation pool. The minister may determine demand-driven courses. The minister can directly allocate places in specified circumstances. The minister can impose conditions on specified providers. The minister determines many of the operational details of needs-based funding through guidelines. And those powers are not merely exercised by this minister, they are powers that would be inherited by every future Minister for Education. Madam Deputy Speaker, that is the proper test that we in this place have to examine. We shouldn't legislate on the assumption that this minister, nor every future minister, will exercise broad discretionary power cautiously, transparently and wisely. Parliament must assess the machinery it creates, not simply the intentions of the government currently occupying the Treasury benches.
Pardon me, the debate is interrupted in accordance with Standing Order 43. The debate may be resumed at a later hour and the member will have leave to continue speaking when the debate is resumed. Are there any statements by honourable members? I call the member for Fowler.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. In July last month, on 21st of July, I had the privilege of attending the seniors concert at the Liverpool Catholic Club. I was honoured to stand with our local seniors to celebrate them and to recognise what the older generations give to our community. Our seniors carries a wealth of wisdom, culture and life experience that enriches every one of us across Fairfield and Liverpool cities. Gatherings like this matter. They bring people together and build a real sense of belonging, and for many of our seniors, particularly those from migrant and refugee backgrounds, they are a lifeline against isolation. The energy in that room was something special. The live band played the classics, and before long, people were up dancing in front of the stage. I enjoyed speaking with so many of them and of the people there that afternoon. The staff were exceptional, warm, welcoming, and gently coaxing everyone onto the dance floor. And I have to say, the catering there at the club was excellent. It is occasions like this that keep our community ties strong and ensure our elders feel valued and not forgotten. I thank the Liverpool Catholic Club, its board, the executive, the organisers, the performers and hard-working staff of Liverpool Council for organising this seniors concert for our community. To our seniors, you built this community. We see you and we are better for you. And I hope you enjoyed that afternoon as much as I did. Thank you.
Thank you. I call the member for Newcastle.
Thank you. Well, today is a great day for Newcastle and the Hunter, and a great day for Australian manufacturing. I want to acknowledge the Albanese and Minns Labor governments for securing the future of Tomago aluminium and saving more than 1,000 direct jobs and thousands more across the Hunter supply chain. I also want to give a shout out to my Hunter colleagues, the members for Patterson, Hunter and Shortland. We have fought together to ensure Tomago's future is secure. Most importantly, thank you to the workers of Tomago and to the ETU, the AWU, the AMWU and Hunter workers who have stood together and fought for these jobs and this industry. This is about more than saving a world-class aluminium smelter. It's about sovereign manufacturing and making sure Australia can make the things that we need here at home. Aluminium is critical to our future, to building homes, to transmission lines, solar panels, wind turbines, electric vehicles, and the technologies that will power our clean energy economy. Backing Tomago means backing good local jobs, stronger regional communities and a stronger, more sovereign Australian economy. This is a massive win for the Hunter, a great win for Australian manufacturing and a really big vote of confidence in our region and our future. This one is for you, Hunter workers.
Thank you. I call the member for Kooyong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. There is a clear and increasingly urgent need for Australian governments to set the conditions for safe and effective adoption of AI services in healthcare. AI is already reading our scans and our biopsies, drafting clinical notes and triaging patients. But our response so far has been siloed and fragmented. There is no single oversight body across healthcare. The new Office of AI will need dedicated senior health leadership. We need a national AI health strategy covering tiered safety and evidence standards across the AI lifecycle, clear liability and an independent body empowered to audit or halt deployed systems, mandatory equity testing across rural, First Nations, non-English speaking and older populations, national data sharing and benchmark data sets, clinician training in model uncertainty, not in generic AI literacy. We need investment in sovereign AI capability and genuine protections of transparency and consent for all patients of all ages in our healthcare system. AI is already opening doors to a more efficient and more adaptive healthcare system, but it is also potentially a very major disruptor of that system. We have to move with innovation and agility to get ahead of this historic challenge.
Member for Sturt.
The National Reconstruction Fund has taken a $10 million equity stake in aerospace company Southern Launch, located in my home state of South Australia. When I visited the Adelaide headquarters of Southern Launch, I met a group of dynamic, innovative and energised people excited by the opportunities offered by the sovereign space industry. Southern Launch is a pioneering aerospace company that in February 2025 achieved the world's first commercial spacecraft re-entry with Varda Space Industries. Under the leadership of CEO Lloyd Damp, Southern Launch's goal is to build and operate spaceports, facilitate rocket launches into orbit, enable suborbital launches and foster orbital re-entries that enable companies to develop medical therapies in space. Southern Launch does all of this at the same time as driving economic participation for First Nations people, specifically the Kaniba traditional owners, noting that the Kaniba Community Aboriginal Corporation is a Southern Launch shareholder. The investment by the National Reconstruction Fund in Southern Launch will help to establish a future space manufacturing hub and supply chain businesses in South Australia, creating new jobs and opportunities within the emerging space industry while fortifying a critical national supply chain. Southern Launch knows that South Australia is perfectly placed for space launch. Southern Launch and South Australia, how good.
Member for McKellar.
I wanted to read an excerpt of a speech I heard at the West Pittwater RFS AGM recently, as it is a wonderful tribute to retiring Captain Andrew Cutler Cutts and is emblematic of the commitment and sacrifice of so many in similar positions across McKellar. The speech was made by another former captain of the unit and legend, Wayne Lazaridis. As Captain Cutts was a powerful force and he always led from the front. I don't know what drives Andrew or where he found the energy to keep going for 13 years, but I do think I have some understanding of what it cost him. As brigade members, we hear the pager go off at the fireground, the training nights, the meetings, the public moments. What we don't always see are the countless decisions made behind the scenes, the responsibility that follows you home, the phone calls that interrupt family dinners, the sleepless nights during campaign fires. The weight of knowing that every decision has consequences and that the safety of your crew, your friends and the welfare of your community can rest on your judgment. Leadership carries a price. Sometimes it's measured in time, sometimes in missed moments with family, sometimes in criticism. Sometimes simply in the burden of always being the person expected to have the answers. What I admire most is that Andrew kept turning up. Whatever the challenge, whatever the criticism, whatever the pressure, he kept turning up. He kept putting one foot in front of the other year after year. He always gave 100%.
Member for Bennelong.
For the last 4 weeks, Deputy Speaker, the nation has been united by a viral song written by locals in my electorate of Bennelong. Since young Miles Phillips released Eastern Rosellas, it's been playing non-stop in all of our heads. And I think this song went viral for a few reasons. I think Australia loved seeing his father Joel connect and thrive with his son, supporting him through their love of music together. Many of us would have been touched by the focus on Australia's wondrous fauna. We are home to some of the most beautiful animals in the world, and the Eastern Rosella is just one of them. With their red, yellow, green and blue, colours so bright they'll shine for you, Deputy Speaker, this global recognition is highly deserved. And then the beat drops and our nation collectively rejoices. For me, Eastern Rosellas is more than a song, it's a reminder about why we need to continue to work and protect our environment. To the very talented Miles, you've created an absolute banger that has taken the world by storm. I see the next stop as #1 on the Triple J's Hottest 100 countdown. And while we may disagree on many things here, Deputy Speaker, I would hope that this Parliament unanimously backs my call to get Jack Black to cover the song just as Miles would want. They're flying over my head now, Deputy Speaker. Thanks for the tune, Miles.
Member for Durack.
Thank you. Australians are feeling poorer under the Albanese government. Many across the country are struggling to pay their mortgage, struggling with higher energy costs, and they're struggling to put food on their family's table. Yet, day in and day out, we are lectured to by those opposite about all of this cost of relief help that the Albanese government is giving to Australians. Well, Australians are sick to death of hearing these party lines and promises, and so am I. What Australians want is real relief and practical solutions, because at the moment Australians are not feeling the help, just the pain, and the economic indicators back that up. We need less talk and real action, not just for the next year but for generations to come, which is what the next coalition government will give to all Australians. I'm fighting for lower taxes through our tax-back guarantee, which is real generational tax reform. Affordable and reliable energy by scrapping net zero, lifting the ban on nuclear energy and supporting a mix of energy sources. Lower migration and more housing by capping immigration levels at homes completed and overhauling our skilled migration program to bring in the skills that our businesses and industries need. Just common sense reforms. I want to put Australians first, to pay down the $1 trillion of debt by cashing in on windfalls from our natural resources. Under a coalition government, Australians will see real action to fix our economy and protect our way of life, not just words.
Member for Solomon.
Deputy Speaker, I recognise an extraordinary group of Australians whose generosity has preserved an important chapter of our nation's wartime history. The Real Operation Copper is a documentary film about a little-known but remarkable Australian Special Operations mission conducted by Australian commandos in Papua New Guinea during the Second World War. It tells the story of the men who served with courage, ingenuity and sacrifice in defence of Australia. This production is particularly significant in not only the story it tells, but the way in which it was made. The documentary was completed through the voluntary efforts of an extraordinary community of Australians ranging across veterans, actors, film professionals, business, other supporters and donors who believed this story deserved to be preserved. Their contribution represents the very best of the Australian spirit, people working together to honour those who served and to ensure that future generations understand the sacrifices that helped secure our freedom. I recognise the leadership of John and Natalia Schindler, of Mike McGuinness, of John Thurgar and John Roxburgh, together with the many volunteers, supporters and donors whose generosity made this film project possible. I offer sincere thanks to every person who contributed to this remarkable project, lest we forget.
Member for McPherson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, Australians expect judgment, dignity and character from their Prime Minister. Instead, they get crude banter, excuses and denial. The Prime Minister continues to diminish the office he holds. But even worse, his government's diminishing the living standards of the Australians he's supposed to serve. Under Labor, Australians have suffered the biggest fall in living standards in the developed world. Productivity's in free fall. On the Reserve Bank's own numbers, it will take 8 years just to get back to where we were before Labor came to office. And because Labor can't manage money, they're coming after yours. More spending, more debt, more red tape, and toxic new taxes on housing, savings, investment and small business. Labor's not rewarding aspiration, it is punishing it. The contrast could not be clearer. The Coalition has a plan to fix the economy and protect our way of life. We'll axe Labor's toxic taxes and deliver our tax-back guarantee to address bracket creep so Australians can keep more of what they earn. We'll deliver cheaper and more reliable power, get migration and housing into balance, cut the red tape holding back builders and businesses, and establish a Future Generations Fund to pay down Labor's $1 trillion debt and get more return on our resources. Government should enable Australians to get ahead, not stand in their way. Labor offers higher taxes and managed decline. The Coalition offers lower taxes, greater opportunity and a confident path back to prosperity.
Member for Brisbane.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. This year alone, 45 Australian women have had their lives tragically cut short at the hands of violence by men. Behind every number is someone's mum, their sister, their aunt, their friend, whose life was stolen and whose loved ones are left behind. We are facing a domestic violence crisis in this country. Tragically, family and domestic violence remains the leading reason why Australian women and children find themselves homeless. And we know that one of the main reasons they are homeless is because they don't have a safe place to go in a way that they can leave the violent relationship. It's simply not good enough. Recognising the impact of these challenges have on women, we announced a $308 million investment to deliver 448 new crisis and transitional homes in Australia. Now, these homes are going to support around 22,000 women and children at some of the most vulnerable periods in their lives. And, Deputy Speaker, these homes are far more than bricks and mortar. They will provide not only a safe place to stay, but also the services and support women and children need to recover from the trauma, to regain their independence and rebuild their lives with confidence and dignity. And that's what meaningful housing delivery looks like. And it's in stark contrast to those opposite who in 9 years built only 9 crisis and transitional homes across the country. It's a disgrace, Deputy Speaker. Now, together, we can build a nation where every woman and child is safe, supported and empowered to thrive.
Member for Bowman.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. It's always been the great promise of this country that every generation could pass on to their children a nation that was stronger and more prosperous. And unfortunately, under this government, this potentially will be the first generation not able to do that. Under Labor, Australians have suffered the biggest fall in living standards across the developed world. And under Labor, the RBA is forecasting that productivity will take 8 years just to get us back to the levels that we had them at when we were last in government. You might recall the 3-day talkfest that occurred in this building when the government last year tried to tackle the productivity challenge. The Treasurer said in an interview at the time, productivity is the main game here. We've got our eyes on the prize. We've got a big productivity agenda. He noted in his closing press conference, higher living standards is the holy grail, and a more productive economy is how we're going to deliver it. Well, 12 months on, how is the government going on this big challenge? How are they going in seeking that holy grail? Well, productivity has gone further backwards. Australians are working harder, but falling further and further behind. Our country desperately needs change, and the Coalition has a plan to deliver that change by fixing our economy and protecting our way of life in a way that we can lift productivity, rebuild Australian living standards.
Member for Hunter.
I want to recognise an extraordinary young person from the Hunter community, 15-year-old Tilly from Morisset. Today, Tilly is doing something incredibly brave and generous. She's shaving off all of her hair to support people affected by cancer. Her hair will be donated to sustainable salons where it can be used to help create medical wigs for people experiencing hair loss as a result of cancer treatment and other medical conditions. But Tilly's generosity doesn't stop there, Speaker. She's also raising money for New South Wales Cancer Council and has already raised more than $3,300. That's an outstanding achievement for a young person who simply wanted to make a real difference. At just 15 years of age, Tilly is showing all of us what community spirit, compassion and leadership does look like. I know the people of Morisset, along with her school community at Morisset High School, will be incredibly proud of her. I encourage everybody to get behind Tilly if they can. If you're able to donate, please do so, and if you're not, that's okay. But what you can do is share her story and help spread the word. That can really make a difference too. Tilly, your courage and kindness is an absolute inspiration to not only the people of the Hunter, but people all over this beautiful country of Australia. On behalf of our community, congratulations on what you're doing today. Thank you for thinking of others, and good luck with the shave. You are an absolute champion. Thank you.
Member for Berowra.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. People in the Berowra community were already doing it tough, and then along came Anthony Albanese with his toxic taxes and made things so much worse. The Financial Review has reported that Labor's toxic taxes have wiped 5.7% of the value of homes in Berowra. That's an average of $114,000. At the same time, there's no evidence of additional first home buyers in our community. That's the double whammy of Labor's bad policy. And unfortunately, it's part of a much bigger problem. Under Labor, Australians are working harder but getting less for it. Productivity is going backwards. Small businesses are dealing with more red tape and higher costs. Families are paying more tax, and Australian living standards have fallen. Labor have made it harder to invest, harder to run a business and harder for families to get ahead. We need to get Australia moving again, and that means rewarding hard work. It means backing small business. It means encouraging investment, and it means getting government out of the way. Because Australians shouldn't have to work harder and harder just to keep going backwards. But that's what they're doing under the Albanese Labor government. Australians deserve a government that will help them get ahead.
Just going to remind members not to use personal names in their speeches and to always refer to members in this House by their titles. And I give the call to member for Whitlam.
Speaker, far too many young people feel that the housing market is stacked against them. I've spoken to many young people in my electorate who feel that the idea of owning their own home is completely out of reach. Our government is working hard to level the playing field for young Australians aspiring to home ownership. Labor is delivering tax reform and housing investments that are specifically designed to help younger people buy their own home. Speaker, Labor's 5% deposit scheme is helping younger Australians buy a home of their own sooner, slashing the time required to save for a deposit. Our government has supported over 260,000 Australians nationwide to buy a home through our 5% deposit scheme. And we've saved those 260,000 Australians more than $2.5 billion in lenders' mortgage insurance. In my electorate of Whitlam, I'm pleased to report that over 1,800 people have used our 5% deposit scheme to buy their own home. Labor is also concerned with assisting people in our community who are renting. For example, over 9,000 people in my electorate of Whitlam receive Commonwealth rent assistance. Our government has delivered the first back-to-back increases in Commonwealth rent assistance in over 30 years. Rent assistance has increased by over 50% since we came to government. Speaker, only a Labor government will deliver this kind of bold reform for Australians who need it most.
I give the call to member for Flinders.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. This week we have once again observed a stubborn Prime Minister who consistently refuses to fess up when he has tripped up. It wasn't me. I didn't fall. No, it wasn't me. I didn't offend the people of Japan by making a mockery of their honourable gift. It wasn't me. I didn't stuff up on a blokey podcast making a stupid joke about melons at the expense of the Japanese Prime Minister and confessing to a childhood crush on an Australian idol. And while the Prime Minister and his performing clown backbenchers failed to assume the task set to them to muster the grace and honour due to the title of the Australian government, the coalition is getting on with the job. Getting on with the job of designing an Australian economy with rigour and accountability, building back aspiration and encouraging endeavour and sacrifice, and respecting wealth where it results from hard work. On this side of the chamber, we have a plan, and a detailed plan, to restore Australia's prosperity and its standard of living by, first of all, ridding Australia of Labor's toxic taxes, by guaranteeing lower power prices and pursuing energy abundance so we don't see bailouts time after time after time for failing Australian industries as a result of the policies of the other side. Pegging migration to our infrastructure capacity, making sure when we bring migrants in we can provide homes for them, and putting Australians first, investing in those who make a lifelong commitment to this country.
Member for Canberra.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Recently I attended the market days at ANU and University of Canberra, and I also visited the Australian Catholic University here in Canberra, where I heard about what the Albanese government's paid prac support means to students. Among them were Harsey and Caitlin from the Canberra Student Pharmacy Association, who spoke about the challenges of lengthy practical placements and the difference the support will make. For many healthcare students, placements require hundreds of hours away from paid work and in many cases away from home. These commitments can place significant financial pressure on students preparing for the professions that our communities rely on. And that's why the Albanese government is expanding the Commonwealth paid prac payment to students studying 10 additional frontline health professions, including pharmacy, physiotherapy, occupational therapy, paramedicine, radiography and clinical psychology, among others. This builds on support already available to eligible teaching, nursing, midwifery and social work students. This is real cost of living relief. It means students can focus on gaining the skills and practical experience they need to complete their studies and serve our communities, rather than worrying about making ends meet.
By backing students today, we are strengthening the healthcare workforce Australia will rely on tomorrow.
Member for Herbert.
Our critical military bases have been turned into a playground for unidentified drone operators because of this government's staggering incompetence. It is a betrayal of the men and women in uniform that their bases they serve on are being threatened and treated as unprotected targets. Reports show that there were 147 drone incidents, up from 60 the previous year. These figures prove this isn't a fluke. It is a systematic, humiliating collapse of our national defences under this Labor government's watch. Australians deserve to know why the government allowed swarms of drones to operate at sensitive facilities with absolutely no consequence. We must know what intelligence was stolen, were ADF members filmed or followed, and who was responsible. The Prime Minister and the Defence Minister must stop hiding under their desks and explain their shameful delay and why they kept the true scale of this national security disaster from the public. When our most sensitive bases are breached repeatedly and the government is clueless, Australians have every right to view the Albanese Labor government as a fundamental threat to our national security. And if this Prime Minister gave national security as much thought as he's given Kylie Minogue and the Japanese Prime Minister's melons, we might not be in this situation.
Member for Bonner.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today with a heavy heart. 4 women killed in 45 days in my home state of Queensland. And across our country, 45 Australian women have been killed by violence this year. As a former domestic violence lawyer, I know the courage it takes to leave, and when a woman does, it is the most dangerous time, and our systems must support her. The Albanese Labor government has made ending violence against women and children a national priority. We have invested more than $4.4 billion under our national plan. We have made the leaving violence payment permanent, delivered 500 additional frontline workers, strengthened prevention, invested in legal assistance, specialist police training and perpetrator programs. But 4 women killed in Queensland in 45 days tells us something very clearly. There is so much more work to do. We must prevent violence before it starts. We must intervene earlier. We must hold perpetrators to account. And we must ensure that when a woman reaches out for help, she is heard and she is safe. Our goal is ambitious, but it must be to end violence against women and children in one generation. Women deserve to be safe everywhere, always. And this government is working every single day to make that a reality.
Manager of Opposition Business.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. And there's something about the Prime Minister, the Hunter Valley and the truth. Do you remember when he spoke to the Mining and Energy Union in the Hunter Valley? Yeah. And he just sort of slipped off the stage. Well, maybe he slipped off the stage. Maybe he fell off the stage. But remember, he didn't trip. No. He didn't trip. He didn't trip. No, he's denied point blank that he tripped. And there he was today. There he was today at Tomago. There he was at Tomago. And he gets a very simple question put to him. Did you disrespect the Japanese Prime Minister? And what happens this time? Chris Minns pulls the curtain on it. Chris Minns pulls the curtain on it. There is something about the truth and this Prime Minister, and you know the sad reality is, and they can interject all they like. They can interject all they like. You know what the problem is? When he doesn't tell the truth, Australians pay for it. And more stats today. $1,500. An Australian average worker is poorer because this Prime Minister can't tell the truth. That's $5,500 since he came to office. Learn to tell the truth, Prime Minister.
Member for Leichhardt, don't take your seat until you're called. The member for Leichhardt has the call.
There are now over 3,800 bulk billing clinics right across the country. If you take 4 seconds to say the name of each one, it takes about 4 hours and 5 minutes to complete, or the amount of time I spend in the air to get here. The reason that I know this makes me a very annoying person to sit next to. But it's not just the GP, Speaker, it's Medicare mental health clinics, it's 1-800 Medicare, it's urgent care clinics, it's cheaper medicine at 2004 prices, and it's finally acknowledging women's health. In the far north, it's a JCU Yeti building where doctors are trained from go to woe. It's a new CQU build with paid prac for all of our allied health that we're going to need, and it's at the nursing at Thursday Island, because we know when you train them at home, they stay at home.
Oh, yes.
So while the opposition has to reach for a dictionary to get the definition of Medicare, millions of Australians know every time they reach for that green and gold card exactly what it stands for. Labor built Medicare, Labor protects Medicare, Labor strengthens Medicare.
Order. Members can take their seats quickly and quietly in accordance with Standing Order 43. The time for member statements has concluded. I'll just invite members to take their seats. Give the call on indulgence to the Prime Minister.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. A short time ago I had the absolute pleasure of meeting with His Royal Highness the Crown Prince of Brunei. We discussed our shared ambition for a peaceful, stable and prosperous region underpinned by free trade and freedom of navigation and, of course, ASEAN centrality. Crucially, we reaffirmed our shared commitment to work together to strengthen energy supply chain resilience. This is of the utmost importance. Our meeting today follows on from my visit to Brunei in April, where His Majesty the Sultan of Brunei Darussalam and I agreed to strengthen energy and food security, to support the flow of essential goods between our two countries, including petroleum oils, as well as agriculture and agri-food essentials and key agricultural inputs such as urea. Since the April visit and the broader engagement in the region with our partners, Australia has maintained strong fuel and fertiliser stocks despite ongoing uncertainty in the Middle East. This is one more reminder of the importance of our government's work in rebuilding and strengthening our relationships with the nations in our region. That friendship and cooperation with our neighbours such as Brunei puts Australia at the front of the queue when the pressure is on. And in times of global uncertainty, this matters more than ever. The Crown Prince is now travelling to Sydney, where he will have other engagements. He has met with Her Excellency the Governor-General. We wish him all the very best for a safe and fruitful journey here, and we wish him all the very best as well on a safe journey home.
We shall move to questions without notice. Are there any questions? Give the call to the Honourable the Leader of the Opposition.
My question is to the Prime Minister. This morning the Prime Minister was asked, yet again, about his classless comments on the Bush Deep podcast. Yet again, he refused to give a straight answer. To save him from embarrassment, the New South Wales Premier stepped in and shut down the question. Why won't the Prime Minister man up, stop hiding behind his colleagues and take responsibility for his grubby behaviour?
Order. Members on my right, I want to hear the questions in silence. If there's any more interjections, if there's any more interjections, people will not be here to hear the answer. Give the call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the Leader of the Opposition for his question, and I direct him to the comments of the Ambassador of Japan, who stated very clearly the dinner hosted by Prime Minister Albanese during the Prime Minister's visit to Australia this May was held in a very relaxed atmosphere, and we believe it helped build a personal trust relationship between the two leaders. Indeed it did. We have a very good relationship with Japan, and I look forward to continuing to work with our friends on economic issues as well as interests of peace and security and prosperity in our region.
The call to the order when the House comes to order. We'll hear from the Honourable Member for Richmond.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. How is the Albanese Labor government working to prevent family, sexual and domestic violence, improve early intervention and make sure women and children can access support they need free from violence?
Call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for Richmond for her question. Over the last 3 months, our government has undertaken major consultation on the next phase of our second national plan to end violence against women and children. Yesterday, as part of that, myself, along with Minister Plibersek, Minister Gallagher and Assistant Minister Carney, took part in an extensive roundtable with leaders of 14 organisations who do work on the front line. That was one of more than 160 roundtables that have occurred right around the country, engaging over 1,100 people in person and over 2,000 people online. And that comes at a time where, just yesterday, it was reported there was another death of a First Nations woman in Queensland, allegedly murdered by her former partner. That death is tragic, just as every single life lost to violence is. As elected representatives, we must listen to Australians when they tell us they want violence against women and children to stop, and we must continue to act on it in the best ways that we know how. As a government, our investment has been heavily focused, and understandably so, on response and recovery for women, victims, survivors. That's about 80% of our record $4.4 billion investment. And yesterday, the Housing Minister made another announcement about emergency accommodation. What I heard yesterday was that when it comes to the second action plan, we also need to think more deeply about prevention and listen to the voices of children. I met Connor Paul, a 23-year-old advocate for action on family and domestic violence and a survivor himself. He is an incredibly eloquent and very brave young man who told the story of violence in his family in a very personal way. It is clear that there are gaps in the system, and my government will seek to address them as part of our second action plan. It's clear as well that government can't do it all, that all of us as Australians have a responsibility to do better. What is clear is also that violence against women and children, as well as the pervasiveness of violence on social media and the normalisation of sexual violence amongst young men, such as strangulation, that is becoming more and more witnessed, and people being victims in hospitals, are festering issues that must be addressed, just as the role of technology as well and what's happening online must be addressed. They are national issues, they require national leadership. We all have a role to play to end this violence against women and children. And we'll keep working with states and territories as well, including at the National Cabinet later this month. States and territories are responsible for a lot of the actual service delivery, of course, in departments of community services around the country, which is why we want to have the update following on from the special National Cabinet that I convened to deal with these issues that set in train the second national plan process.
Not indulgence to associate her remarks with the Prime Minister. The member for Lindsay.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I'd like to associate the Coalition with the Prime Minister's remarks, and in addition to the states, to say that the Coalition is very willing to work with the government to prevent the violence against particularly women and children. In this cost of living crisis, we're hearing more and more women are unable to leave their violent partners because they can't afford to do so. And I would also like to, on behalf of the Coalition, to thank Connor for coming forward and being a very brave young man and sharing his stories. They're the stories that none of us like to hear, but stories that do need to be told, and they're the stories that every one of us as elected officials hear in our electorate offices every day. And sadly, despite all the investment, we're hearing it more and more. So we'd like to work with you, Prime Minister, on your National Action Plan, and we'll continue to do so until we fix this terrible, terrible issue.
Give the call to the honourable member for Flinders.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. A month before he made sexist remarks about the Prime Minister of Japan on the Bush Deep podcast, the Prime Minister did post this comment online. No matter who you support in politics, it is completely unacceptable to demean, objectify, belittle or offend women. So why won't the Prime Minister stop hiding behind his female frontbenchers and the New South Wales Premier and take responsibility for his disrespectful behaviour?
Order. Minister for Small Business. The Prime Minister has the call.
Thank the member for her question. The Ambassador for Japan made a very clear and unequivocal comment yesterday publicly about these issues. The visit of Prime Minister Takaichi was an extremely successful one, following on previous successful visits by the Prime Minister Kishida, following on my 3 visits to Japan as well. Part of that visit was a dinner at the lodge that was extremely warm and generous, very personal in the discussions that we had as well. It was an extremely successful visit. I look forward to continuing to work with our friends in Japan.
Just order. The member for Forest. Just remind all members about trying to constrain their imputations in questions as well. That was a very broad question, but I'm not particularly comfortable when there are so many imputations that are rife in questions. We need to make sure there are certain standards in the questions. Just remind the House to that fact. Give the call to the honourable member for Boothby.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Social Services. How is the Albanese Labor government working to reduce family, domestic and sexual violence? Why is this so important?
Call to the Minister for Social Services.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr Speaker, and thank you for meeting Connor Paul yesterday. He is a unique young man, as the Prime Minister said. Thank you also to the member for Boothby for her question and for her advocacy on this issue. As someone who worked on the front line of homelessness, she knows the impact of family, domestic and sexual violence on our community. Ending gender-based violence is a priority for our government. As the Prime Minister said yesterday, was another devastating reminder of why this is so important. As we sat yesterday and listened to those frontline service delivery organisations talk about what we need to do in the next phase of our work on violence against women and children, I think we heard some really important and some really consistent insights. We heard that we have to do more and better for children. Children tell us that they are not just witnessing domestic violence, they are experiencing it, and they need the services to support them. We know that escalating rates of sexual violence, particularly amongst young people, are a huge concern that we need to address. Almost 40% of victims of sexual assault are between the ages of 10 and 17. And we know that online harms are spilling into real-life harm. As the Prime Minister said, sexual strangulation is becoming commonplace because children are seeing violent and degrading pornography before they've had their first kiss. It's where they're getting their sex education from. Tech-facilitated abuse is exploding. Just as we deal with one thing like undetectable stalking apps or nudify apps, the next challenge emerges, as the Attorney-General spoke about yesterday, with those AI glasses that can record people even without their knowledge. And of course, we need to work with people who use violence, help those who are willing to change, and for those who aren't willing to change, who go on and harm one woman after another, throw them in jail. Actually deal with them. Of course, we're not waiting for the second action plan to take action. You heard from the Housing Minister yesterday about her $308 million to deliver safe, secure homes for women and children escaping family and domestic violence that will help 22,000 people. Our government's $4.4 billion investment has helped 1,400 organisations help close to 500,000 people. But while one woman or one child is frightened at home in their night, while one person fears sexual assault, while one person is ground down by coercive control, we won't rest, we won't stop. Every one of us here, every level of government, every community organisation, every school and every family has a role to play in our aim of ending violence against women and children.
Call to the honourable member for Curtin.
This is a question for the Minister representing the Minister for Science.
Investment in science is critical to Australia's future productivity and prosperity, but our science system is going backwards. We rank 40th out of 44th OECD nations for STEM graduates and invest well below the average on research and development. We need bold and urgent action to reverse this decline. When will the government commit to implementing the full package of reforms recommended in the Ambitious Australia report?
Call to the Attorney-General representing the Minister for Science.
Thank you, Speaker. I thank the member for her interest in this important policy area and acknowledge her constructive engagement on this and many other issues. The Ambitious Australia report was a major undertaking, with hundreds of submissions and extensive recommendations touching every aspect of Australia's research and development ecosystem. The fact is, it will take time to deliver the reform that's required to make good on the ambition of that report. But the report presents a comprehensive set of recommendations, and this year's budget includes the first steps of the government's response. A strategic, well-functioning R&D sector is central to delivering a future made in Australia, turning ideas into industry, strengthening resilience and supporting Australian workers and businesses. Ambitious Australia makes clear that government funding alone cannot lift R&D performance. Industry, universities and the private sector all have a role to play. There is $2 billion of new spending on R&D in this recent budget, bringing the government's spend over the forwards on R&D to over $39.1 billion. We're establishing the National Resilience and Science Council to better coordinate and align public innovation investments with Australia's economic objectives. We're strengthening Australian science capability, critical to delivering the future made in Australia, with $1.5 billion invested in science and innovation, including in the CSIRO, the National Measurement Institute, the Australian Space Agency and the Square Kilometre Array. We're backing Australian researchers and making Australia a destination for clinical trials, with $589 million of investment, so Australians can obtain early access to life-changing medicines and treatments. This includes increasing disbursements from the Medical Research Future Fund, growing each year from 2026-27 up to $1 billion a year by 2030-31. The government's focused on making sure every dollar spent on R&D has significant scale and impact. To that end, we recently concluded treaty negotiations on Horizon Europe, which will give Australian organisations access to the world's largest pooled research fund in 2027, worth $155 billion. Mr Speaker, we know we can always do more, but it will take a collective effort, and industry and the research sector each have a role to play. That's why, on top of increasing public investment in science, the first stage of our response to Ambitious Australia has focused on better targeting incentives for business to invest in Australian innovation and improving coordination of our R&D efforts.
The call to the honourable member for Newcastle.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. How is the Albanese Labor government delivering on our national resilience by backing Australia's workforce, our sovereign capability and future manufacturing industry? Why is this important, and have there been any responses?
Call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for that heartland of Australian manufacturing historically, Newcastle. Resilience, good secure jobs, a future made in Australia. That is what we have delivered with New South Wales and Tomago Aluminium today. Securing the future for more than 1,000 workers directly on the Tomago Aluminium smelter site itself, and more than 5,000 jobs direct in the Hunter, helping to contribute to the manufacturing supply chain and the future for the generations of Australians who will work at Tomago in the years to come. I met one worker there who has worked there for 43 years, and what he said was that he was so pleased that future generations there in the Hunter will have good quality jobs in the future. In a world that is more unpredictable and at risk of disruption, backing Australia's sovereign industrial capability and abundant renewable energy is so important. We reject the idea, and nothing upsets them more to hear that jobs are being protected, Mr Speaker. Nothing upsets them more, Mr Speaker.
Member for Moncrieff.
The same mob that told the car industry to bugger off. Well, what we think and understand is that jobs are important and that we need to make more things here in Australia. That we can't just be at the end of global supply chains. We have the raw materials, the skilled workforce, the renewable energy capacity, as well as the aspiration and the motivation to build for the future. We take that challenge and the opportunity seriously, because what we announced at Tomago today is just one part of that vision. Whether it's our manufacturing capability at the Boyne Smelter, at the Whyalla Steelworks, at Glencore in Mount Isa or at Nearstar in Port Pirie, whether it's our fuel security or investing in our critical minerals industry, those jobs, those industries, those opportunities, they are in our national interest. That's why Labor is committed to investing in a future made in Australia, to modernising our national energy grid, to securing sovereign capability and our resilience, backing Australian industry here and now, investing in jobs and industries so as to set Australia up for a prosperous future.
Before I call the member for Goldstein, I'm pleased to inform the House that present in the gallery today is Councillor Ben Fry, the Deputy Mayor of Bathurst Regional Council, as a guest of the member for Calare. Give the call to the honourable member for Goldstein.
My question is to the Prime Minister. Data released today shows the average Australian worker is more than $1,200 a year poorer than they were a year ago. Why is the Albanese Labor government making Australians poorer?
Give the call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for his question. And Labor is indeed focused on easing cost of living pressures, making a positive difference, all measures that were opposed by those opposite. Whether it was the tax cuts that came in on July 1, whether it's the measures that have lifted up bulk billing to 84% nationally, whether it's the 800,000 enrolments in free TAFE, whether it's the new legislation delivering wage justice for early childhood educators, whether it be minimum standards and minimum pay for gig economy workers, whether it be expanding paid prac. Well, they won't expand it, they'll get rid of it, as what they took to the last election, even though it will make an enormous difference. Whether it be the new Fair Work Court that we have announced as well, to make sure that workers can be looked after. Whether it be the even more cheaper medicines that we've added to the PBS, the cut to the price of medicines down to $25, and remember the hysteria over 60-day scripts that they said would be a disaster, which is now in place, saving Australians money.
Gippsland is now warned. The member for Goldstein. Order. There is too much noise. This wall of noise is just too great. So I'm just giving everyone fair warning that I'd like the noise levels to decrease. So I'd like you to work with me to achieve that goal. If not, there'll be other consequences for actions. Prime Minister.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. They get very excited when we're talking about helping people with cost of living measures. When we talk about tax cuts, when we talk about lifting the minimum wage, when we talk about jobs and supporting Australian industry, they get very upset. Mr Speaker, I wonder why they got so upset about Tomago. Because the current Leader of the Opposition called for the entire industry to be offshored to China.
Order. The manager on a point of order.
Thanks, Speaker. The question was about the ABS average weekly earnings data, so it goes to relevance. The Prime Minister isn't addressing that weekly earnings data.
Why Australians? The manager on point of order.
The question goes to whether or not workers are worse off, and it's obviously in order for the Prime Minister to talk about whether they'd have a job.
Order. Order. The question was, why is the government... Order. Member for Lyon, I'm trying to deal with the manager's point of order. The question was, why is the government making workers poorer? Obviously, the Prime Minister is disagreeing with the context of that question, or the premise of that question, so he's... With a big, broad question like that, you're going to get a big, broad answer. So, order. So we're going to listen to the Prime Minister because he is being directly relevant to a very broad question.
Mr. Speaker. Thanks, Mr. Speaker. They're about to get upset too because I'm about to quote work of the current Leader of the Opposition, who wrote a report which said this: in aluminium there are few prospects for growth. We cannot compete in processing. Australian aluminium smelting is uncompetitive on both capital and operating costs. Chinese smelters have a clear capital cost advantage. Although our competitive position in processing is poor, Australia is well positioned to supply the emerging bauxite export market to China. Well, there it is, Mr. Speaker. We on this side of the House understand Australian jobs. They want them offshore.
Before we go any further, the Leader of the Nationals in the House was on a warning. He interjected 6 times. He'll now leave the chamber under 94A. If you're on a warning and you interject, you're not going to be here. Okay. We shall now hear from the honourable member for Hunter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Industry. How will the Albanese Labor government's plan to secure the future of Tomago aluminium support local jobs as well as the future of Australia's manufacturing capability? How does this compare with other approaches?
Oh, great. Give a call to the Minister for Defence Industry, the Minister for Pacific Island Affairs and the Minister representing the Minister for Industry.
I thank the member for Hunter for his question and his staunch advocacy for the region alongside the members for Newcastle and the member for Paterson. Speaker, this is a great day for the Hunter, one of the greatest since the 1997 Grand Final. Last year, I stood in the rain with the Prime Minister when he told the workers of Tomago, "We have your back." And now we've delivered with the announcement of a joint package with New South Wales. It will keep the smelter open. It will advance the Hunter's clean energy transition, and it means we keep a strategically important asset for the whole country. And it will secure more than 1,000 direct jobs and 5,000 additional across the Hunter. Speaker, Tomago has been operating continuously 24 hours a day since 1983. And it's Hunter workers who've kept it going every day and every night. And Speaker, I'm so proud to be part of a government who is delivering for these workers. The most pro-manufacturing government in the history of this country, led by this Prime Minister. Speaker, make no mistake, this is a great day for the Hunter, an investment in the future of the region, supporting jobs and the Hunter economy, and providing certainty to workers like Matt and his wife, who spoke to the PM and I about how today's announcement has given him confidence after buying a house in Raymond Terrace. And Speaker, it's also a great day for Australia, because we're one of the only handful of countries with an end-to-end aluminium supply chain, from bauxite mining to alumina refining to aluminium smelting. And successive global shocks have demonstrated why it's so important to make things here. Importantly, Speaker, Tomago is also investing $1.1 billion in this facility. This is truly a future made in Australia in action, strengthening our energy security, supporting Aussie industry and delivering Australian jobs. Rio Tinto's been clear that these investments are needed because coal power was too expensive to keep Tomago open, and because of an ageing coal-fired power and underinvestment in the energy system under those opposite. Now, Speaker, I'm asked about other approaches. Well, the approach of those opposite was to close Tomago down. That was part of the now Leader of the Opposition's election costings. That was on top of bullying the car industry to leave. That was on top of 23 failed energy policies when in government. That was on top of voting against price caps on gas. Speaker, only one side of the House can be trusted to support Aussie manufacturing, and it's this Labor government under this Labor Prime Minister.
I'll give the call to the honourable member for Hinkler.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Housing. The major 4 banks in Australia are all reporting declines in home loan applications of between 12% and 20% since Labor's budget of broken promises. Will the Minister finally admit Labor's toxic taxes have tanked the housing market?
Call to the Minister for Housing, the Minister for Homelessness and the Minister for Cities.
Thank you so much, Speaker, and I thank the member for his question. And I'm asked about the impact of the landmark housing tax reforms that our government has instituted. Speaker, reforms that for the first time mean that first home buyers are standing on a level playing field with investors. Now, Speaker, why have we taken this big step? Because we see, Speaker, that home ownership is the most important aspiration in the lives of most Australians, and our government is standing up and delivering that opportunity for more Australians. Speaker, I'm asked about the impact of these tax reforms. Let me tell the Parliament what they are. These tax changes will reverse 10 years in decline of home ownership rates around our country. Now, Speaker, I understand that those opposite are the last man standing in our country who cannot see that we have a broken housing market. And the only reason that they are in that position, Speaker, it is very simple. They are not spending enough time with their constituents. Our broken housing market is creating housing pain for millions of people around our country.
Order. Just if the Minister can take a breath and pause. I'll just let her take her seat so I can hear from the manager.
Speaker, it goes to relevance, and I won't read out previous rulings, correct rulings that you've made around this, but the opposition wasn't mentioned in the question.
Yes, the Minister won't be able to talk about opposition policy because she wasn't asked about alternative approaches or other policies as well. She was asked a fairly specific question. She had some specific information. The question was, will the Minister admit toxic taxes have tanked a market? That's the question that she's going to have to find an answer for, which she can do, but she won't be able to do a very limited compare and contrast, as all speakers have done before me, but she wasn't asked about alternative policies, so that won't be able to be a majority for her answer going forward.
Thanks so much, Speaker, and very happy to speak to the impact of these landmark housing tax reforms for the country, Speaker, and the massive opportunity that they are opening up for home ownership for so many more Australians. Now, Speaker, I do want to remind the Parliament, of course, that this is part of a much bigger and broader housing agenda that our government is implementing. Remember, Speaker, 260,000 Australians in their own home with our government's backing, and I want every one of them to know that they've got housing today because a Labor government saw their aspiration and backed them in. Speaker, we've got the 5% deposit program helping Australians get to the auction up to 8 years earlier, and now housing tax changes that put them on a level playing field with investors for the first time. Speaker, that policy alone will take 75,000 households that are today stuck in a rent trap and give them the opportunity for them to own their own home. Speaker, we're really proud to be making these big and important changes, and we're going to keep fighting for first home ownership opportunities for every person in this country.
Member for Page is now warned. And we're going to hear from the member for Spence.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Treasurer. What does today's earnings data tell us about Australians' incomes? Are there any risks to the wages and retirement incomes of Australians?
Order. give the call to the Treasurer.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. Thanks to the member for Spence for his question, also for the time that we spent with the young workers in his electorate a couple of weeks ago. Our economic plan is all about boosting wages, and today we got some encouraging news on that front, because average weekly earnings are up again and the gender pay gap is closing further, Mr Speaker. They might not want to see that, Mr Speaker, but we do. Average weekly full-time earnings are up more than $300 a week since this government was elected. The gender pay gap has fallen to another record low of 11.3%, which is a source of pride for us, but also a reminder that we do have more work to do on that front. Real wages growth are expected to return later this financial year as inflation subsides. Average annualised full-time earnings growth under this government is much stronger than it was under our predecessors. And that's because, in their own words, lower wages were a deliberate design feature of their economic policy. So workers are earning more under this government, and because of our tax cuts, they're keeping more as well. And as the Prime Minister said, that's because they are getting the tax cut that those opposite voted against and said that they would repeal. Now, this is just one way that the Liberals, the Nationals and One Nation all share a dangerous and divisive anti-worker agenda, Mr Speaker, but it's not the only way. They also want to end compulsory super for workers, Mr Speaker. Yesterday, Senator Bragg at the Press Club dismissed superannuation as a loss of liberty and a strange experiment, Mr Speaker. And in the crowd, smirking and nodding and applauding, was the Shadow Treasurer, Mr Speaker. The same Shadow Treasurer who told Andrew Bolt that people on low and middle incomes should be taken out of the compulsory superannuation system, Mr Speaker. And a Tigger does not change his stripes, Mr Speaker. This is the policy of those opposite, to end super as we know it, to hack at and to then destroy an essential part of our social and economic architecture and make people poorer at work and in retirement as a consequence. Their hatred of super would decimate the retirement incomes and the economic security of Australian workers. Their hatred of super should send a shiver up the spine of every single working Australian in this country. Now, we are delivering real and positive change in wages and in superannuation. We got it to 12%. We're paying it on paid parental leave. We're boosting it for low-income workers because we know how important super is to a decent retirement, and we will defend superannuation forever from the dangerous anti-worker, anti-super ideology of those opposite.
Call to the honourable member for Durack.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Labor's toxic taxes have tanked the housing market. Does the Prime Minister know how many first home buyers are now trapped in negative equity?
Good question.
Order. Prime Minister has the call.
I thank the member for her question, and indeed, yesterday the Shadow Housing Minister had a day out. It was a ripper. It was a highlight and well worth watching. He said this: as someone who was a backbencher in the Morrison government, I am sorry I didn't do more to stop the madness.
Order. Prime Minister will pause the manager on a point of order.
Yeah, thanks, Speaker. And I'm going to quote Speaker Smith on 21 June 2021. I uphold that point of order. There was no question about alternatives. There's a lot else in the question, but certainly nothing about alternatives. Now, the Prime Minister needs to be relevant to the question, and there was nothing about alternatives.
Yes, to the point of order, yeah. We'll hear from the manager.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. If we are quoting Speaker Smith, I'd remind the House of two other things that Speaker Smith would always say, which was the first, the allowance of a preamble on any answer, and secondly, that members were always allowed, ministers were always allowed to compare and contrast. And in those two particular phrases, there are multiple references.
Yes, I can. The manager.
I actually have a quote of Speaker Smith on preamble. The Prime Minister, and I'll quote again, this is 11 February 2020. The Prime Minister's had more than a preamble. The question was very specific indeed and...
Order.
No, I haven't undermined myself. And Speaker, could the Prime Minister... I know he's had a bad week, but...
Just get to the point.
Yeah. I know you've had a bad week. If I can, if you just...
Order. We'll just get to the point quickly and efficiently.
Yeah. The Prime Minister's had more than a preamble. The question was very specific indeed, and whilst the Prime Minister is entitled to talk generally, the start of his answer, he needs to either come to that question. It's time to come to the question.
In order. Order. Members on my right are going to cease interjecting immediately. The manager's right to raise his points of order in the way that he does. 17 seconds is not a very long time, or 20 seconds is not a very long time. But Speaker Smith also said on the 22nd of October 2019, but as I've said before, both the Prime Minister and the Leader of the Opposition do get some tolerance to compare and contrast. And I'm glad you've raised Speaker Smith because I've got a whole lot of his quotes ready to go, which will be great. We can go through all of them. The Prime Minister will continue.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker, and I do thank the member for that point of order, backing us up. I'll make a couple of points that are pretty clear. The latest RBA data shows less than 1% of all mortgage holders are in negative equity. Okay, point one. Point two, guess what? That's less than half of the mortgage holders who were in negative equity under the Liberals in 2017 and 2019. Less than half, Mr Speaker. Less than half. In April 2019, the RBA reported just over 2% of borrowers were in negative equity.
You should have checked that first.
Unbelievable. This is while median dwelling prices fell by 4.3% between May 2018 and May 2019.
You should have checked that first.
With Sydney dwelling values dropping 10.7% over that year.
Order. Members on my left.
Mr Speaker, no wonder when they let their Housing Shadow Minister out yesterday, he not only went on to say he was sorry that he didn't do more to stop the madness, he described universal superannuation as one of the biggest public policy failures since Federation. When he was asked whether some low-income Australians will have to accept housing that is substandard this morning, he said, yes, definitely. When he was asked, here's a tricky question he got asked. If Angus Taylor can't lift support for the party by the end of the year, will you have to change leaders again before the next election? Senator Bragg, that's really a question for the commentators to get into. Seriously. Seriously. Then when he was asked, did he want to broaden the base and increase the rate of the GST, I wouldn't take anything off the table. He's a moderate. And this is a moderate. This is a party that now not run by this bloke but run by Tony Abbott. And he's a moderate. Goodness knows. I mean, you know, I reckon they should broadcast one of their shadow ministry meetings. It would be pretty entertaining.
Time has concluded. Order. When the House comes to order. 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 The Attorney-General will cease interjecting. The call to the honourable member for Brisbane.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Housing. What is the Albanese Labor government doing to help more Australians into safe, decent and affordable homes, and is the Minister aware of any risks to this work?
Call to the Minister for Housing, the Minister for Homelessness and the Minister for Cities.
Speaker, I thank the member for Brisbane for her question. Speaker, Labor believes that every Australian deserves a safe and a decent place to call home. And that's why we have a $47 billion housing agenda which is delivering real change to the Australian people. 260,000 Australians into a home of their own through the 5% deposit scheme. We're changing the tax system to make sure that the scales are tipped towards first home buyers. We're pulling every lever we have to build more homes for the country, Speaker, more infrastructure, more tradies and less red tape. And that includes work to streamline the National Construction Code after we paused changes following last year's economic reform roundtable. Now, Speaker, you've just heard the Prime Minister talk about the big day out from the Shadow Housing Minister yesterday, and boy was it something, Speaker, a real wild ride. In a speech one might euphemistically call wide-ranging, Senator Bragg covered his views on communism, North Korea, state-sponsored corruption and giving superannuation to cats and dogs. I'm not making this up. But, Speaker, his big idea on housing, and the one that I actually really want Australians to hear and understand, is this. The Liberals' answer to housing affordability is substandard housing for Australian on low incomes. Speaker, it shouldn't be controversial that Australians should be able to buy a home knowing that it's safe and decent for themselves and their families, that the walls of that home won't fill with mould, that the balcony won't leak, that the plumbing works. These aren't luxuries, Speaker. But asked directly this morning whether some low-income Australians should accept substandard housing, Senator Bragg said, yes, definitely. He was asked whether homes need any energy efficiency standard, and his answer was, you've got to have a window in a room. Now, how the opposition's been asked how should Australians cope with a freezing winter at home, and the Shadow Treasurer had the answer for this one. Get this, he said, put a jumper on. Wow. Now, Speaker, there's something really familiar to me about the tone here. Remember when Joe Hockey told Australians that if they couldn't afford to buy a home, they should get a good job that pays good money? Speaker, now the Coalition says that lower-income Australians should settle for a substandard home, just be happy with your window. That seems to be the message. Well, Speaker, old-fashioned snobbery is alive and well in the Liberal Party of Australia, and Labor rejects it completely. We have a really clear belief. Whether you rent, whether you're buying your first home, whether you're wealthy or working class in this country, you deserve a home that is safe and decent and built to last, and that's what our government is delivering for you.
Before I call the member for Kooyong, please to advise the House that we have Councillor Brett Tarasi, the Mayor, and Councillor Ron Bowra, the Deputy Mayor of Bass Coast Shire Council, as guests of the member for Monash in the gallery today. Welcome to question time. Give the call to the honourable member for Kooyong.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Prime Minister, the AFL and NRL make more than $90 million a year in income from gambling. They partner with gambling companies to profit from the losses of their fans. They pay zero tax on that gambling revenue. Do you think that it is appropriate that billion-dollar sporting codes receive tens of millions of dollars in tax-free income every year from a predatory industry which harms 3 million Australians every year?
Call to the Prime Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. I thank the member for Kooyong for her question. And it goes to the AFL and the NRL, two sports that are fantastic sports, and sports of which can bring great joy to Australians. Also the occasional disappointment, some of which can last for 43 years, Mr Speaker. Can I say that when it comes to the legislation that is before the Parliament at the moment, one of the things that it does, and I would hope that there would be some acknowledgement in it, is that clubs, NRL in particular, which currently have sponsorship on their jumpers, such as my club, South Sydney, has Crown, Brisbane Broncos have Star Casino, Canterbury Bankstown have Laundry Hotels. Indeed, there's something like 15 clubs are going to lose revenue as a result of the legislation that is before the Parliament, if it is carried. with amendments next week. There's also the case that grounds, there's been PointsBet Stadium, a range of grounds as well. So that on top of the issue, which I know has exercised a great deal of discussion about advertising on TV or radio, if you have a stadium that is named and sponsored, such as the one in the member for McKellar's electorate for quite a while, by a betting organisation, that represents not however many an hour, that represents 24/7 advertising. And one of the things that this legislation will do is to remove that. We have made it clear in putting forward that the AFL, to be fair, do not have sponsorship of betting organisations on their jumpers. They have a different internal code. But for the National Rugby League, this will have a major impact on the clubs, and we've made that clear. That is something that is a really important reform. I do make this point as well about the AFL and the NRL, that clubs, be they my club, runs South Cares that run Indigenous programs around rural areas. AFL clubs will sponsor local junior footy as well. There's been a massive expansion of women in AFLW and NRLW. That's a fantastic thing. And one of the things we need for social cohesion, in my view, is more team sports. Is kids getting off their devices and onto the fields. The NRL and AFL play an important role in...
Call to the honourable member for Deakin.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Employment and Workplace Relations. How is the Albanese Labor government supporting higher wages for Australian workers, and what has been the response to this support?
Call to the Minister for Employment and the Minister for Workplace Relations.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for Deakin for his question and his commitment to helping Australians to earn more. This Labor government is absolutely committed to delivering for Aussie workers. We've introduced important changes to our workplace laws to get wages moving for hard-working Australians, and we are seeing the results. Just this week, the Fair Work Commission approved world-leading minimum pay for food delivery drivers. From Monday next week, Uber Eats and DoorDash workers will now earn $31.30 per hour as a minimum. This historic outcome was the result of new laws that the Albanese Labor government introduced to ensure that gig workers didn't have to rely on tips to survive. Now, our government has also taken action to make enterprise bargaining easier, and now 2.6 million workers are benefiting from higher wages through enterprise bargaining. We on this side of the House are determined to close the gender pay gap, and that is why we legislated to put gender equality at the heart of the Fair Work Act. This Labor government has backed and funded pay rises for early educators and aged carers, because we recognise this majority female workforce was being undervalued for the work that they do. And of course, this Labor government has backed wage rises for our lowest paid workers on minimum award wages, many of whom are women, each and every year since we've been in government. And we are making progress. Today's ABS data shows that the gender pay gap has reached a new record low of 11.3%. Now, getting wages moving has been a priority for this Labor government, and the ABS data today also confirms that Australian workers are on average earnings an additional $300 per week better off since our government was elected. Of course, while this government has been focused on getting wages moving, what have those opposite been doing? Whether it's been Liberals, Nationals, One Nations, they have fought against our reforms every single step of the way. And the Coalition has bragged about deliberately keeping wages low as a design feature of their reforms when they were last in government. Of course, the Leader of the Opposition has recently heavily criticised the pay increases for aged carers and early educators, and One Nation has repeatedly refused to back wage increases for Australians.
Order.
We know that Australians are under pressure, but it's this Labor government that is...
Call to the honourable member for Bowman.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. John and Cheryl from my electorate have told me, quote, if the cost of living isn't bad enough already, Labor's change to private health rebates is another burden that will add at least $1,000 to our annual health bill. Prime Minister, let that sink in, an extra $1,000 for a couple, an elderly couple already struggling with their bills. Why do Australians like John and Cheryl have to be punished with a new $11 billion tax grab just because Labor can't control its spending?
Call to the Minister for Health and Ageing. Order. Order. The Minister has the call.
Thank you, Speaker, and I thank the member for the opportunity to repeat a few things I was able to say yesterday, frankly, about the pretty misleading campaign that the insurance industry is running, about the numbers involved here, that the opposition appear to be quite happy to parrot word for word.
Order.
The numbers just used by the member there are entirely different to the position we've put out very clearly, that the average impact of the decision that we announced in the budget would be in the order of $220 to $250 a year. Nothing like the figures that the member has talked about. Now, I'm asked about, or the Prime Minister was asked about, why we have done this. And I repeat what I said yesterday, which is to say that we have had to take some hard decisions in this budget. We have a responsible approach to budget which seeks to reallocate spending to new areas of need. And as I think everyone in this parliament and the community knows, there is a growing need for aged care services in a population that is ageing rapidly.
Order.
The Minister for Aged Care is doing a terrific job in bringing to Cabinet proposal after proposal to deliver more beds, more packages of support at home and better care to older Australians. And every single dollar that we will save through this change, a difficult change, I admit, but every single dollar we will save through this change is ploughed back into aged care services. And I repeat what I said yesterday. If those opposite are opposed to this, first of all, are they saying they don't support the additional beds, they don't support the additional packages of support at home, they want to continue to see older Australians pay for part of the cost of their showers?
The Minister will pause. The Manager on a point of order.
Thanks, Speaker. And once again, the question didn't talk about the opposition. It talked about private health insurance rebate, and John and Cheryl have asked a question about the $1,000 increase, and I think the Minister should be brought back to that question.
On the point of order.
Mr Speaker, it's always been the case that when a question includes a sort of rhetoric like "let that sink in," that sort of language has always opened up a broader definition of relevance.
Yep. Look, the Minister can't continue his answer. Will continue his answer, but he wasn't asked about alternative policy. So if he's going to talk about the impact that he was asked about, and I think it was $11 billion, he needs to, and I think that's the context that he was referring to. I want him to specifically refer to the funding. If he's talking about projects, he just can't talk about the opposition's policies, because the manager was correct. He wasn't asked about the opposition's policies, but he can refer to the policy that he is responsible for and the funding involved with that.
Thank you, Speaker. I was asked why we have taken this decision, and I'm reminding the Parliament that there are choices that every budget involves. Now, we have made the choice to deliver more aged care services, more aged care support at home. Now, others may take a different choice, not to deliver that aged care or to find, to put it on the credit card. I make no judgment about that. But what the impact of this will be is to return to the original design of the private health insurance rebate when it was introduced by John Howard, which is not to have a different level of subsidy paid to households on the same income because simply of their age. What we will have now is two households next to each other on exactly the same income, one of which happens to be over 65, the other of which happens to be, for example, in their 40s or their 50s with children, both in private health insurance, receiving the same level of subsidy from taxpayers. Now, for most, that will be about a quarter of their health insurance bill paid for by taxpayers, and that will continue to be the case.
Call to the honourable member for Hasluck.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry. What are the latest detections of H5 bird flu in Australia? And how is the government working with industry, the states and the territories to help strengthen biosecurity and the on-the-ground response to this virus?
The call to the Minister for Agriculture, the Minister for Fisheries and the Minister for Forestry.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I do want to thank the member for Hasluck for her interest in the H5 bird flu, and I know that she, like many members in this place, are very concerned, and she has of course been in touch with me, as have many other members in this place, and I also want to thank those members of the Parliament who attended the briefing from the Chief Vet last night in relation to how we are managing the H5 bird flu outbreak in Australia. The member for Hasluck, and I know some other Western Australian members, are particularly concerned about black cockatoos in Western Australia, so I'm pleased to update the House that the Western Australian Government has today announced a vaccination trial on threatened black cockatoos at Perth Zoo. So this will focus on 3 species, the Carnabies, the Bordens and the forest red-tailed black cockatoos, and I know that many Western Australians will be very pleased to hear that indeed. This is of course part of our national approach in terms of the rollout of vaccinations that we are working with states and territories about. It's obviously part of our significant preparedness that we have undertaken, including years of vaccine testing undertaken by the CSIRO specifically for Australian native birds. As I said yesterday, of course, the Victorian Government has also announced the little penguins at both Phillip Island and St Kilda will be vaccinated as early as next week. And I know that the member for McNamara is particularly pleased about those penguins that he has spoken to me about in his electorate. And it's terrific. I know that many Victorian members are really pleased that we'll start vaccinating those penguins with the Victorian Government next week. I also wanted to update the House on a new development in my home state of Tasmania today. Tasmania's state laboratory has returned its first positive result for the H5 bird flu in samples taken from a brown skua, a migratory bird. It was found at Rocky Cape in the member for Braddon's electorate, and I did meet with her earlier today to talk about her concern about this H5 bird flu in Tasmania. We have sent samples to the CSIRO lab for confirmatory testing and will provide an update to the public as soon as these results do become available. If confirmed, this would be the first confirmed case of H5 bird flu in Tasmania, and that will be 6 states that then have the bird flu in Australia. This is of course not unexpected, and I know that it's disappointing, but it is a sign that our biosecurity system is working and our detection system is also working. I'm also pleased to update the House that the Tasmanian Government today has also indicated that it will prioritise the vaccination of orange-bellied parrots, a very special bird that I know that many people are aware of, and I do want to reassure the Australian public that we will continue working on our H5 bird flu response. And I want to reiterate that there is no evidence of any detection of the H5 bird flu in our poultry or agricultural systems, and that the risk to human health remains low. I also want to thank the Australian public for reporting sick and dead birds at birdflu.gov.au.
Give the call to the honourable member for Ryan.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Since the gambling reform legislation was introduced, how many times has the Prime Minister met with representatives of the gambling industry?
The call to the Prime Minister.
It's really easy, Mr Speaker. The answer is 0. And what I said yesterday, I want to reiterate what I said yesterday, was I get that some people come to this issue from different perspectives. But rather than have a debate about the substance of the issue, to go to people's motives is, I think, demeaning of the role of this parliament. One of the things that I have done is said that I would engage across the board with parliamentarians on these issues. I've certainly, over a long period of time, have had many discussions with crossbenchers about these issues. I have had discussions with the Leader of the Opposition. I don't think he minds me saying that. You know, he's been in my office more this week than I went into the Prime Minister's office as Leader of the Opposition in 3 years. Because what I do is actually am prepared to engage across the parliament. And I'm sorry if that causes some upset to some behind the Leader of the Opposition, but I must say it hasn't been his attitude, which has been constructive. These issues are complex. There are issues of foreign engagement as well. The idea that gambling is an issue that just occurs on free-to-air TV or just occurs in one area is just not right. The idea that betting on sports is the major gambling addiction in Australia is absolutely false, And what we have done as well, and the idea as well that these sporting codes are somehow evil, I reject. Sporting codes do a fantastic job of engaging young people in particular, being a binding force for people's identity with their local communities, and are really important. And I think that is something that needs to be acknowledged. Now, we'll work through the debates taking place in the parliament over the last couple of days. We'll bring that debate to finality next week. People will work through our processes of engaging respectfully with my caucus colleagues. We had a position adopted at our ALP National Conference in Adelaide, which will be reflected in the amendments that will be made.
Give a call to the honourable member for Tangney.
Thank you very much, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Emergency Management. How did the trial of the Oz Alert National Emergency Warning System perform? What other investment is the Albanese government making in emergency management ahead of the upcoming higher-risk weather season? Thank you.
Call to the Minister for Emergency Management, the Minister for Regional Development, the Minister for Local Government and the Minister for Territories.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for Tangney for his question. What people across this parliament might not know is that the member for Tangney was the 2020 Police Officer of the Year in WA and knows firsthand the importance of having a national warning system that is important. And I also want to acknowledge the member for Maranoa, who was the minister during the Royal Commission, and I know it's a long-standing position of his that there needed to be a consistent national warning system. On Monday, July 27, the Australian Government undertook a test of our new National Emergency Warning System, Oz Alert. From Darwin to Geelong, Kalbarri to Bundaberg, millions of mobile devices across Australia received that test alert. And the test was successful, with more than 94% of cell towers broadcasting that notification. It showcased Oz Alert's ability to deliver emergency warnings at pace and at scale. Mr Speaker, Oz Alert is potentially life-saving technology. It is a more modern, more capable system that will get emergency alerts to more people in a more timely manner than the existing text-based emergency alert system. Oz Alert will be ready for use from October this year. Existing warning channels, including radio, television, social media and, most importantly, community outreach, remain critical during any natural disaster. But the delivery of Oz Alert is another example of our government delivering real change for the Australian people. It builds on improvements that we've already made in emergency management, including the establishment of the National Emergency Management Agency, including the Disaster Ready Fund that is delivering disaster resilience and risk reduction across the country, with 449 projects announced and underway. We've invested more than $100 million in our national aerial firefighting capability to support states and territories to respond to crises. And we continue to invest in the National Emergency Management Stockpile to support the rollout of critical goods and services to communities quickly. Countries such as France and the United States of America already use cell broadcast technology as part of their emergency warning toolkit. And, Mr Speaker, I'd like to take a second to send our thoughts to friends across Canada, France and the United States who are currently battling devastating wildfires. A contingent of 185 Australians and 57 New Zealanders departed for the US this week, joining the 74 personnel that are already deployed to support wildlife suppression efforts. A further 40 are in Canada and 28 in France, supporting our international partners in their time of need. And, Mr Speaker, Australians have some of the finest firefighting capability on the planet. And I know I speak for everyone across this parliament when I wish those personnel a safe deployment, thank them for their bravery and their dedication in assisting others during this very difficult bushfire season.
Call to the Prime Minister. The member for Herbert resume his seat. Order. Members on my right will cease rejecting the Prime Minister.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. I ask further questions to be placed on the notice paper. And can I join with the Minister in praising our firefighters who are representing Australia overseas as well. We should be so proud of what they do in Canada, in the United States, in Europe, and we certainly wish them a very safe return. But they do our nation proud.
And on indulgence, the Leader of the Opposition.
If I may.
Of course.
Mr Speaker, and like the Prime Minister, I do want to associate the coalition with those comments. We like those on the other side of the House, are very proud of our firefighters. Of course, many of us live in parts of Australia where those firefighters play an enormously important role every single year. Many of us over the course of our time in our electorates have also participated in the work that's done by our firefighters. So we wish them well, and we know they will do us proud.
We'll just move to papers before we move to the MPI, and I call the Leader of the House.
Speaker, these documents are tabled in accordance with the list circulated to honourable members earlier today. Full details of the documents will be recorded in the votes and proceedings.
I have received a letter from the Honourable Member for Mallee proposing that a definite matter of public importance be submitted to the House. My apologies. I think the member for Mayo is seeking the call.
Yes, please, Mr Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 105, I request that you write to the Minister for Aged Care and Seniors seeking reasons for the delay in answering my question in writing number 169, a 32-day delay, and pursuant to Standing Order 105 with respect to question in writing number 164, asked on the 12th of May, a 33-day delay, and that one again is to the Minister for Aged Care and Seniors.
I thank the member for Warringah on a similar point of order or similar question.
No, Mr Speaker, I move that so much of the standing and cessational orders...
No, I had given the call and begun the MPI. Just so that everyone's clear, when members are seeking to make a personal explanation or a question as a courtesy, it's not compulsory, but normally you let me know so that I can prepare the order of the business. But in this case, I had begun the matter of public importance, and as when people do wish to suspend standing orders, that's another courtesy. You may wish to advise me as well, so I can assist the running of the House. But in this case, I'm going to go with the matter of public importance because that's what I called before the House, before I went to the member. So I apologise to the member. I've received a letter from the honourable member for Mallee proposing that a definite matter of public importance be submitted to the House for discussion, namely the government's ongoing failure to support older Australians while imposing an $11 billion tax grab on private health insurance. I call upon those honourable members who approve of the proposed discussion to rise in their places and give the call to the honourable member for Mallee.
Thank you, Speaker. Labor were cunning with the spin when they fooled Australians into electing them into power. But now in government, Labor are shockers, absolute shockers. And the shocking thing is, Mr Speaker, older Australians are suffering and dying because of Labor's incompetence in government. Labor is trying to cover that up by dividing Australians yet again. This time, Labor are making it young versus old. They call it intergenerational equity. Give me a break. While Labor talks about intergenerational equity, they are targeting older Australians with an $11 billion tax grab on private health insurance while leaving older Australians waiting for the care they desperately need. Let me be clear. Pensioners and self-funded retirees live on fixed incomes, and in many cases they are not very high incomes. Some of them sacrifice heavily so they can keep up with their private health cover. Yet Labor expects them to absorb higher private health insurance premiums. They have no real choice. Older Australians will have to pay more, downgrade their cover, or give it up altogether. The Health Minister wants Australians to believe that only 44,000 private health customers will be affected. That claim has been blown apart. National Seniors Australia told me today, based on its July survey, that 400,000 Australians will reduce their level of hospital cover and another 270,000 Australians will drop it altogether. And I might point out to the Minister for Health, this is not an insurance company. This is the lobby group who work with senior Australians all across Australia, the peak body representing older Australians. And where do these older Australians go after dropping their cover? Well, surprise, surprise, they'll end up in the public health system. And that will work so well. And lucky there is no pressure there and it's all working swimmingly. A public health system already choked up with ambulances ramping, older people unable to be safely discharged and hospitals under enormous pressure. Labor's $11 billion tax grab will simply cost shift older Australians onto state and territory public health systems. And I'm sure they'll be happy about that. The state government's managing their finances so well. But it's far worse than that. An older Australian might end up in that public health system because they have fallen, had a heart attack or suffered another serious health episode after being stuck at home, getting sicker, waiting for care. So when we say cost shift in this House, remember what that actually means. It can mean an older person deteriorating and fading away at home. It can mean an older person ramped in an ambulance. It can mean an older person stuck on a hospital ward. These are older person, Deputy Speaker, sounds like really fairly vague. These are our parents. These are your parents. These are everybody's parents, their aunts, their uncles, their grandparents. This is a Labor Party that once stood on this side of the House and called the aged care system a national disgrace. Yet look at the system on their watch. And what did the Health Minister say yesterday? The same old broken record. It's the Coalition's fault. Mr Speaker, Deputy Speaker, the record is scratched. After more than 4 years in government, that is all they have got. They are in government. Labor are responsible. And when Labor gets into government, they are not just hopeless, they are negligent. They talk about robotic debt determinations while implementing a system that will robotically determine whether an older Australian gets the care they need to stay alive. algorithms. I spoke earlier this week about concerns in my electorate, and I look forward to meeting with the Aged Care Minister next week about the untenable situation with Grampians Community Health in my electorate. This is not an abstract policy problem. There are real people behind the statistics. One of them is my constituent, Lou Horter. Lou is in his 90s. He is legally blind. He is now in palliative care. And he's been waiting for care for 18 months. And still waiting. When Lou came to my mobile office in Talbot last week, he held both my hands and told me what he thought about the Albanese Labor government. And I quote, "I have lived in this country for 70 years and I have never seen such incompetence." Deputy Speaker, I repeat, never seen such incompetence. Lou is the human face of Labor's aged care failure. The government's own data shows a median wait of around 10 months between supported home approval and services actually starting. In regional Australia, it can be significantly longer. National Senior reports some applicants are waiting up to 15 months to receive the level of care they have been assessed as needing. These are not just numbers. These are frail, elderly Australians waiting in pain. These are families desperately trying to care for their loved ones. Labor promised supported home would fix wait times. Their own data shows it has not. Even Labor's own people are calling it out. On Tuesday, Labor's aged care minister in Western Australia said the home care scheme had not lived up to its promise and that the lack of access to services was unacceptable. That's a friend of the Labor Party, a person in the Labor Party. In Western Australia, an inflexible assessment algorithm left a person with Alzheimer's and their 92-year-old carer waiting 9 months for services. Deputy Speaker, this is outrageous. Yesterday, the Leader of the Opposition, the Shadow Health Minister, and I met with leading health, seniors and patient groups. We heard directly about the real-world impact of Labor's $11 billion hit to private health insurance. They are worried. They are very worried. They are worried about older Australians already struggling with the cost of living. They are worried about the pressure on public hospitals if more seniors are forced to downgrade or drop their cover altogether. State health ministers in Queensland, Tasmania and New South Wales have also warned this policy will put more pressure on public hospitals already under strain. Older Australians on fixed incomes are the least able to absorb this price shock. Labor is running out of other people's money, so they're going after the limited resources and the limited incomes of self-funded retirees and pensioners. It is scandalous. It is a national disgrace. Labor is failing older Australians. They are neglecting older Australians, and Labor is leaving older Australians without the care they need. Deputy Speaker, these are Australians who did the right thing. They worked, they saved, they scrimped, they paid their own way, and they paid for private health insurance because they wanted security in retirement. Some sacrifice a great many comforts just so they can keep their private health insurance. And what I find absolutely appalling is that these people have for decades put money away for private health insurance at a time when they need it for a hip replacement, a knee replacement, a cataract. Our bodies actually wear out. Isn't that amazing? And so they have done the right and responsible thing to ensure that they would have a future that they could maintain their responsibility for. But here we have a government who is prepared to take money out of their pockets to so-called fix a problem created by this government. It is an absolute disgrace, and the Labor Party needs to own up to its own responsibility.
And I give the call to the Assistant Minister for Health and Aged Care and Assistant Minister for Indigenous Health. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'll tell you what's a disgrace, Deputy Speaker. The deliberate scaring of older Australians that is occurring with the comments that have been made by the coalition members on the other side of this chamber and by the Shadow Minister who just resumed her seat. Deputy Speaker, the Shadow Minister has disgracefully scared older Australians by repeating the lines of the insurance industry, stating that there will be an $11 billion hit to older Australians with private health insurance. There has been independent modelling released last week. There's been modelling released by the Treasury that refutes that categorically. I call on those opposite to be more responsible. Older Australians deserve to be treated with more respect than what they're being shown by those opposite. Older Australians have been prioritised by our government. It was our government in 2022 that came to power with a commitment to deliver...
Sorry, Assistant Minister. Member for Mallee, you were heard in silence. I want to see the same respect awarded to the Assistant Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. It was our government that came into office in 2022 with a clear mandate from the people of Australia to invest in care, to invest in our aged care system, to invest in our healthcare system. And that is what we have delivered, a $47 billion investment in aged care this year that will see more Australians get access to the packages of care that they deserve and more aged care beds built and delivered right across the country. This is a government that came to office after 10 years of a coalition government that neglected aged care, that cut funding to aged care, that oversaw a Royal Commission where there was one word that was the title of that report, and it was neglect. You come in here and preach about neglect. How about you look in a mirror and take responsibility for the outrageous way that you treated older Australians and the neglect that you showed when you were in government? Madam Speaker, Deputy Speaker, our government has not only prioritised care, taken that to the Australian people, received their endorsement, but we have delivered on that. We have delivered on increases in wages for our aged care workforce, which are the people, the very coalface looking after our older Australians. We have invested in a universal system healthcare through Medicare. We have provided greater access to bulk billing doctors' appointments. Just today, 84% of doctors' appointments across the country are fully bulk billed, a significant increase because of the investment our government has made into healthcare. That benefits Australians of every age, including older Australians, who can now go to a doctor for free. We have made 137 Medicare urgent care clinics permanent, providing an option for older Australians, all Australians of any age, to go and access the urgent healthcare that they need. A policy initiative that was designed and delivered by our Labor government. We have provided access to cheaper medicines, an initiative that is benefiting thousands upon Australians, including many thousands of older Australians who are now able to access the medicines that they deserved, and for many of them at just $7.70, a price that will remain in place until 2030. Our government has provided record hospital funding, with the National Health Reform Agreement concluded this year that sees $219.6 billion invested into our state and territory hospitals right around the country over the next 5 years. That will include access to elective surgeries. Now, I don't for 1 minute deny the fact that there are older Australians who are worried about what the changes to the private health insurance subsidy will mean for their ability to retain their private health insurance. I've met with people in my electorate and I've spoken to them, but I think it's very unhelpful for the coalition to come in here and parrot the lines of industry and continue to scare older Australians. Well, you should be here to be helpful. I'll take that interjection. You should be here working on behalf of all Australians, including older Australians, who expect you to come in here and be constructive. You should be coming in here and thinking about the ways that you can support good policy design and delivery. But instead, you come in here and say you want to be oppositional and unhelpful. We have an obligation to be responsible, and that is the way that we take our jobs and do it seriously, and I would encourage, through you, Deputy Speaker, to encourage those opposite to do the same. Deputy Speaker, there are Australians who've raised this question with me, and I think it's really important to put some facts on the table. The $3 billion that the government will be able to realise through this change in policy will all go to investing in services for older Australians. It will mean more aged care beds. It will mean more packages of care. That $3 billion is only going to be used to support older Australians to access the care that they need, to deal with some of the challenges the honourable member raised in her contribution. She spoke about wait times. Well, I tell you what, they've come down under Labor. She spoke about problems that she's experiencing in conversations with her constituents. Well, it's the Labor government that took seriously the recommendations from the Royal Commission, has invested record amounts of money into our aged care system. Deputy Speaker, it is important to recognise where the money will be going, and it is also important to recognise what the independent modelling and the Treasury modelling tells us, because the $11 billion figure that the Shadow Minister bandies around is very, very different to the independent analysis and the Treasury analysis. And I think older Australians should feel comforted by the fact that what the fear-mongering opposite is forecasting is in fact very different to what Treasury has provided advice to us about. Treasury advice shows that about 44,000 people may choose to exit private health insurance, a 0.4% decline compared to under current settings. Now, that is very different from what those opposites are saying. That the independent research, which was released last week, Deputy Speaker, that I referenced, has confirmed that the impact will be minimal, with researchers saying, and I quote, "This reform won't cause a mass exodus from private health insurance and definitely won't overwhelm public hospitals as some states predict." Deputy Speaker, we want all Australians to have access to the health care that they deserve. We want our system to be fair and equitable. This is returning to the model that was designed and implemented under former Prime Minister John Howard, which means that if you take out private health insurance, you do receive a rebate. And I think it's important to put that on the record too, because there's been a lot of scaremongering where older Australians have heard that they will lose it entirely. That is not true. You will receive a rebate based on income, and for the majority of older Australians, that'll be about 24% rebate. That is important to note, because I think a lot of people have been made to worry unnecessarily and have heard figures in the thousands of dollars that they are supposed to find to maintain their private health insurance, when in fact the Treasury modelling indicates it should be somewhere around $250 a year. Now, I recognise that for some families and for some old Australians that might be a lot of money, but that is also why we've invested in Medicare. We've made it free to go and see a GP. We've made medicines cheaper. We've invested in the Medicare Urgent Care Clinic network, providing access for more people to go and see a health professional wherever they live and to not have to worry about the out-of-pocket expense. This has to be seen in the context of our investment in the broader health system. Seeing it in isolation ignores the investment that we are making in other ways and in other complementary parts of the healthcare system. I do recognise that there will be some in our community who are worried about this, and I just want to reassure them that we continue to work very closely to make sure this is implemented in a way that is sympathetic. But I also do call on the private health insurance industry to be responsible here, and I have spoken directly with the private health insurance industry and I've heard their feedback, and I ask them that if they are worried about holding on to those loyal customers of theirs who've paid private health insurance for many, many years, then why don't they reward those customers by reducing the cost they pay annually? One sure way to retain those older Australians in the private health insurance system and to reward their loyalty over many, many years of paying private health insurance payments would be for those private health insurance companies to offer them a discount. There is nothing stopping them from doing that, Deputy Speaker. Rewarding loyalty would be a surefire way to retain their customers if they value them as much as they claim to, and I believe that they do. So I look forward to seeing how they might respond to that opportunity. Deputy Speaker, our party, the Labor Party, and this government take our responsibility to all Australians of all ages incredibly seriously, and we continue to deliver a healthcare system that works for everyone.
Member for Nichols.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, when Labor asks us to be helpful, what they're really saying is when we attack a cohort of Australians, don't call it out. Ignore the people who come into your office and say, do you realise that my private health rebate is being cut? It's going to affect me badly. Yeah, but we can't go into Parliament and say anything about it because we're not being helpful to the government. Well, we're not here to be helpful to the government with policies like this. Now, Deputy Speaker, the baby boomer generation has helped build this country. They absolutely have. They were born in the post-war period. They took the opportunities of education in the late 60s. They had to endure the deprivations of the Whitlam government, which must have been very difficult when they were trying to get ahead. They got through it. They were with the economic transition of the 80s. They endured interest rates that would be unfathomable in the late 80s and early 90s. And they've really worked hard, paid taxes, and done a lot to try and build this country. They're now getting to their retirement periods where they're over 65, some of them much older than that. And we have an obligation to make sure we look after those people and honour what they have done to build this country and build this economy. Now, one of those things is to make life a little bit easier with a private health insurance rebate. And Labor is now cutting that. And for the minister to come in and say, oh, the insurance company lobby groups are saying that this is, that this is $11 billion, or that this is how many people are going to be affected. It's actually National Seniors, that's right, a respected group representing the interests of older Australians. And it's clear under this government, the interests of older Australians need some very serious advocacy because the government's showing that they don't care about them. It's very difficult. We are sitting in electoral offices and we have people who are probably about my age coming in and saying, I can't get a care package for mum and dad. It's been ages. What can be done about it? And we come in and ask the Minister for Aged Care, who I must admit is very good at deflecting questions from the dispatch box. It's impressive to watch. But it doesn't deliver the aged care packages that should be getting out to people. And then we heard from the member for Bowman, who got up, John and Cheryl in his electorate, he's saying they're going to be about $1,000 worse off. Now, $1,000 out of their budget when they really need that health care is pretty tough for a lot of people, particularly in this cost of living crisis that we're still talking about 4 years after the election of the Albanese government. So when's something going to be done about that? But to take away some of the protections that were there, a small thing, a health insurance rebate for people who have served this country, paid their taxes, is really mean-spirited. And what's going to happen? That's the next thing. So we say, OK, we're going to do it, and we're going to do it because we need to push money to somewhere else in the aged care sector. If we really got the economy firing with some good policies, we'd probably have more money to put to all sorts of things. How about that for an idea? But what's going to happen? Older Australians will drop their private health insurance and they will be forced onto the public system. Now, I can tell you the public health system does not need any more pressure, Deputy Speaker. And I'm sad to report that I'm a Victorian. But that state is going to make a comeback after November the 28th, I'm sure of that. But at the moment, the public health care system is straining under huge pressures. Ambulance ramping, people sitting around in ED departments for far too long. Now, if we force a whole heap of older Australians onto that system, it's going to mean poorer outcomes for those older Australians who don't deserve it because they've done a lot for this country, but it's going to mean poorer outcomes for people who are trying to access that service at the moment. So, look, it's probably too late, but I really ask you to rethink this. Think about the people who you're affecting. think about what they did for this country and show some compassion towards older Australians. And if you want to get some home care packages out in the meantime, that would be great too. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Member for Bonner.
Deputy Speaker, there are more than 25,000 people aged over 65 in my electorate of Bonner. They are the older Australians who are an incredibly important part of the community I have the privilege of representing. So I take supporting older Australians very seriously, and that is exactly why I want to start by correcting the ridiculous scare campaign that those opposite are running today. Because this motion misleads not only this parliament but the Australian people, the older Australians that every single person on this side of the chamber takes very, very seriously in our representations to them. Those opposite are the only ones who have failed to support older Australians, and they did it for over a decade. Our government is proposing to return the private health insurance rebate for older Australians to the same basis as everybody else, income rather than age. Australians will continue to receive significant taxpayer support for their private health insurance. What changes is that two households on exactly the same income will receive the same level of taxpayer support, regardless of if they are 55 or 75. The money will be redirected to where older Australians need it most. Labor is investing more than $3 billion to deliver more aged care beds and better care for older Australians. Those opposite know this, but the facts are terribly inconvenient when you've already written the scare campaign. Deputy Speaker, when those opposite want to talk about this government's record of supporting older Australians, I am more than happy to have that conversation because Labor's record speaks for itself. Let's start with healthcare. Older Australians in my community of Bonner are paying less for their medicines because this government has cut the cost of scripts to just $25. Pensioners and concession card holders continue to pay no more than $7.70, and that price has been frozen until 2030. Across my community of Bonner, more than 2.7 million cheaper scripts have been dispensed, saving people in my community, including older Australians in my community, more than $19 million. Eligible Australians managing ongoing health conditions can also now access 60-day scripts. Those opposites just hated that. It meant fewer trips to the pharmacy and fewer dispenser fees and fewer trips to the doctor. And this government has made record investments in Medicare, with the number of bulk billing clinics in my community of Bonner doubling. For older Australians managing multiple health conditions, being able to see their GP for free, fill their scripts, go to a Medicare urgent care clinic without worrying about the cost is not optional for those on this side of the chamber. It is absolutely essential, and this government is making that care more affordable and accessible. Deputy Speaker, we also need to talk about aged care because when those opposite talk about supporting older Australians, I think Australians are entitled to look at their record. As I've said, those opposite had almost a decade in government and they left behind an aged care system so badly neglected that it required a royal commission into quality and safety. That Royal Commission found serious failures in the treatment and care of older Australians. Labor came to government and acted. We required residential aged care homes to have registered nurses on site 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We introduced mandatory care minutes so that older Australians can actually receive the time and attention they deserve. We backed aged care workers with substantial wage increases because you cannot deliver quality aged care while treating people who provide that care as an afterthought. We have introduced a new rights-based Aged Care Act that puts the dignity, choice and rights of older Australians at the centre of the system. And we've rolled out support at home to help older Australians remain independent and stay in their homes for longer. Deputy Speaker, it is an absolute embarrassment that those opposite come in here and try to scare the older Australians, not only in my community of Bonner, but right across our country. This government is the only ones committed to supporting older Australians, and we will continue to do that every single day.
Member for Hinkler.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I thank the member for Mallee for highlighting this matter as a priority. The fact is, this Labor government has and is failing our older Australians. And with an $11 billion tax grab on public health insurance, they're putting our health system under further stress. Labor is ready to take back the rebate, pocket the money and leave the states to pick up the pieces as pressure builds further on public hospitals. My electorate of Hinkler has the second highest percentage of people aged over 65 in the country. That is a total of more than 44,000 people just in Hinkler doing worse off under this Labor government. An estimated 26,300 of these seniors take out private health cover, and now, already struggling with the escalating costs of surviving, let alone living, Labor's reckless attack on rebates will most certainly put excessive pressure on our crowded public hospitals. And these people who pay their private health cover will be forced to downgrade or drop their insurance altogether. During the winter recess, I conducted an electorate-wide survey and the interim results are in. One of the many questions in Hinkler's biggest survey was asked of those aged over 65 with private health cover. Will you continue with your insurance when Labor scraps your rebate? And the results so far indicate that 3 in 4 will stop or at the very least consider ending their cover. That's 42% of those surveyed saying they simply can't afford to continue if the rebate is scrapped, and 33% are unsure if they can hold on to it. Even health officials have admitted the government doesn't know how many of the 3 million older Australians affected are pensioners. However, they concede many older Australians really do value private health insurance. Those who, until now, have been able to pay for private health insurance should be encouraged to do so because the equation is simple. It takes pressure off the public health system. But the Labor government is punishing older Australians at every single turn. Take Bundaberg's David Orpin as a prime example, a 68-year-old pensioner and carer for his 91-year-old mother. Both have private health insurance, but Mr Orpin fears the Labor government will force him and his mother to cut back on bare essentials. His minimal carer's payment doesn't cut it when it comes to forking out for rising rates, rego, fuel, food and general health costs. David asked me, how many people will ditch their private health and then be a burden on the public system? And the Coalition is asking that question too. Let's support the people who have been given our regional communities so much. Dave's mum, Shirley, is an OAM recipient with lifelong service to our community through Scouts, Rotary and her church. And Dave is simply making his case clear to those opposite. And in his words, I hope you can see that we are doing it tough, very tough. And he says if we give up health insurance, then the government pays for all the bills. In the Senior newspaper, Queensland edition, July 3, the editor, Desiree Savage, made these comments. I've never seen so many letters to the editor as I have with the proposed rebate cuts to private health insurance. Desiree writes, it is very clear readers of the Senior fear that they will be forced to go without. And again, directly from my electorate of Hinkler, Andrew and Isabel from the seaside town of Woodgate, they tell me that they will have to consider cancellation of their current policy and rely on the public health system. And they ask, it all seems a bit counterproductive, don't you think? Robin and Len from Bundaberg pondered in an email to me, maybe the Labor government wants us all to just die and the problem will go away. The couple went on to say that they worked all their lives and they deserve better. And I agree. We must give back to the people that have made lifelong sacrifices. These people are in their twilight years, and a fair go is the least we can do. Wendy is battling breast cancer and has been treated in a private hospital. Wendy said her ongoing treatment will have to come to an end once the cuts come in. She says this Labor policy will break our backs as pensioners and push us into an overloaded public health system. The over 65s in my electorate of Hinkler and right across the nation deserve a fair go. They should not be forced to downgrade or drop their private health cover altogether. But under this $11 billion tax grab, that is what will happen. Canberra pockets the money while the states are left to pick up the pressure on public hospitals. Labor must scrap this damaging policy because it hurts older Australians and increases pressure on taxpayers.
Member for Barton.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I want to have the opportunity to reflect a little bit on the member of Mallee's comments today in respect of this MPI. And the tone of it was quite disturbing. It's continued division, again, but this is between old and young. I'm tired of this, Deputy Speaker. The reality is, number one, I cared for my grandparents, particularly my grandfather who recently passed away. And during the time when the Coalition was in power, we steadily watched the decline of bulk billing in the area of Hurstville, which is in my electorate. It is a big issue. As a candidate running as the candidate for Barton, obviously that was a big issue for particularly older people in my community to be able to access bulk billing services. That is as a result of the Coalition not investing in health. And the reality is, reflecting on the member of Mallee's comments today, particularly on putting down on our health system, no one's saying it's perfect at all. But it's taken an Albanese Labor government to invest fully to make it better after a decade of neglect. Now, the member of Mallee, I'll take the eye roll as well, Deputy Speaker, because when she talked down the nurses that work at St George Hospital, she talked down the doctors who work there as well. She talks down also the aged care workers that service the aged care services in my electorate. Well, that came from your mouth, because particularly the member of Mallee made it very clear, Deputy Speaker.
Direct comments through the chair. No more interjections from the member for Mallee either. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. But the reality and her reflections on this particular point of the Australian health system, particularly the workers, is really damaging. The reality is that we, the Labor Party, has increased the amount of funding, particularly in bulk billing services, which has been great. For the electorate of Barton, we've seen a significant increase of 14 fully bulk bill services, and in banks as well. But what I want to reflect on particularly is that, or what the issue of the MPI is restoring that fairness in the rebate system, and it directs much more needing funding to provide that dignity and care, particularly for our older Australians. Labor has invested $3 billion in delivering more aged care beds, more packages and better care for older Australians in this current budget. And it's important to reflect on that, because the reality is we've seen that neglect over the past 10 years under the Coalition. And also caring for my grandparents. I think it's one of those big challenges that a lot of us, regardless, I'm kissing 40, and the reality is it is quite challenging. But having cheaper medicines is pertinent to reflect on. That's been a great achievement for our older community in the electorate of Barton and across Australia. But also the free RSV vaccinations. That's life-saving vaccination that costs almost $300, and from May of this year, these older Australians won't have to pay a cent. That's another implementation as well to help our older Australians. Also, the urgent care clinic in Carlton has been a huge hit, particularly of that decade of not having bulk billing services particularly, but has been well received from people in my electorate. But also just wanted to quickly reflect as well on the PBS, particularly medication also for older women who are experiencing menopause, and also the expansion of endometriosis and pelvic pain clinics also is quite beneficial, particularly for older women in Australia. And I'm quite proud of that. And I heard also the contributions as well from those across about funding on hospitals. And the Labor government has also increased that funding by $25 billion over the next 5 years throughout that landmark hospital funding agreement. And that is delivering more money for public hospitals across the state and territories. And more importantly, as a former employment industrial relations lawyer, workforce is very important. And it's grown for the health workforce, has an extra of 17,000 doctors joining the Australian health system in the last 2 years. And that's more than any time in the past decade. And we're giving the students more opportunities and training more doctors and nurses with the largest GP training program in history, and hundreds of scholarships for nurses and midwives to extend their skills and qualifications. Deputy Speaker, while I hear some of those concerns, particularly for older Australians who are contributing through the private health system, there is also other older Australians that don't have the opportunity to pay for that. And those people are coming to St Vincent's de Paul Society for help. This is a policy that the Labor the Albanese Labor government has made sure that we invest significantly in health, not only for young people, but for also our older Australians. Thank you.
Member for Fisher.
Thanks, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I want to rise in support of the member for Mallee's MPI and want to acknowledge the great work that she does in this space, and my friend here, the member for Hinkler, with the exception, the egregious exception of the member for Hinkler's talk about people in their 65 being in the twilight of their years. I am in the twilight of my late 30s, is what I tell my kids, Madam Deputy Speaker. But all jokes aside, this is a very, very important issue because Australians who've worked hard, paid their taxes and planned carefully for retirement are being asked to pay more and more and more under Labor. Now, the Albanese government wants to impose an $11 billion hit on private health insurance by ripping away additional rebate for older Australians. Couples over 65 with gold cover could be slugged up to $1,614 extra every year from April 2027. That's a 21.3% increase. Now, for a retiree on a fixed income, that is not loose change. That is groceries, heating, insurance and fuel. Patricia from Dickey Beach in my electorate, she's a retired widow living on the age pension. She contacted me. She told me that she and her late husband had made sacrifices all their lives to keep private health insurance because they valued continuity of care and wanted to help keep pressure off the public system. Now, Patricia has worked out that Labor's changes will cost her more than $1,000 every year. She fears many retirees simply will not be able to afford to keep their cover, and I agree with her. And when they drop that cover, they don't stop needing health care. We know that they will go onto the public system, and that's why three health ministers of the states in Queensland, Tasmania and even New South Wales, a Labor health state minister, has said this is going to be disastrous. This Labor federal policy, I'll take the interjection, is going to be disastrous for the state's health systems. Even your own Labor state New South Wales health minister acknowledges this. Independent modelling has found that for every dollar Canberra claims it will save by cutting this rebate, the public health system could face around $1.20 in additional costs. Message, newsflash, that's not a saving for those on the other side of the house. It's a false economy. It shifts costs onto pensioners, taxpayers and state hospitals. It's robbing Peter to pay Paul. The government's own modelling concedes at least 44,000 older Australians will drop their cover. That's their own concession, while industry research suggests that more than 250,000 could drop or downgrade. I know which one I am going to believe. When an older Australian drops gold or silver cover, they do not suddenly stop needing a cataract operation or a joint replacement. They end up on the public hospital waiting list. More pressure, longer waits, more ambulance ramping. John from Golden Beach in my electorate, he's feeling the squeeze too. He's 68. He rents a house and now he's facing higher rents by this government. On his estimates, an extra $60 a week more because of this government's recent changes to its tax policies on housing. And now he's going to get slugged again more for this private health insurance tax. At the same time, Labor is asking older Australians to pay more for their health cover. Its aged care system is leaving people waiting months for support. They've already been assessed as needing. The government's own data shows a median wait of around 10 months between approval for support at home and services starting. Older Australians can be assessed as needing help to shower, prepare meals, take medication or remain safely at home and then be left waiting month after month after month Older Australians deserve better than this hopeless Labor government. Deputy Speaker, when I launched my Stop Labor's Health Tax on Seniors petition, I've got 9,800. Go to my website, sign up. I want 200 more signatures and I'll take it to the PM.
Member for Banks.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Older Australians have worked hard to build this country and shape our nation. They deserve our respect and care. Across the health and aged care sector, this government has had to pick up the pieces left behind by the former coalition government and do the hard work of building systems that are capable of supporting Australians, particularly older Australians, well into the future. I want to start by looking at access to healthcare and medications, Deputy Speaker. Unlike some, this government recognised that bulk billing rates were in decline and investment was required to protect access to GPs. When the government made its first record investment in bulk billing, it was to triple the incentive for pensioners and concession card holders, a cohort mostly of older Australians. Additionally, while this government has lowered the cost of PBS medications to the lowest level in more than 21 years, it also extended the $7.70 freeze for pension and concession card holders until 2030. That's right, 2030. In my community, the Cheaper Medicines program is delivering. More than 2 million scripts filled and more than $12 million saved. Further, Deputy Speaker, the government is taking the action needed to ensure that systemic neglect exposed by the Royal Commission is never allowed to happen again. The budget earlier this year delivered $3 billion in new investment for more aged care beds, more packages and shorter wait times for older Australians. The government is also moving to ensure the sustainability of the residential aged care sector through targeted capital subsidies. The government will deliver an extra 5,000 beds a year. This is before we get into new investments for more specialist dementia care program units and capital assistance to build new residential aged care facilities, ensuring older Australians get appropriate, high-quality care that they deserve. Deputy Speaker, the government also recognises that older Australians want to live independently, at home for as long as possible. The new Support at Home program delivers $4.3 billion of investment to create a system that delivers a high quality of care and enshrines the rights of older Australians in law. Deputy Speaker, this government recognises that if we want a high-quality aged care system, we need to invest in the people who make it possible. When Labor first came to government, we promised that we would back our aged care workers and fight for a pay rise that recognises the value of the work that they do. Labor made supportive submissions to the Fair Work Commission and we delivered $18 billion to implement the landmark 15% wage rise to aged care workers. Deputy Speaker, while this government is delivering, those opposite are only about division and the politics of grievance. When it comes to looking after older Australians, they never mention that a registered nurse is on site in aged care homes more than 99% of the time, a measure they said would force homes to close. They never mention the 7.1 million extra minutes of care that is being delivered each day. They never mention that median assessment wait times are now under a month. They never mention that more than 80% of aged care homes now have a 4 or 5-star rating when it was barely 50% under their side. or any of the other measures and successes that myself and my colleagues on this side of the House have already outlined. Deputy Speaker, while this government will keep delivering for older Australians, making sure they get the respect and care they deserve, those opposite will keep peddling scare campaigns and stoking division.
Member for McPherson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I've spoken on this subject a number of times in this place, but it's clear that the government didn't listen then and they're not listening now from listening to some of those speakers opposite. So I will speak to it again. This motion goes to the government's ongoing failure to support older Australians while imposing an $11 billion tax grab on private health insurance. Now, Deputy Speaker, all of us on this side of this chamber have engaged with our communities. We've spoken to the older Australians that we're supposed to represent in this place, and we've actually heard what they have actually been thinking and what they feel about this. And Deputy Speaker, I've received thousands of emails, thousands of people who have reached out to me or to my office to raise the impact that this will have on them and on their future. Thousands, that's right, thousands. We had over 2,000 who completed my survey in the first 2.5 weeks. So if you'd like copies of those, I'm happy to provide them to you for those calling out. I'll read some out to you. Patricia from Mudgeeraba. Deputy Speaker, the nerve of those opposite to interject on this. It's ridiculous, and it just shows your disrespect for older Australians. Patricia from Mudgeeraba said, "Where do you think we're going to get any extra money from? We've already had to sacrifice house and car insurance and cannot afford certain food items. Seriously." Lorraine from Burleigh Heads said, "I believe it is absolutely disgusting that this abhorrent Labor government is robbing older Australians to cover up their lack of fiscal understanding and knowledge. It's obscene that people," and this is clear, Deputy Speaker, "it is obscene that people that have worked and saved and paid taxes throughout their working lives and continue to be taxed by ATO standards are now paying stealth taxes because they're old. Aged care changes recently implemented makes the term aged care a complete misnomer. There is no care from this government for anyone other than themselves and their cronies." Deputy Speaker, Christine from Palm Beach said, "At 72, I feel betrayed by the government. We're trying not to be a burden on society, but we may have to be now. We've worked hard for over 50 years, myself as a nurse and my husband as a chef, and raised 2 kids and saved hard for retirement. This is like a slap in the face for our contribution. All the insurances have increased and food and electricity skyrocketing. We feel we are paying the price for this terrible government, and older Australians are. We've seen this time and time again." Samuel from Reedy Creek said, "This change confirms that Labor has no concern for those who have reached a later stage of life, but who have made every effort to bear a share of the costs of the health services necessary for a fair society." They've done the right thing. They've done exactly what government asked them to do for so much of their working career, and now the rug is being pulled out from under them. That's not only incorrect, it is wrong, it is mean, and it is unfair. And Deputy Speaker, I heard the previous contribution from the member opposite, and he spoke about us on this side stoking division on this. He spoke about us stoking division. The ones on the government side of this chamber are the ones who are dividing Australians. They're dividing older Australians from everybody else. You cannot say that you are trying to unite.
The member for McPherson has the right to be heard.
It's really stroking a point for them, Deputy Speaker, because they're embarrassed because this is their families, this is their parents, this is their grandparents that they're affecting, and they should be embarrassed. I'm going to read you some more because I think you'd benefit from it. Anthony from Coolangatta said, "Things are tough enough as it is." Glenn from Burleigh Waters, "If responsible fiscal management was done by the federal government, they wouldn't have to hit retirees to help balance their budget." And that goes to a key point, Deputy Speaker. Every discussion that we're having in this place is about the government's inability to manage the economy. So what are they doing? They're They've got no idea for how to grow the economy, no idea for how to grow the pie. So instead, they're finding pockets in our economy of people who have done the right thing, they've worked, they've saved, they've invested, and they're thinking, okay, we will take their money and we will use it to cover up our economic incompetence. Deputy Speaker, there are hundreds and thousands of these stories across the country that have reached out to members of Parliament on this side of the chamber, and I'm sure they're sitting in your inboxes for those members opposite as well. I encourage you to read them.
Member for Bullwinkle.
Thank you, Speaker. And I do feel like the fifth speaker for the affirmative side in a high school debate. Some of the selective points that the opposition has made. Look, I'm sure we all want the best for old people. Some of us are even old ourselves, as the member pointed out. In my electorate of Bullwinkle, over 31,000 residents are over the age of 65. That's 20% of my community, and it's probably the same for you. And we all want to provide them with real support to stay safely in their homes and to have dignity when entering the residential aged care system if they do. Labor is delivering that respectful, dignified aged care system that older Australians across Bullwinkle and right across Australia truly deserve. So that's the area of common ground. I would like to remind the House that I do have first-hand understanding of the physical, the clinical and the emotional realities of aged care. And after the toll that the decade of neglect in this area under the Liberal and Coalition government took on both residents and staff, importantly. As a nurse with decades of experience on the front line, I think I can bear witness to some of the great things we're doing that have really turned things around, and the ship is turning. So let's just outline a few things that we've done. So $25 billion landmark public hospital funding agreement, strengthening Medicare, increasing bulk billing, 137 urgent care clinics around Australia, including 3 that are available to the people of Bullwinkle. Cheaper medicines cannot be underestimated in the daily cost of living for people that are over 65 particularly. More medicines on the PBS, free RSV vaccinations, the $7.70 freeze on medication scripts. And that's not even the aged care system yet. So let's get to the aged care system. So we're reforming the aged care system, the home care support, as well as the in-care residential aged care system. Speaker, we've introduced the integrated assessment tool. That has reduced wait lists from the median assessment times from 10 months down to 1 month. That's huge. That's huge for somebody that's got a package and needs that. That's providing a fairer system. We're also doing in the aged care system, looking after the staff. We've legislated to make registered nurses 24/7 in aged care nursing homes. That's $18 billion in wage boosts. We're improving the wages to nurses. We've given 5 consecutive wage increases. For a registered nurse like myself, working in aged care, that's $36,000 extra a year that we're delivering. And for enrolled nurses, it's $32,000. We're going to retain the staff to provide continuity of care and better care and dignified care in those aged care settings. And Speaker, I also want to give a shout out to Minister Butler and Minister Ray in the aged care. They listened to us when we tweaked this, when we told them that the integrated assessment tool and the prioritising of packages needed tweaking. They listened and they changed it. I visited Barry in his home, and who's since passed away, unfortunately, from motor neuron disease. They listened and they changed the aged care rules regarding urgent priority care so that people with MND over the age of 65 and under will now be considered the same and have priority to at-home support packages. These are brilliant things for aged care people. Yes, we are cutting down the rebate they're getting, so they're getting 24% supplement on private health care, the same as young people, the same for all of us. If you're living in similar income streams, why should a younger person have to pay more for private health insurance than an older person? In fact, I'm sure the young people would argue that things are a lot tougher for them now. So we have had a balanced approach to aged care, and we're providing dignified aged care.
Thank you. The time for this discussion has concluded. Member for Mallee seeking the call on indulgence.
I am. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'd like to make a personal explanation.
Okay. Member for Mallee.
The member for Barton made statements in that MPI that I degraded nurses and aged care workers, or words to that effect. That is absolutely untrue in every sense, and of course Hansard can be checked on what I actually said. And I want to put on record that I absolutely respect...
There's no debate. Like, you make the correction, and I'm very happy that is on the record. Thank you. The calling on the clerk for the next item of business.
Government business, order of the day number 3, Universities Accord Opening the Doors of Opportunity Bill 2026, resumption of debate on the second reading and on the amendment moved by the member for Kooyong.
The original question was that this bill be now read a second time, and to this the honourable member for Kooyong has moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with views to substituting other words. The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Fisher in continuation.
Thanks, Madam Deputy Speaker. There are real problems in higher education. No one should pretend otherwise. There are concerns about quality, student experience, workforce shortages, artificial intelligence, anti-Semitism and social cohesion on campus, international student numbers, access for students in the outer suburbs and in the regions, and the position of private higher education providers. Now, the Coalition recognises that a future government may need stronger tools to respond to these problems. For example, powers over international student allocations could be used to align international education with national capacity in housing, infrastructure and services. Powers attached to public funding could, if appropriately designed, be used to require stronger standards on anti-Semitism, social cohesion and institutional accountability. A more flexible pathway for Commonwealth-supported places could assist private providers in priority workforce fields. And place allocations could be used to support regional and outer suburban opportunity where it is genuinely needed. Madam Deputy Speaker, those are legitimate objectives, but good objectives don't automatically justify unlimited powers. The question for this parliament is whether the bill gets the balance right between national stewardship, institutional autonomy, student choice, accountability and parliamentary oversight. On the evidence already received by the Senate committee, there are significant reasons to doubt that the bill has that right balance. Universities Australia, the peak body for Australia's universities, says the bill, and I quote, shifts significant decision-making authority to the Minister and the ATEC, unquote. With many key features left to guidelines, non-disallowable instruments and administrative decisions rather than primary legislation. Universities Australia support the broad direction of reform but recommends passage only with substantial amendments. QUT, my old uni, makes the point even more directly. It says the case for funding reform may be clear, but the case for these extraordinary ministerial powers has not been made. QUT warns that a measured delay to improve the bill would be preferable to legislation that permanently weakens university governance, autonomy and parliamentary scrutiny. In my electorate of Fisher, UniSC also provided a submission. They are in general support of the bill's objectives, but they also warned that a centrally managed system may fail to keep pace with local population growth, workforce need and student demand. Now, as the member, one of the members for the Sunshine Coast, many students, they tell me, in fact I was at Chancellor College just recently, and they were telling me that moving away to study under this government's cost of living crisis is just not a realistic option. Travel, accommodation costs, caring responsibilities, lost income mean that if a local place is unavailable, university may simply be unavailable also to them. UniSC rightly argues that decisions cannot be made solely from Canberra using lagged data. They must reflect local knowledge, local demand and the needs of higher growth communities, just like mine. If we want more young people in Fisher to study locally, UniSC needs the certainty to plan, invest and grow with our community. And I want to send a shout out at this opportunity to Helen Bartlett, the Vice-Chancellor. She does a great job at UniSC as she embarks on behalf of the university to try and develop our very own medical school that the member for Fairfax and I worked so very hard 10 years to develop with Griffith University. Well, the time has now come for UniSC to have its own medical school, and the member for Fairfax and I will be continuing to push that very, very hard. Now, most of the submissions raise legitimate concerns, including excessive ministerial discretion, insufficient transparency, weak parliamentary oversight, threats to institutional autonomy, rigid allocation settings or risks created by the over-enrolment penalty regime. Madam Deputy Speaker, the bill's treatment of Australian Tertiary Education Commission deserves particular attention. Labor presents ATEC as an independent steward, but independence from the sector is not the same thing as independence from the executive government. ATEC commissioners can be removed by the minister where their performance has been unsatisfactory for a significant period, terms which are not defined. ATEC cannot employ its own staff. It relies on APS staff made available by the department. It cannot independently engage contractors or consultants. It must have regard to ministerial priorities, and it remains subject to ministerial directions. Now, these things should be ringing alarm bells in the broader education community. More concerningly, the bill creates additional avenues for the minister to influence international student allocations, including by specifying matters with which ATEC must comply and by directing it to consider varying provider-level allocations. It is a body which may administer decisions but is structurally constrained by the executive by design, by this Labor government's design. The international student provisions require particularly close examination. Universities Australia states in its submission that the minister should set the broad framework, but ATEC should make provider-level decisions independently according to transparent criteria. It also argues that the international allocation framework should be subject to independent statutory review. The Coalition will examine those proposals seriously before we reach a position on these. There's also a fundamental practical concern with the new managed growth model. Under the current system, universities can enrol more students than the Commonwealth directly funds. They do not receive additional Commonwealth funding for those students, but they can retain the student contribution. That system is not perfect, but it has allowed universities to respond to genuine demand and educate more students using the same taxpayer contribution. This bill treats that flexibility as over-enrolment and imposes a financial penalty. It changes a capped funding model into a capped places model. Madam Speaker, why should Parliament penalise an institution that educates more Australian students for the same taxpayer contribution? Universities have warned that the likely response will be more cautious offers, higher entry thresholds, early closure of applications and fewer opportunities for capable students. The bill's fiscal claims also require a clear explanation from the Minister. The Minister's public pitch has referred to $3.6 billion over a decade and 230,000 additional places. Yet the explanatory memorandum refers to $2.5 billion in additional net funding over 11 years from 24-25 and 200,000 additional commencing domestic students over the decade. Now, that's not trivial differences. Where does the additional $1.1 billion come from? How did an additional 30,000 places appear? Why does the MyEFO papers refer to $2.5 billion over 11 years, while the Minister now promotes $3.6 billion over a decade? Was the new funding included in the budget? Was it being offset, cut or repurposed to pay for it? And what protections exist against a funding announcement today becoming an unfunded liability tomorrow? The Parliamentary Library's Bills Digest notes that the $2.5 billion MyEFO measure was partly offset through $16.4 billion in repurposed funding and efficiencies over 11 years. That makes transparent scrutiny of the government's new claims all the more important. The bill's needs-based funding provisions also need closer scrutiny. The principle of better support for First Nations students, low SES students and regional delivery is sound. The Coalition supports genuine opportunity for Australians who have historically been locked out of higher education, but the practical operation of the scheme will turn heavily on ministerial guidelines, eligibility criteria, modifier amounts, regional classifications, conditions of grant and expenditure rules. Adelaide Uni says important policy settings are left to guidelines and recommends a legislative requirement for genuine consultation before they are made or varied. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, this is exactly why the committee process matters. Parliament should not be asked to sign a blank cheque and discover the real scheme later in guidelines drafted behind closed doors in ministerial offices. The Coalition will approach this bill constructively but not casually. The Coalition will make its final decision after the work of the committee is complete. Our standard will be straightforward. Does this bill expand opportunity without centralised?
The member for Lawler has the call.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, Deputy Speaker, the name of this bill, Universities Accord Opening the Doors of Opportunity Bill 2026, says it all. It speaks to this Labor government's intent and it speaks to this Labor government's motivation. It says everything about what we stand for. We stand for opening doors of opportunity. We stand against baking in disadvantage. I think this is a fitting title. At its core, this legislation is about ensuring that opportunity is given to all of those across the country who have the capacity, the talent and the ambition to reach for it. Yeah. And Australia has never lacked talent. Communities like mine in Lawler prove that every single day. It's a community where people don't lack ambition and they deserve every opportunity to realise it. This bill recognises that simple truth, because on this side of the House we understand the impact that education can have on an individual's life. We understand how it changes lives. We understand how it can change communities. The member for Jellibrand sits in the chamber with me here tonight, and he and I represent the city of Wyndham between us. And nowhere is it more tangible than to see what it means when people aspire and are supported, and how people's ambitions can be lifted just by being in classrooms with people who strive to and want to have more. This Labor government understands that. We understand how that ambition, how aspiration can change a community, can change a school, can change our country, can change an economy. And that's why this government aspires for a higher education level for all Australians, not just because it's good in itself, although it is, but because our economy will demand it, because we need to have more educated Australians into the future to ensure that we can maintain the economy that we're so proud of. 2 years ago, we released the final report of the Australian Universities Accord, and since then we've implemented more than 30 of the Accord's 47 recommendations. From cutting 20% of HECS debts and introducing paid prac and then extending that as late as this week, doubling the number of university study hubs, Labor's vision is one that recognises that Australia's future prosperity depends on the education system we build today. I stand by that in early education, in school education, in TAFE and free TAFE, and in higher education. That means a higher education system that is larger, smarter and fairer, and focused on the future and open to all.
It being 4:30 p.m, I propose the question that the House do now adjourn, and I give the call to the member for Fowler.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Small businesses are the backbone of our communities and our economy. I have said in this House many times, and I will keep saying it until this government acts on it. My electorate of Fowler sits across two council areas, Fairfield and Liverpool. Between them, there are close to 50,000 registered businesses. The overwhelming majority of them are small businesses. Behind every single one is a hard-working family, many of them first and second generation migrants who arrived here with nothing and built a life over generations. For them, a business is not just a livelihood. It is independence, it is security, it is the reason their children have choices they never had. Our sector is as diverse as our people. The family-owned Vietnamese fruit shop near my office, Trooper Lou's motorbike garage in Moorebank, Farage, the tailoring house that still cuts and sews in factory in Surrey Hills and supplies uniform to the Royal Australian Navy, the Australian Army and the Royal Australian Air Force. They tell me that work is now being reduced. Different industries, different suburbs, the same reality. Rising costs, power bills, insurance, rent, red tape. They're doing it tough, and too many feel abandoned by this government. Last month, I introduced a private member's bill to put Australian businesses first in Commonwealth procurement. It would prioritise Australian businesses in Commonwealth tenders and require at least 30% Australian content procurement for selected Commonwealth projects. Each year, the Commonwealth spends billions on goods, services, construction and technology. That purchasing power belongs to the Australian people, and it should be used to back them, to let local businesses invest with confidence, take on apprentices and strengthen the supply chains that keep our communities moving. Farage shows exactly what it looks like: a Commonwealth contract, an Australian factory, Australian workers, Australian wool. And yet that is the work now being reduced. An Australian factory supplying our own Defence Force, and the orders are going the other way. If this Commonwealth will not back Australian manufacturing in its own uniforms, where exactly will it? Too often our businesses are shut out, forced to compete with multinationals and cheap imports on price alone. And price alone never counts the jobs we lose, the skills we lose, or the sovereign capability we give away. Instead of using procurement to back Australian industry broadly, this government has leaned on its Future Made in Australia agenda, $22.7 billion over a decade, directed at renewable energy, critical minerals and green manufacturing, largely to attract foreign investment. But let me be clear. I'm not against clean energy or investing in new industries. But a future made in Australia cannot mean a future made in only a handful of chosen industries. What about the businesses already manufacturing here? What about textiles, an industry once central to Fairfield and Liverpool that gave work to thousands of migrant women and my community? They did not wait for a government package, yet many are being squeezed out while billions are being directed elsewhere. So I ask this government three things. Bring my bill on for debate. Strengthen the Commonwealth procurement rules so Australian content is a requirement, not an afterthought. And report to this Parliament on how much of that spend actually reaches small businesses in regions like mine. Deputy Speaker, the people I represent are not asking for handouts. They never have. They are in the kitchens and the bakeries before 4 in the morning. They are still behind the counter at 10 at night. Their children do their homework at the back of the shop. They employ their neighbours, and they are the reason our high streets are still alive. They're asking for a fair go at the work. They're asking for a fair go at the work their own taxes are paying for. The least this Parliament can do is buy what they make. Thank you, Speaker.
The question is the House do now adjourn and give the call to the member for Gellibrand.
Well, thank you, Speaker. Well, there are plenty of Australians who hate the idea of data centres being built in Australia at the moment. For many people, they are the physical embodiment of everything that they're worried about with the arrival of AI. For others, they're worried about the local impacts of a specific data centre that's being built or proposed for the community that they live in. The development of AI and the rollout of the data centres to support it, it's a big change and it's happening around the world, and it's natural for people to feel anxiety about it. But while the world is changing, we can't afford to hide under the bed. We can't just hit the stop button and hope for the best as the world moves on around us. We need to take control and shape these changes in Australia's interests. To take control so that Australia can benefit from the upside of AI while protecting our community from the potential downsides. That's why earlier this year, our government announced a set of expectations for large AI data centres, and why the Prime Minister has announced that we will be delivering a set of binding Australian standards for AI. As the Prime Minister said, it's about Australia shaping the future rather than letting the future shape us. If we get this right, Australia has everything it needs for Australians to realise the benefits of AI: the smartest minds, the biggest renewable energy opportunities, proximity to Asia, and a predictable and reliable legal system buttressed by a robust democracy. Australia is home to some of the world's best healthcare researchers, and access to AI and computing power in Australian data centres can help them make life-saving medical breakthroughs. AI and Australian computing power can enable cutting-edge scientific research on some of the most complex challenges we face. Australia's first university-led AI supercomputer, Maverick, from Monash University, sits in the CDC data centre in my electorate in Melbourne's West. Australian scientists are using it for research on cancer, infectious diseases, antimicrobial resistance and new medicine discovery, as well as enhanced skin cancer detection, simulating star and planet formation, and analysing Antarctic imagery for environmental modelling. AI and Australian computing is also vital to ensuring that Australia's defence forces and security agencies are able to keep up with the rapidly evolving and increasing challenges they're confronting to keep us safe. Australian standards for AI will ensure that all Australians are able to benefit from these opportunities while being protected from the potential harms. Australian standards for AI will set clear rules for the construction of data centres, including where they're built and the power and water they use. It'll include a legal obligation for the next generation of large-scale data centres to underwrite new power supply. They'll be required to cover their full share of grid connections, so no costs are passed on to homes or businesses. We'll create an obligation for these data centres to build new renewable energy generation and to put at least as much energy into our grid as they take out of it. And will require data centres to minimise their water use and pay for any additional water infrastructure required. Many current and proposed data centres across Australia already meet these requirements. I know this from my own experience of the data centres in my electorate in Truganina, Laverton and Brooklyn. I followed the construction and operation of these data centres closely, and a number of them have now been operating for years. I can't recall receiving a single complaint about them since they started operation, and I'm certain that I've received more complaints about the abattoirs, chemical manufacturing and trucking and shipping container parks that operate in the surrounding industrial areas. These data centres create less smell, less dust and less traffic than the existing industrial land uses in this area. And they support good jobs in our community. Nearly 4,000 jobs have been created in the construction of the Australian-owned and operated CDC Laverton data centre. I've spoken to the workers and unions on site, and I know they're good jobs with good conditions. Once it's finished, it'll support 1,750 ongoing roles in our community, jobs for locals who don't have to drive to the CBD to do them. Best practice data centres like CDC data centres in Brooklyn and Laverton utilise an advanced liquid cooling system to maximise their water efficiency. They use a single volume of water, which is continuously recirculated. That means the Brooklyn and Laverton data centres don't use any water for cooling, and they're some of the most water-efficient data centres in Australia and New Zealand. The result of innovations like this means that Australian data centres account for just 0.04% of Australia's total water use. Public swimming pools use 6 times more, golf courses 10 times more. Last financial year, Australian data centres consumed 3.9 terawatt hours of electricity, around 2% of Australia's national energy market consumption. They've supported 1.5 terawatt hours of renewable energy generation per year and have invested $3.1 billion in grid infrastructure, and they'll invest a further $7.2 billion in grid infrastructure by 2030. So done right, data centre rollouts can help fund our renewable energy transition, bring down costs for consumers and improve the reliability of our grid. But only if we take control of our future instead of hiding under the bed. We're not America. We want to manage AI and data centres the Australian way, and that's what the Albanese government is doing.
The question is the House do now agenda. Give the call to the member for Wright.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I rise to support the freeze that's in place on the excise for draft on beer, and I call for it to be extended for a further 3 years. It's a sensible measure that's providing some welcome relief to pubs, clubs and their customers at a time when cost of living pressures are hurting Australians. Across my electorate of Wright, we have around 30 pubs. Taverns, yep, and they are businesses, they're employers, but more importantly, they're also part of our local communities. You know, they're part of the social fabric of our community that will sometimes be the first employer of a kid leaving school. They are the local supplier, they support local suppliers, sporting clubs, community organisations. There are places where people can come together after work for a few beers with their mates to catch up. They're places for families to congregate and places for people to catch up for local fundraisers. In many of our small towns, local pub remains one of the great meeting places for their communities. The importance of this industry to Australian jobs and communities should not be underestimated. It directly employs around 176,000 full-time equivalent jobs across the country, including around 22,500 manufacturing jobs, 21,000 in retail and more than 126,000 jobs in hospitality. In Queensland, major breweries such as 4X and CUB support local manufacturing, transport and supply chain jobs as well. These are just not numbers, they're actually workers, families and small businesses whose livelihoods depend on a strong and sustainable hospitality industry. Supporting our pubs, clubs and restaurants mean supporting Australian jobs in the local economies and communities that rely on them being cornerstones in the community. But remember, running a pub's not easy, and I know this because I was a publican. We had a pub in Mackay. We managed a place called the Imeo just north of, and I can tell you, their early starts, their late finishes, and it really hones your communication skills, particularly drinking, communicating with a person who's had a few. You've got one personality at the beginning of the day and potentially a different personality at the end of the day. Great training for coming and working in the Parliament. On top of that, beer excise has been continuing to increase automatic with inflation twice a year. Now, if there's anything that we have learned, Mr Speaker, from the failures of the tariff increases on cigarettes, it's that at some stage the price point gets so expensive that it pushes the market underground, that those undesirables sneak into the market, sell a product much cheaper, and there is no benefit that is derived from having the tariff excises in place. So putting a freeze for a further 3 years on the beer excise is a great place to start. But we should think that we should go further and give serious consideration to possibly making that freeze permanent. At some point, We need to ask ourselves whether automatically increasing this tax every 6 months is still the right approach. A permanent freeze would provide greater certainty for publicans, help take pressure off prices and support the thousands of Australians whose livelihoods depend on hospitality. The hospitality and the alcohol industry supports a significant number of Australian jobs, from brewers, transporters, through to pubs, restaurants, and the retail sector that goes with them. These are real jobs, many of them in regional Australia. Regional Australia like my electorates, which I mentioned earlier on that I have no less than 30 pubs, taverns. This is simply not about the price of beer. It's about keeping the way of life for Australians. And I think I've come up with a policy name for freezing the tariff, and I think we should call it Scotty Shout. I think it's going to resonate with Australians, Mr. Speaker. For 3 years, we're going to freeze the excise. We're going to work towards freezing the excise on alcohol. Call it Scotty Shout. The punters in my electorate are going to love it because it's just the Australian thing to do. I caught up with Jeff over at Gatton the other day, and I said, mate, if you were the Prime Minister for the day, what would you do? He said, I would freeze beer excise. Jeff, this one's for you, champion. When I talk to my local constituents, know that you are heard.
The question is the House to now agenda give the call to the member for Leichhardt.
Thank you, Speaker. I came out of a meeting on Monday and checked my phone and had a missed call from none other than the former member for Leichhardt, a good friend of yours, Speaker. And as far as I can tell, he rang me up to tell me how good the weather in Cairns was. 25 degrees, not a breath of wind, the water was dead flat. He was having a very good day. But Cairns and the far north is more than just good weather. And the midwinter break is kind of a misnomer because there is no break. We go home to our electorates and we get out amongst it. I went up to Bamaga where I saw new homes being built. I heard the stories of these families who are going into these homes. 2 homes have been built on Mubiag Island, the first time homes have been built there for 20 years. Really exciting. Tony Burke, Minister Burke, came to Cairns and we got rid of those stupid yellow forms that they hand to you on aeroplanes. The first time I travelled overseas, I was 16, I went to the States on a basketball tour, I came back, overnight flight, coming back from LA. I don't fit in planes very well, I was this big then. And they handed me a form, I'm like, well, what is this? I couldn't find a pen, I couldn't find my passport, I wasn't sure where I was staying in Melbourne. The whole thing was very confusing. We're getting rid of that. It's been trialled by Qantas, 450,000 people have used it already. We're going to roll it out over the next couple of years, just in time for the Brisbane Olympics. The Deputy Prime Minister came through to Leichhardt. He went to Thursday Island, where he sat with the elders, but also got to meet the people of 51st Battalion, the Sarpais, Charlie Company. Torres Strait is unique. During World War II, every single eligible man, bar 10, signed up. What were the 10 left behind to do? Those were the 10 bravest men who were left behind to guard the islands. They are every single person, man, woman and child, from the Torres Strait is related to a veteran. That's really something to think about. And I'm looking forward to heading up to Weipa and the Cape to meet the Battalion 51st Bravo Company, because some of the work that they do is exceptional, and I look forward to meeting with them and bringing their stories back here to Parliament. Minister Clare came up as well as Minister Giles, and we've got the sod turned on the start of CQ University. This is going to be a fantastic addition to the southern end of Grafton Street. Been a vacant spot of land for years. Back when I was even doing my radio show, it was vacant. Soon it will be a bustling university. 6,000 places filled with allied health, pharmacy, radiography, radiology, nursing, physio, OT, speeches, the works, all benefiting from paid prac. We are building our medical workforce in Cairns. We opened the Yenny building, named for one of the ancestors, the King of Cairns. At the Yenny building from JCU, they teach doctors, nurses. We're building a regional medical workforce in Cairns. That's something to be proud of. That means people will stay home. On Thursday Island with Minister Giles, we went to visit the Thursday Island TAFE, opened just a few years ago. There we met Ash. Ash is completing his diploma in nursing. He will be in the first cohort to graduate from that TAFE as an enrolled nurse. Throughout my time on the Cape and the Torres Strait, in the half-decade or so that I've been working up there professionally, the thing that I heard most of all was we want to be able to grow our own. The opening of this TAFE allows for that. Ash's family is very proud. He's looking forward to walking the halls of the Thursday Island Hospital and making a difference in his community. This is a vote of confidence in what the Far North is and what the Far North can become. These are investments not for the now, but also for the future. In 10 or 12 years, when those GPs start coming out of the Yenny building, they'll go to places like Cooktown and Weipa. They'll visit Arakoon and Lockhart. They'll set up practices in Mossman and Port Douglas and Kuranda. And it will be people who understand the area. It will be people who love the area and the people in it. And I know that they will give their all. I'm proud to be a part of a government that supports the regions and supports the Far North in particular. And I would encourage the school groups, which have just left, but hopefully they'll come back soon, to enrol for Reef Kids, a subsidised program to get people to enjoy our very own Great Barrier Reef.
The question is the House to now adjourn and give the call to the Chief Opposition Whip.
Thank you, Speaker. Well, sadly, the Australian standard of living has collapsed under this Labor government. It has fallen further and harder than any other developed economy in the world. And the indicators of this are things like 15 interest rate rises under this Labor government since their election in 2022. The indicators are the inflationary pressures, the inflation that's still well outside the target band that the RBA wants to try and achieve. And it's indicated by every basket of groceries that just has less and less in it for the hard-earned dollars of every Australian. Our country must change course. We cannot continue under this Labor government. And during the cold winter here in Canberra, I was moving around the electorate, talking to locals and understanding these pressures. And when I was in suburbs like Ormeau and Pimpamar and Coomera, the message was exactly the same. We must fix this mess. The Coalition is putting forward a positive plan. We know what it takes to fix Labor's mess because we've done it before and we will do it again. And the time has come for a coalition government to yet again fix our country's direction. We must fix the economy and protect the Australian way of life. And the only way you can do this is by getting to the heart of the issues that are confronting the Australian people and the Australian economy. Those things are that we must lower the taxation burden that each and every Australian feels. We must wind back those toxic taxes that were delivered in the budget this year, those broken promises on CGT and on negative gearing that we've seen have an immediate impact on the property market. We are a nation that is rich in energy possibility, but under this Labor government, we are poor in energy. We are poor because we are so unprepared to utilise the natural resources that we have here, and we are so unprepared to see an abundance of energy that would drive the cost down, and that must change. And of course, in the portfolio area that I work in housing, we know what has happened over the last 4 years. Out of control migration has seen pressure on the number of houses that are available for all Australians. Now, the Labor government has had a delusional target of 1.2 million homes over 5 years with no substantive plan to deliver on that promise. I am sure that at the end of that time we will see yet another broken promise from this Labor government. Because the minister, while she was in Home Affairs, was hopeless with Home Affairs, and now she is hopeless with homes. Sadly, those migratory pressures and the under-delivery of the housing market has meant that there is far too much pressure on our population. Only the Coalition has a plan to tie the number of migrants that are able to come into our country to the amount of housing that we can deliver, so that everyone has the genuine Australian experience of being able to own a piece of our great nation. And finally, we must put Australians first in every way. But I'll give you one example in housing. In 2023, this government deliberately passed an instrument that removed the words Australian citizens from their 5% home deposit scheme, opening the floodgates. Now, we must protect the opportunities that are here in our great nation for Australian citizens first and foremost. And when we can afford to do so, we can open up. But we must change the course of our nation. At the moment, it is heading in the wrong direction. And only the Coalition has a plan to fix the economy and protect our way of life.
The question is the House do now adjourn. Give the call to a member for Braddon.
Thank you, Speaker. I want to talk about the Burnie Health Hub and how it's strengthening Medicare for our region and right across the northwestern of Tasmania. The Burnie Health Hub is a powerful example of what can happen when local vision, skilled health professionals and federal Labor investment come together for the benefit of our community. The Albanese Labor government committed over $8 million to help deliver the Burnie Health Hub, complementing our work to strengthen Medicare, improve access to care and make health services more affordable for people right across Braddon. The hub already hosts the Burnie Medicare Urgent Care Clinic, giving locals access to walk-in, bulk billed care for urgent but not life-threatening health needs. Over 6,000 individual consultations have already occurred at the UCC, including myself on Easter Sunday. The hub will soon also become the permanent home of the Burnie Medicare Mental Health Centre, providing free, welcoming and accessible support for people seeking help with their mental health. What makes the Burnie Health Hub so special is the mix of services coming together under one roof. Alongside urgent care, the centre is home to pathology service. It will have playgroup. Laurel House Sexual and Family Violence Counselling Service moved in just a little over a week ago. Women's Legal Service Tasmania also moved in, and other community groups are all getting ready to move in very soon. With a bus stop right out the front, it's becoming a genuine community hub that's easy for Burnie residents to reach. I recently hosted Health Minister Mark Butler in the electorate, where he met some of the wonderful and amazing health professionals in Burnie who are innovating, not just innovating though, they are investing and delivering great services for local people. We have gastroenterologists, pharmacists, pathologists, sonographers, physiotherapists, ophthalmologists and other allied health professionals are helping transform what is available in the region. We have our gastroenterologist who built himself the Tasmanian Digestive Centre, his own day hospital. We have, just over the road from there, we have fantastic ophthalmologists, a very credible ophthalmologist who has worked in the field for many, many years, not only dealing with people's eyes, but actually diagnosing and assisting people with much more serious health conditions. Having these services in Braddon matters. It means existing residents can access more of the care that they need much closer to home without the cost of having to travel to Hobart, to Melbourne, but actually almost right on their back door. It also gives people considering to move to our beautiful part of the North West Coast greater confidence that their health needs and the needs of their families can be met locally. This work is complemented by the great things that are happening at the University of Tasmania's Cradle Coast campus, where rural general practice and nursing students can now train much closer to home, build careers in the region and stay connected to the communities they are from and that need them. And my colleague, the member for Leichhardt, talked about training people in our regions, having them being able to stay there, and we know when that happens that they actually stay in the region, not go away and not come home, but we actually have our own homegrown specialists within our areas who want to live and work and play where they grew up and have that family support. For everyday Australians, this is part of a bigger Labor plan to make healthcare more accessible and affordable. In my electorate, 68% of GP practices are 100% bulk billing, and the local bulk billing rate has reached almost 95%. That's 95% of people that go to the doctor do not have to pay a gap fee. People across the region have saved almost $13 million on 2.7 million prescriptions through our cheaper medicines. The Burnie Health Hub shows just what it's possible when government backs local leadership and invests in regional healthcare. Only Labor will keep making that real difference to access and affordable healthcare in Burnie, but right across Braddon and right across our regions throughout Tasmania.
It being 5 p.m, the House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. next Monday.